Chapter 3575. Senior, I don't have any flowers growing on my body. Why are you looking at me like that? In the hall, Yang Kai touched his nose and looked at Chang Tian, who had been staring at him since he came in. Chang Tian smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. I was right about you. Now that you have that opportunity, your chances of becoming a demon saint will be greatly increased. In 100 years, the 100-spirit continent will have a successor. The battle of eternity heaven shook the world. Even though the 100-spirit continent was closed, it was still able to hear the news. Chang Tian didn't have much lifespan left. So he wanted to train Yang Kai as his successor, so that he could take charge of the 100-spirit continent in the future and protect the many divine spirits on this continent. However, even though Chang Tian wanted to, he knew that the peak of the martial Tao was not so easy to reach. Now, even the opportunity of the great emperors was snatched by Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai could take it step by step, he might be able to see Yang Kai standing at the top of the demon territory before he died. At that time, he would have nothing to worry about, and the many saint spirits on this continent would have someone to rely on. Since you have such an opportunity, don't show your face casually outside in the future. Just stay in the 100-spirit continent. I have already talked to Ru Meng. I don't think she will have any objections. Yang Kai smiled bitterly when he heard this. Chang Tian was implying that he should stay on the 100-spirit continent in the future and cultivate diligently until he became a demon saint. Yang Kai could naturally feel Chang Tian's love for him. However, time waited for no man. Yang Kai did not have the time to cultivate in seclusion here. The goal of becoming a demon saint was still too far away for him. The battle of the two realms was in full swing. His family, women, and friends were all in the star world. How could he hide in this paradise with peace of mind? He was afraid that the star world would be long gone by the time he became a demon saint. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, I understand Senior's thoughts. But Senior, have you never thought of leading the 100-spirit continent out of this rut? Although the 100-spirit continent is very big, isn't it a little too small for you? Chang Tian's eyes flashed when he heard this. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, What do you want to say? Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes and said, I want to say that with Senior's ability, you shouldn't be trapped in a mere 100-spirit continent. Think about the 12 demon saint. Each of them controls dozens of continents. Senior's ability is no weaker than the 12 demon saints. Why do you only occupy a small 100-spirit continent? Senior is a dragon race, and the dragon race is the leader of all creatures. You should roam the 9 heavens and not be trapped in a puddle. Chang Tian's eyelids drooped slightly as he said, There was no 100-spirit continent in the demon territory. I spent half of my life fighting for it. The territory of the demons is indeed very large, with hundreds and thousands of continents. However, there is only one of me, and it is difficult for me to do anything alone. Senior, you still have me. You. Chang Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at him. He suddenly laughed. You have a big appetite, but you still need to have the corresponding strength to protect you. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, Senior, you misunderstood me. I didn't have the intention to encourage you to seize the territories of the demon saint. The territory of the demons has long been falling apart. What's the point of seizing other people's territories? Perhaps in less than 100 or 1,000 years, the territories that you have seized will be destroyed. At that time, it will be useless. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the 100-spirit continent. Who knows when the 100-spirit continent will be separated from the demon territory and follow in the footsteps of those disappeared continents? When that time comes, where will you go? What will happen to the billions of creatures in the 100-spirit continent? After a pause, Yang Kai said, Moreover, although you are content with your territory, The war between the two realms will sweep across the entire territory of the demons sooner or later. Can you and the 100-spirit continent really stay out of it when that time comes?" As soon as he said that, Chang Tian's face darkened. Yang Kai continued, "If I can see it, I'm sure you have already expected it. Although the war between the two realms was tragic now, it had not reached the critical moment yet. Therefore, the 100-spirit continent could still stay out of it. However, if it really reached the critical moment, how could the demon saint in the demon territory allow the 100-spirit continent to stay out of it? When that time came, they would definitely join forces to pressure the 100-spirit continent and force it to join the war. When that time came, Chang Tian would have no choice but to agree under pressure. Otherwise, the 100-spirit continent would be placed on the opposite side of the demon territory. When that time came, the 100-spirit continent would end up in an even worse state. If the demon saint really hardened their hearts and joined forces, the 100-spirit continent could still be destroyed. Do you have a solution? Chang Tian raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai suddenly said this to him. Obviously, it was not without reason, so he could not help but have a lot of guesses. I'm still in the process of figuring it out. I can't say for sure that it will succeed, but at least I have a direction. If this is successful, not only will it extinguish the war between the two realms, I can even find a better place for the 100-spirit continent and all the demon race. Extinguish the war between the two realms. Even though Chang Tian was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but be a little stunned at this moment. Yang Kai's words were a little boastful. The war between the two realms was extraordinary. It was a battle for survival, so it would definitely be a life and death struggle. Unless one side was completely defeated or wiped out, it would not stop at all. In comparison, finding a better place for the 100-spirit continent and all the demon race seemed less sensational. If it were someone else who said this, Chang Tian would have thrown him out long ago to avoid wasting time. However, he had high hopes for Yang Kai and hoped that he could protect the 100-spirit continent in the future. At this time, even if he was unwilling to believe it, he could only ask, "Tell me in detail, what are your plans?" Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, then looked like he had made an important decision. He looked up at Chang Tian and said, "Senior, you should see it with your own eyes." "See?" Chang Tian raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai extended a hand to him. "If Senior trusts me, please relax and don't resist." Seeing this, Chang Tian frowned. He did not know what Yang Kai was planning, but he also extended his hand and placed it in Yang Kai's palm. With his strength, he was very confident in his own strength, so he was not worried about Yang Kai's schemes. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai grinning at him. Then his vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in a strange world. Chang Tian was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look around. He saw that this was no longer his dark and cold hall. It could even be said that this was not any place in the 100-spirit continent. This world made him feel a little uncomfortable. As soon as he entered, he felt that there was an invisible shackle binding him. It was the omnipresent power of heaven and earth. This invisible shackle prevented him from using too much power, so he could not use the power of a demon saint, but he could not use the power of a demon saint. This made Chang Tian's expression change slightly. He thought that he had misjudged and accidentally fell into Yang Kai's trap. But soon he threw away this thought because Yang Kai was standing next to him defenselessly. If Yang Kai really wanted to do something to him, he would never put on such a defenseless posture. Instead, this kid looked forward with a leisurely face. He stretched out his hand and said, "Senior, what do you think of this place? Where is this?" Chang Tian frowned and asked. Just now, he clearly felt a trace of space shifting, but before he could feel it carefully, he had already arrived here from the hall. As he spoke, he released his divine sense, but he could not detect the boundary of this world. "This is a world. I call it the small sealed world. Small sealed world. Chang Tian frowned, and then his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. A great world? Is this place a great world? It can barely be considered one. You actually found another great world. Chang Tian was shocked. Although people like Chang Tian knew that there was definitely more than one great world in the star boundary outside the demon territory. Perhaps in this vast universe, there were thousands of great worlds, but so far, the demon territory had only intersected with the star boundary. As for where the other great worlds were, and how to get there, no one knew. But Yang Kai actually found a great world and even knew the entrance to this great world. How could Chang Tian not be shocked? In an instant, Chang Tian understood what Yang Kai meant. If he could really go back and forth freely in this great world, he could indeed jump out of the rut of the 100-spirit continent. He would no longer have to worry about being suppressed by the demon saint in the future when the war of the two worlds heated up. He would also not have to worry about the 100-spirit continent falling apart one day, leaving hundreds of millions of people homeless. However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before the fire in Chang Tian's heart cooled down. He slowly shook his head and said, "This world is not suitable for high-level creatures to live in. It is not perfect." With his insight, he was naturally able to perceive the shortcomings of the newly expanded territory of the mysterious small world. If not for this, the invisible shackles of the world energy would not have been placed on him. Compared with the demon territory, this world was undoubtedly much inferior. Such a great world was just a facade. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Senior's vision is like a torch, but does Senior know what this world was like in the beginning? Chang Tian laughed. How would I know? He was stunned for a moment before he turned to look at Yang Kai. Do you know? Yang Kai said leisurely, "Of course I know, because this world was created by me." You created it? Chang Tian's eyes widened, wondering if there was something wrong with his hearing. After the battle of Eternal Heaven, did Senior go to the Eternal Heaven continent? Yang Kai suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Ahem. Chang Tian clenched his fist and coughed lightly. This king was in the Eternal Heaven continent at that time. This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be startled. He had instinctively thought that Chang Tian would definitely investigate something as important as the Battle of Eternal Heaven, but who would have thought that Chang Tian would actually be in the Eternal Heaven continent on that day? Chapter 3576. After all, it was a battle between the great emperors and the demon saint. It was very likely to change the future of the two worlds, so it was reasonable for Chang Tian to pay attention to it. Then it's easy to explain. Yang Kai nodded gently. Senior must have seen the situation of the Eternal Heaven after that great battle. Heaven and earth were shattered. The world collapsed, the continents formed, and the world principles collapsed. How could a small continent withstand the full power of the demon saint and the great emperors? Chang Tian looked solemn. If I tell Senior that this world was even worse than the shattered Eternal Heaven continent in the beginning, I don't know if Senior will believe me. Chang Tian turned his head, his pupils shrinking slightly. Yang Kai stared back at him, his expression calm and his eyes pure. After a long while, Chang Tian slowly shook his head. It's not that this king doesn't want to believe you. It's just that this matter is too unbelievable. Yang Kai smiled and said, Senior should know that many continents in the demon territory have disappeared over the past thousands of years. Those disappeared continents were separated from the demon territory because of the world gates, and no one can enter them. After so many years, no one knows what the situation is inside those disappeared continents. Chang Tian frowned. You know? Yang Kai nodded. I can enter those disappeared continents, but those continents are different from what most people think. They are not intact but have fallen apart long ago. They are even worse than the Eternal Heaven continent after the Great Battle. The world Senior is seeing now is the result of the fusion of those disappeared continents and the eternal heaven continent. Senior, don't you feel that the world principles and world energy here are somewhat similar to those in the demon territory? How could Chang Tian not feel it? He felt it the moment he entered. This world gave him the feeling that it was a weakened version of the demon territory. He didn't know why before, but now that he heard Yang Kai's explanation, he suddenly understood. Even though the world principles of a great world and a great world were similar, it was absolutely impossible for them to be exactly the same. For example, the star boundary and the demon realm's territory had different world principles and different world principles, but this mysterious small world had too many similarities with the demon realm's territory. Even though Yang Kai's explanation was reasonable, Chang Tian still found it hard to believe. How did you reunite the missing continents? In comparison, Yang Kai's ability to enter the long-vanished continents was not as shocking. Since he was proficient in the laws of space and could repair, maintain, and even seal world gates, it would not be a problem for him to reopen the world gates that had disappeared. I wonder if Senior has heard of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Chang Tian shook his head and said, "Never heard of it." Unlike the many demon saint, Chang Tian knew nothing about the star boundary. If it were any other demon saint here, they might not be unfamiliar with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, since they dared to invade the star boundary. They must have put in a lot of effort to gather information about the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics are a peerless secret art created by a senior in my star boundary. It has the ability to devour the heavens and earth. This senior's name is Wukong, and he became one of the great emperors tens of thousands of years ago. It can even be said that he is the strongest among the great emperors. The greatest feature of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics is that it can devour everything in the world and turn them into its own. However, this senior was confident in his strength and invincible, and did many things that angered the heavens. As the saying goes, when the heavens are unhappy, karma is not empty. In the end, this senior incurred public anger, and the other great emperors joined forces to kill him. In that battle, he killed 4 great emperors of the same level by himself, but in the end, he was beaten to death. Chang Tian couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He killed 4 great emperors of the same level. It was difficult for people who didn't reach this position to imagine how difficult this matter was. Chang Tian was also a character on the level of great emperors. Looking at the entire demon territory, he wasn't afraid of any of the other 12 demon saints. He had even fought the first demon saint, Huang Wuji, alone, but it was impossible for him to kill 4 demon saints with his own strength, let alone 4. As long as any demon saint intervened in his duel with Huang Wuji, he wouldn't be his opponent. At their level of cultivation, they had already reached the peak, and there wasn't much difference between them. So standing at the peak, Chang Tian could more and more understand the terror of the heaven-devouring great emperors Wukong. Yes, Yang Kai looked solemn. That battle was called the Battle of Emperors in Star Boundary, and the battlefield was the shattered star sea. Chang Tian looked fascinated and murmured, "Wukong, the great emperors of heaven, devouring great emperor, a peerless genius. If I could compete with such a character in my lifetime, my life would not have been in vain. What a pity, what a pity." Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't tell him that Wukong had come back from the dead, and now he had merged with the great emperors of the mortal world, forming a wonderful balance. Since that battle, the name of the great emperors of heaven, devouring great emperor, has spread for tens of thousands of years, and his fame hasn't diminished. He is also recognized as the first great emperors in Star Boundary since ancient times. The heaven-devouring great emperor he created is the most evil and powerful secret art in Star Boundary. Chang Tian's expression changed when he heard this. That secret art has fallen into your hands now. Originally, they were talking about the Great World, but Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic to the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors. Chang Tian's mind was so sharp that he immediately saw through it. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, when I first entered Star Boundary, this junior had interacted with the descendants of Wukong and was lucky enough to obtain the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. But at that time, this junior's cultivation had reached a certain level, and I didn't intend to cultivate another secret art, so I left it aside. Later, I learned that the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art is not something that everyone can cultivate. Although this secret art is powerful, it has great drawbacks. Now, it seems that I'm quite lucky. If he had really cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art back then, his mind might have already been distorted. Although his physical fitness was strong, he was inferior to a Dharma body in some aspects." Chang Tian gently nodded and said, "The more powerful a secret art is, the harsher the requirements are. The way of heaven is to take from the excess and make up for the deficiency. This is the only reasonable way." Yang Kai continued, "This junior also has a thing called the sealed world bead, which has a world of its own inside." He pointed forward and said, "This is the prototype of this world. Whether it is the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art or the sealed world bead, there is nothing special about either one. But when this junior combined the two, a very magical thing happened." What happened? Even though he had some guesses in his heart, Chang Tian couldn't help but ask. The small sealed world can actually devour other spaces to strengthen itself, which is why Senior saw the scene today. Chang Tian turned his head and looked around, sighing, "No wonder this world is so vast, but it is uninhabited since it was a new world formed by devouring those disappeared continents. Naturally, there were no living creatures." After thinking about it, Chang Tian said, "But didn't you say that you didn't cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art? How did you combine it with the sealed world bead?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "This junior indeed didn't cultivate it, but this didn't prevent this junior from using the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art to stimulate the sealed world bead. If it weren't for the embodiment, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to do this. It was because the embodiment had cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art and had a very deep understanding of this peerless secret art that Yang Kai could use the information transmitted to him by the embodiment to successfully stimulate the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable." Chang Tian clicked his tongue in wonder. If what you said is true, the disappeared continents could form the current situation, and if you let your sealed world bead devour those intact continents. Senior's thoughts are exactly what I want. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The demon territory is falling apart, and there aren't many continents left. Sooner or later, they will disappear from the map of the demon territory. Instead of letting them disappear, it's better to let me devour them and rebuild a new world. If this can really be done, then all the creatures in the demon territory can settle down in this new world, and the war between the two worlds can end. Even Senior and everyone in the 100-spirit continent can find a home in this new world, and you don't have to hide in a corner and be bullied by other demon saint." As soon as this was said, Chang Tian's eyes flashed, as if he saw a broad road paved under his feet. But with his strength, even if he valued Yang Kai very much, he couldn't be persuaded with just a few words. After a while, Chang Tian calmly said, "The sealed world bead is one of your trump cards, right? Aren't you afraid of exposing it in front of this king? Something that could potentially evolve into a great world was a precious treasure to anyone, and even those demon saint would be jealous of it." Yang Kai smiled when he heard this. The sealed world bead is indeed this junior's trump card. But since this junior has this idea, its existence will be revealed to the world sooner or later. In the early years, this junior hid the sealed world bead because this junior's strength wasn't enough to protect such a treasure. But now, this junior is a high-ranked demon king, and I have some ability to protect myself. So what if this junior is exposed? Besides, although the sealed world bead is precious, it's just an inanimate object. It needs the cooperation of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to have the ability to devour space. And the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, besides Wukong, this junior is the only one who has mastered it. Chang Tian chuckled. You're telling me this today because you want this king to help you? Yang Kai said seriously, creating a new world is not something this junior can do alone, and in the entire demon territory. Only Senior is worthy of my trust. I hope Senior can lend me a hand. Yang Kai didn't know if Chang Tian was worthy of his trust. After all, they hadn't known each other for a long time, and he didn't understand Chang Tian's temperament. However, it was a fact that Chang Tian didn't have much lifespan left, and he had no one to rely on in the future of the 100-spirit continent. Therefore, with such a way out in front of him, Yang Kai believed that Chang Tian would make the right choice. Chang Tian didn't answer immediately, but his expression was solemn. After a long time, he slowly said, It's not that this king doesn't want to believe you, but words have no proof. If this world can really evolve, like you said, and eventually become an existence like the demon territory, then what's wrong with this king helping you? Then how does Senior want me to prove it? Yang Kai asked. Chang Tian smiled. 1,000 words are better than seeing it with your own eyes. Chapter 3577. The thick door of the main hall opened a crack, and Yang Kai came out. 3 pairs of eyes looked at him from outside the door. They were Black Lotus, White Lotus, and Bai Ya. Seeing Yang Kai, Bai Ya couldn't help but sigh. Being stared at by 2 half-saint twins in this godforsaken place was really stressful. Yang Kai nodded slightly at Black Lotus and White Lotus and said, Thank you for your hard work. I'll take my leave first. Black Lotus stepped forward and said, Master, do you have any other orders? Yang Kai smiled and said, Senior is going into seclusion. I don't have any other orders. Black Lotus nodded and didn't say anything else. She watched Yang Kai and Bai Ya leave. After leaving the Bai Ling continent, he summoned the 500,000 proud snow ice guards and summoned wind. Yang Kai mounted his horse and said to Bai Ya, Brother Bai Ya, you and I will go first. The proud snow ice guards will return on their own. Bai Ya nodded and said something to the 5 proud snow ice guards. Then she and Yang Kai rushed to the nearby realm gate. Halfway there, Yang Kai asked, Brother Bai Ya, which continent in Saint Master Bei Limo's territory doesn't have a half-saint? Bai Ya didn't know why he asked this, but it wasn't a secret. She thought for a while and casually said a list of continents. Although Bei Limo controlled dozens of continents, not all of them had a master. She only had a dozen half-saint subordinates, less than 20 in total. A half-saint was in charge of a continent, and more than half of the continents were under the management of the high-ranked Demon King, just like the situation of the Cloud Shadow continent. Then let's go to the Tianmu continent. Yang Kai randomly chose one. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to go to the Tianmu continent, Bai Ya still felt uneasy. She had a feeling that Yang Kai's trip to the Tianmu continent was not a good thing. At the same time, in the small sealed world, Chang Tian stood on the peak of the mountain, looking into the distance with his hands behind his back. A low-ranked demon king stood behind him, trembling. From time to time, he looked up at Chang Tian's back, his forehead beaded with sweat. This low-ranked demon king was none other than Huoluan was naturally the only resident of the territory. Originally, he was quite happy to see someone of the same race in this damned place. However, when he found out the identity of the person in front of him, he suddenly felt like he was walking on thin ice. He was the master of the 100-spirit continent, an existence comparable to the demon saint. Everyone in the demon region knew of Chang Tian's name. Huoluan felt dizzy. A lowly nobody suddenly met the strongest existence in the world. No one could remain calm. What made Hulun feel the most uncomfortable was that this master had been standing there without moving since he arrived. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Chang Tian suddenly asked, "How long have you been here?" The sudden voice startled Hulun. After he reacted, he immediately replying to Master, "This little one has been here for more than a year. What did this place look like when you first came here?" Chang Tian asked again. Hulun said, "It's not much different from what Master sees now. It's just that the world energy and world principles in this place were not as good as they are now. Even our territory has expanded many times in the past year. Why are there such changes? This little one doesn't know." Hulun wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. This little one was caught and imprisoned here. One day, after 2 months, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Then a lot of world fragments rushed in from the crack. Those fragments melted away before they fell to the ground. It felt like the world had digested them. Digested? Chang Tian raised an eyebrow. Yes. It's just like how we eat in the demon race. It's just that the speed of digestion is too fast. As the world fragments were digested, some changes gradually occurred in this world. Hulun cautiously looked at Chang Tian's back. He was hesitating whether he should tell Chang Tian about his harvest or not. When the world first changed, he picked up a lot of good things. He even picked up a semi-sage space ring. He didn't know whether Chang Tian's appearance here had anything to do with those things. But what if Chang Tian wanted to take back those things if he spoke about it? That was something he couldn't get even in 100 lifetimes. Just as he was worrying about his gains and losses, Chang Tian said, "What is the crack in the sky like? What are the world fragments like? Tell me in detail." Hulun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly recounted everything he had seen in the past year. Chang Tian didn't have any reaction and just listened, causing Hulun's heart to be in turmoil. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and be killed by this great figure before him. However, he was slightly relieved that Chang Tian didn't mention anything about the half-saint's relics. The Sky Martial Continent was not close to the Bai Ling continent. However, after leaving behind the 500,000 proud snow ice guards, there was only Yongkai and Bai Ya. Naturally, their speed was much faster than before. In just a few days, the two of them arrived at the Sky Martial Continent. Yongkai stopped when he rushed in from the realm gate. Bai Ya turned to look at him. "Brother Yang, why are you coming to the Sky Martial Continent? Is there someone you know here?" "No." Yongkai shook his head. "But I need this continent." "You need this continent?" Bai Ya frowned. "Brother Bai Ya, please don't be impatient. No matter what you see later, please don't be too surprised." Yongkai smiled at him. "What do you mean?" Bai Ya was stunned. Yongkai didn't answer. He just flipped his hand, and a pearl suddenly appeared in his palm. Then he threw the pearl into the air and formed a seal with both hands. He pointed at the pearl. A beam of profound light shot out and hit the bead. In the next moment, the light in the sky was suddenly covered, and a huge shadow covered the land. Bai Ya looked up and couldn't help but gape. In the sky, a strange creature with a round body and a wide tail appeared. It looked like a fat fish. The creature was thousands of kilometers long, and the shadow it cast covered the land for thousands of kilometers. As soon as the creature appeared, spatial cracks appeared and disappeared. At the same time, Bai Ya could clearly feel the space around the continent trembling. Layers of clear spatial ripples spread out in all directions with the huge creature as the epicenter. Wherever the invisible ripples passed, countless tiny cracks appeared. For some reason, in that instant, Bai Ya felt as if the entire Sky Martial Continent was about to burst. Rolling. This was not the first time Bai Ya had seen a rolling. In the past year, he had been following Yongkai and had been brought to the disappearing continent by Yongkai. He had seen the rolling swallow the fragments of the continent with his own eyes. However, it was in the disappearing continent after all. Those continents were broken and no living creature survived. Therefore, even though he was shocked, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He just thought it was a waste. However, this was the Sky Marshall continent. This continent was still intact, and there were hundreds of millions of living creatures living there. Yang Kai wanted to swallow it. He was crazy. "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" Baya suddenly turned his head and looked at Yang Kai coldly. His killing intent was concealed. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't feel anything. He was still writing on Jue Feng. He smiled and said, "Brother Baya, have you sent a message to the Lord about us coming to the Sky Marshall continent?" Along the way, some of Baya's little tricks could not be hidden from Yang Kai. In the past half a year, Baya had been in contact with Bei Li Mo. However, Yang Kai pretended not to know about it. Anyway, in his plan, Bei Li Mo was the second person to know about his plan after Chang Tian. He had asked Baya to let Bei Li Mo know in advance so that he didn't have to explain to her. Baya said coldly, "The Lord is on the way. Brother Yang, please don't make a mistake." Yang Kai said, "That's good. I want to talk to her face to face." Baya was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Kai to not even care about Bei Li Mo. However, the current situation was critical. If she really let him do it, the Sky Marshall continent would disappear in a few days. The only person who could stop him now was herself. Even though she knew that Jue Feng was not to be trifled with, Baya still said coldly, "Brother Yang, please stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering our old friendship." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "Since I've already started, I can't stop now. Brother Baya, why don't you ask the Lord again and see what her attitude is?" Baya's face was solemn. She looked at Jue Feng, who was under Yang Kai's crotch. Her face revealed a trace of fear. She quickly took out an item to contact Bei Li Mo and inform her of the situation. While he was conversing with Bei Li Mo, Raleigh had already opened its mouth wide enough to devour the heavens and earth and plunged its head down. Silently, everything in the path of the rolling stone turned into nothingness. Even under Baya's gaze, a city not far away was directly swallowed by the rolling stone. None of the millions of demon race living in the city escaped. Baya's face suddenly became extremely ferocious. Just as she was about to act recklessly, Bei Li Mo replied. Seeing the Lord's message, Baya was stunned again. She clenched her fists angrily and said, "The Lord will be here soon. I hope Brother Yang can still be so calm by then." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders indifferently. At the same time, in the small sealed world, Huilun shouted in surprise on top of a mountain, "Master, that crack, that crack." Every time that crack appears in the sky, fragments of the mainland will be swallowed up. He didn't need to remind him, as Chang Tian had already noticed it. Chang Tian squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the huge crack with anticipation. After a while, as Huilun said, fragments of the mainland were swallowed up. As if confirming his words, Huilun shouted excitedly, "See, Master, I was right. After these fragments are swallowed up, they will be digested immediately, and nothing will be left behind." Chapter 3578. As soon as Huilun's voice fell, the fragment that was swallowed began to melt rapidly, as if it was really being digested by this world. In the blink of an eye, the huge fragment had shrunk significantly, and as it fell, its size was also shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. But after a short while, Huilun's mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist inside. That was because the fragment of the continent hadn't completely melted away. There was still a part left, and that part looked like a city. A city? Huilun couldn't believe his eyes. Over the past year or so, he had long been accustomed to the scene in front of him, except for the first time when he had a harvest and picked up a lot of good things. Most of the other times he had seen the same thing, but this was the first time a city had appeared here. Just as he was wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him, some small black dots suddenly flew out from the city. Huoluan focused his eyes and saw that these black dots were actually members of the demon race. These demon race members obviously lived in the city, and with such a sudden change, they all flew out of the city to investigate the situation. At first glance, the city that they had lived in for so long was actually floating in the air and slowly falling down, causing them to shout and shout. Because they were too far away, Huoluan couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could clearly see the panic on their faces and their hand gestures. More and more black dots flew out from the city, densely packed, as if a swarm of locusts had appeared in the sky. But there were even more members of the demon race who weren't strong enough to stay in the city, running around in panic, as if doomsday had arrived. What's going on? Huoluan's face turned pale as he muttered to himself. Such a city, even in the entire territory of the demon race, was not small. So why was it swallowed up? And where did the city come from? Chong Tian still stood there, his body motionless, his expression as calm as an ancient well, but his eyes overflowed with excitement. A moment later, the city slowly landed on the ground. It was as if there was an invisible hand holding the bottom of the city and gently lowering it down. Apart from causing the city to shake slightly and some houses to collapse, the city did not suffer much damage. From this day onward, a new city of the demon clan would be built on the plains in the distance. Another crack appeared in the sky, and a fragment of the continent slowly emerged from it. Another crack appeared. In less than an hour, countless cracks had appeared in the sky. Fragments of the continent were constantly being swallowed by those cracks, and occasionally some huge figures of cities would fall down. The world was undergoing some silent changes. Outside the sealed world bead, in the void, Baya looked forward with a pale face, a chill spreading all over her body. Not everyone could witness the gradual encroachment of an intact continent. After the encroachment, the space would turn into nothingness and return to chaos. The undercurrent of the void would roll up a storm in that nothingness. Even though he was a semi-sage expert, he could still feel the danger in it. If he were to be sucked into it, he might get lost and never find the way back. Madman. This guy is simply a madman. Bo-ya turned his head, the corners of his eyes twitching as he stared at Yang Kai. How could he have imagined that this person would be so deranged? In such a short period of time, a perfectly good continent had been turned into such a mess by him. The Sky Martial Continent was destroyed. Even if the rolling stopped now, this continent would never return to how it was before. It could even be said that because a part of it had been swallowed up, the area where it was swallowed up formed a nothingness. Under the influence of this nothingness, the Sky Martial Continent would fall apart sooner or later. He kept reporting the situation here to Bei Li Mo, who was rushing over. There was no response from the Holy Senior, but Baya could still feel Bei Li Mo's anger. This guy is dead. How dare he mess with the Holy Senior? The Holy Senior will definitely cut him into pieces without any room for negotiation. Thinking of this, Baya looked at Yang Kai with some pity, but at the same time, she felt a little excited. If the Holy Senior really wants to kill Yang Kai in a fit of anger, wouldn't it be better for me to do it? I can take the opportunity to snatch the opportunity of the great emperors from him, and become a demon saint is just around the corner. After a day, about a fifth of the Sky Martial Continent had been swallowed up. The complete continent was like a pancake that had been taken a big bite out of. At this time, there was a fluctuation from the realm gate behind Yang Kai and Baya. Then, Bei Li Mo suddenly appeared, not far away. She had rushed all the way and finally arrived. Her pair of phoenix eyes swept around and immediately saw the endless nothingness. Feeling the strange aura from the nothingness, Bei Li Mo's expression changed slightly. Looking into the distance, she could faintly see a huge round object that was rolling around the edge of the Sky Martial Continent. Wherever it passed, the Sky Martial Continent would constantly shrink. It could be imagined that it would not be long before this huge object ate up the entire Sky Martial Continent. At that time, there would only be nothingness left. Yang Kai, you're courting death. Bei Li Mo gritted her teeth and turned to glare at Yang Kai. Her murderous intent was almost tangible. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Holy Senior, why are you so angry?" Looking at his nonchalant expression, Bei Li Mo was so angry that she couldn't help but laugh. "This noble lady gave you everything you asked of me. I even gave you 500,000 proud snow ice guards and even sent Boya to protect you. Is this how you repay me?" While she was talking, Baya had already secretly activated her magical energy. Once the Holy Senior gave the order, she would immediately attack Yang Kai. Since the Holy Senior was here, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything. Baya seemed to see a golden continent under her feet, and she was a little excited. This was truly a case of the evils of heaven being forgiven, but the evils brought on by oneself were the hardest to bear. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know that the Holy Senior has been good to me. That's why I want to show the Holy Senior a way out." As he spoke, he secretly sent a message to Bei Li Mo, "Don't make too much of a fuss. Don't blame me if you can't find a way out." Bei Li Mo's breath stagnated, and she gritted her teeth. She laughed coldly and said, "Destroying my continent is a way out? Shouldn't I thank you?" "No need to thank me. Wait until you meet someone." Yang Kai glanced at her. "Who?" Bei Li Mo frowned. "Don't resist," Yang Kai said, and stretched out his hand. Bei Li Mo hesitated for a moment. She had indeed let her guard down. She had no choice but to let her guard down. She was now under the control of Yang Kai. There was no point in resisting in front of him. She might even let Baya see through her. If that happened, she would lose face as the Holy Senior. His big hand gently patted Bei Li Mo's shoulder, and she disappeared in an instant. Baya was shocked and immediately shouted, "Yang Kai, what did you do to the Holy Senior?" In his anger, he even stopped calling him Brother Yang and called him by his name. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Brother Baya, don't be impatient. If the Holy Senior is unwilling, what do you think I can do to her with my strength?" Hearing this, Baya thought about it for a moment and felt that it made sense. Just now, it was obvious that the Saint Senior did not resist at all, so he had probably communicated with Yang Kai. Baya was puzzled. The Sky Martial Continent was already in such a state, so why didn't the Saint Senior hurry up and capture Yang Kai, instead trusting him so much? Inside the small sealed world, Chang Tian, who was watching the changes in the world, suddenly frowned and turned around. He saw a graceful figure suddenly appear behind him. Bei Li Mo? Chang Tian raised his brow. Chang Tian. Bei Li Mo looked over, and her face darkened. At this time, she knew who Yang Kai wanted her to meet. She had long heard that the stinky brat had a good relationship with the 100-spirit continent. Chang Tian even gave away his mount in the past. Now it seemed that it was true. Bei. Hulun was dumbfounded. He trembled for a long time and couldn't say a complete sentence. If it was just the name Bei Li Mo, Hulun wouldn't have thought too much. The key point was that the silver-haired woman in front of him looked exactly like the rumors. She even dared to call out Chang Tian's name in front of the 100-spirit continent's master. In the entire demon territory, there was only one person with such an image, one of the 12 holy seniors, the Snow Demon Master. Hulun only felt dizzy. It was rare to see a demon king like him, even a half-saint, let alone a demon saint. However, a master of the 100-spirit continent suddenly appeared in front of him a few days ago. Today, Another snow demon master came. What the hell was this place? Why did it attract so many masters? In his panic, Hulun quickly bowed his head and greeted, "Greetings, holy senior." Bei Li Mo only glanced at him. She was surprised to see a low-ranked demon king by Chang Tian's side. She didn't pay much attention to him and just asked coldly, "Why are you here? Where is this place?" Just now, Yang Kai only asked her to relax her resistance. Then she appeared in front of her in a blur. She didn't expect Chang Tian to appear in front of her. The relationship between the demon saint and Chang Tian wasn't very good. At this moment, Bei Li Mo couldn't help but be a little vigilant. She wondered if the stinky brat wanted to use Chang Tian to harm her. However, since he had planted the soul brand in her mind, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. "I have the same reason why you are here," Chang Tian laughed. In fact, he was also a little surprised that Bei Li Mo would appear here. "As for where this place is, didn't that young brat tell you?" Bei Li Mo snorted coldly. That stinky brat didn't say anything. She turned around and didn't see anyone else. So she asked suspiciously, "Where is that bastard?" Hey, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not something a holy senior should do. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from above her head. "What can you do about this senior's actions?" Bei Li Mo was indignant. She released her divine sense but still couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and said, "Come out! What are you doing sneaking around?" Chapter 3579. Since when have I been sneaking around? Yang Kai was a little unhappy. "Then why don't you show yourself?" Bei Li Mo snorted. Since Yang Kai did not show himself, she felt that he was up to something and had to be on guard. "It's not convenient," Yang Kai said bluntly. He could use his close connection with the sealed world bead to send Bei Li Mo in, but if he were to come in, there would be no one outside to look after him. What if something unexpected happened? Bei Li Mo was furious, but there was nothing she could do about Yang Kai. Her face was as cold as ice. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chang Tian revealed a look of interest. If Bei Li Mo was replaced by Yu Rumeng, he could understand. After all, everyone in the demon territory knew that Yu Rumeng had a special impression of Yang Kai. But the key point was that this was Bei Li Mo. Yang Kai's attitude was so bad, but Bei Li Mo was able to tolerate it. Furthermore, what method did Yang Kai use to get Bei Li Mo here? Was Bei Li Mo not wary of him at all? What was the relationship between the two of them? Chang Tian suddenly felt that he could not see through Yang Kai. He originally thought that he was just a high-grade demon king with the bloodline of the dragon race. He hoped that Yang Kai would be his successor and protect the 100-spirit continent in the future. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was shrouded in a layer of fog? While Chang Tian was pondering, Bei Li Mo also discovered that this place was strange. There were huge spatial cracks everywhere. And from these cracks, fragments of the continent were constantly being swallowed, disappearing without a trace. Occasionally, one or two cities would fly down and firmly take root in the ground. Countless demon race members were flying in the sky, panicking. Needless to say, Bei Li Mo knew that the demon race were the people of the Sky Martial Continent, and the fragments that were being swallowed were the fragments of the Sky Martial Continent. Thinking back to what she had seen, Bei Li Mo's expression turned cold. What is this place? Ever since she entered, there was a layer of invisible force that bound her like shackles, making her feel very uncomfortable. This place gave her the feeling that it was the demon territory, but not the demon territory. This is a large world. Yang Kai's voice came from the sky. Bei Li Mo immediately sneered. What a joke! What kind of large world is this? The Devil Domain was a great world, and so was the Star Realm. Although she had never been to the Star Realm, she knew that since it was able to give birth to someone like the Great Emperor, the laws of heaven and earth in the Star Realm would definitely not be weaker than the Devil Domain. The two worlds were at the same level. Bailey Mo frowned. One day? Don't be impatient, just wait and see. No matter how much Bailey Mo shouted. There was no response from Yang Kai, causing her to almost explode in anger. Chang Tian's expression became more and more thought-provoking. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would never believe that Yang Kai would dare to treat a demon saint like that. After scolding herself for a while, seeing that Yang Kai was indeed ignoring her, Bailey Mo gritted her teeth and looked at Chang Tian, wanting to get some information from him. But the most hateful thing was that Chang Tian actually had his back facing her, with his hands behind his back, as if he was riding the wind, causing Bailey Mo to grit her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Behind the two of them, Hualun was like a quail in winter, shivering. Time passed slowly, and the strange scene in the sky did not stop. At a certain moment, Chang Tian, who had been calm all this time, suddenly had a change in expression. Even Bailey Mo, who was sulking, was surprised. Chang Tian turned around and looked at her. When their eyes met, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Now was not the time to be angry with Chang Tian and Yang Kai, so Bailey Mo stepped forward and stood side by side with Chang Tian. The mountain breeze blew, causing Bailey Mo's snow-white hair to flutter in the wind. "You feel it, don't you?" Chang Tian asked. Bailey Mo gently nodded. "It seems that my feeling was not wrong." Chang Tian slowly shook his head in disbelief. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that such a thing could happen in this world. If this is the case, Yang Boy's plan may actually work." "What is his plan? Why is he destroying my continent for no reason?" Bailey Mo followed the topic. Chang Tian said, "Is this a piece of land in your territory?" Bailey Mo gritted her teeth. "Of course. If not, why do you think the senior would come looking for him? That bastard actually destroyed my continent without saying a word. Sooner or later I will make him pay." Chang Tian smiled slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, "His actions are not without reason. He is simply verifying a future direction." Bailey Mo looked at him and did not ask any more questions. Since Chang Tian had already spoken, it was obvious that he had already explained a thing or two to her. Yang Boy has an object in his hands called a sealed world bead, a world of its own inside, which is the space you and I are currently in. This space has the ability to swallow other spaces and strengthen itself. What you see in front of you is the broken continents that have long since disappeared from the demon territory. According to Yang Boy, these broken continents have long since collapsed, their world principles withered, and all life extinguished. But it was these broken continents that were swallowed by that thing that formed the embryonic form of this world. How is that possible? Bailey Mo exclaimed. Although she did not know what the disappeared continents eventually became, what Chang Tian said was simply too incredible. At first, I also thought it was somewhat impossible. Chang Tian slowly shook his head and laughed. But after seeing the scene in front of me, I have no choice but to believe it. Bailey Mo was stunned, turning her head to look at the crack in the sky, her eyes slightly absent-minded. Just as Chang Tian said before, 1,000 words were not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. Before she came here, she saw with her own eyes that a huge monster was swallowing the Sky Marshall continent, and the entire continent had already been swallowed by it. After entering, she saw the fragments of the continent melting into this world, and the cities falling in an orderly manner all over this world, and the demon race living in those cities were also swallowed up. If that was all, it would be fine, but the key was that as this world continued to be swallowed up, some changes were happening. These changes were very subtle, and ordinary people would not be able to detect them, but they could not hide from her and Chang Tian's perception. It was because of these changes that Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian had a conversation at the beginning. The world principles of this world were a little thicker, and the world energy had also become a little more vigorous. And as time passed, these changes became more and more obvious. Why is he doing this? Bei Li Mo frowned and asked. He said that he wants to quell the flames of war between the two realms and find another place for the demon race to settle down. Chang Tian replied indifferently, but in my opinion, he should be trying to protect the star realm. He is already a member of the demon race. Bei Li Mo's face sank. If it was said that when she first met Yang Kai was still a human, then after completely becoming the demon race, Yang Kai's identity had quietly changed, and his body was filled with demonic qi. If this was not a demon race, what could it be? But his heart is in the star realm. Chang Tian smiled slightly. Humph! Bei Li Mo sneered. How can the flames of war between the two realms be so easily quelled? Since the war has begun, who would be willing to give up without fighting to the death? You're right, but if he has enough strength to intervene, it may not be impossible. Chang Tian pointed with a finger. And this world is his capital. Those who play with fire will burn themselves, Bei Li Mo said indignantly. Obviously, these words were meant for Yang Kai to hear because she knew that although Yang Kai did not speak, he was definitely paying attention to this side. Chang Tian did not say anything else and quietly paid attention to the changes in this world. Since he did not speak, Bei Li Mo could only keep her thoughts to herself. About 5 days after Bei Li Mo entered the sealed world bead, the cracks in the sky began to close again, and when the last one disappeared, no more fragments were swallowed up. At this time, whether it was Bei Li Mo or Chang Tian, both could clearly perceive that this world had changed greatly compared to before. Although it was still far inferior to the demon territory, it was at least stronger than before. Yang Kai's voice sounded again in the sky. Senior, this is just the result of swallowing a single continent. What do you think? To be honest, Yang Kai himself was a little surprised. The small sealed world swallowing the heaven, devouring great emperor's martial continent brought far more benefits to this world than he had imagined. If the small sealed world was really compared to a person's stomach, then the shattered continents it had swallowed before were like vegetables, while the heaven martial continent was a fragrant plate of crystal pork shoulder. The benefits it brought to the small sealed world were vastly different. Swallowing a single heaven martial continent was more than swallowing 10 shattered continents. The reason for this was that the shattered continent's world principles had withered while the heaven martial continent's world principles were relatively perfect. Unexpected, but still a long way to go, Chang Tian said lightly. Yang Kai laughed. At the very least, this is a good start. I believe that as long as we devour enough continents, this place will become a complete great world one day. At that time, it won't be any worse than the demon domain. Bei Li Mo was startled. Little brat, could it be you still have ideas about me? I'm warning you. The heaven martial continent is one thing, but if you dare. At this point, Bei Li Mo suddenly snorted, her face turning slightly pale, unable to continue speaking, only anger remaining on her face. Chang Tian glanced at her in amazement, his brow furrowed, as if he had seen through something, a look of shock appearing on his face. After hesitating for a moment, Chang Tian said, "This is a matter of universal condemnation. The demon saint won't just stand by and watch. If you really do this, I'm afraid you will stand on the opposite side of the entire demon territory at that time. Who knows how many demon saint will want to take your life? Are you sure you want to do this?" Chapter 3580. The arrow has already been knocked, so it has to be fired. Yang Kai's voice was firm and decisive. Since ancient times, those without help are more likely to succeed. So, I need both of you to lend me a hand. Bei Li Mo immediately said coldly, "I don't agree. That's not up to you." Yang Kai snorted coldly. He still needed to persuade Chang Tian, but he had already decided to make a move on Bay. Li Mo Sky Martial Continent was just the beginning. Even if Bay Li Mo didn't agree, it was useless. He could just swallow up all the territories under Bay Li Mo's control one by one. When that time comes, Bay Li Mo would have no choice but to join him. In this matter, she didn't have a choice at all. Seeing Yang Kai being so overbearing, Bei Li Mo's expression turned even uglier. Chang Tian looked at her with a smile and said, "Why are you so indignant?" What Yang Kai said was right. The demon territory won't last long. If we can exchange a broken demon territory for an intact demon territory, it's not a bad deal. For anyone. Bei Li Mo turned to look at him and sneered. "Aren't you afraid that he'll burn the bridge after crossing the river?" Chang Tian smiled slightly. "I don't have much time left. I just want to find a way out for the 100-spirit continent. I don't ask for too much." Bei Li Mo was stunned, but she immediately smiled again. "Well, as long as you let him swallow your 100-spirit continent first, I'll agree. What do you think?" Unlike other demon saint, although Chang Tian was also a demon saint, he only had the 100-spirit continent under his control. It wouldn't hurt him to swallow the Sky Martial Continent, but if the 100-spirit continent was swallowed up, Chang Tian would have no way out. What's more, Yang Kai had already put it that way, so she couldn't refuse at all. But if she could drag Chang Tian down with her in advance, then she would have less to worry about. After all, she couldn't be the only one to suffer. Chang Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What a good plan, madam." Bei Li Mo snorted coldly. "Don't tell me you don't even have this awareness." Chang Tian nodded slightly and said, "Madam is right. Let's start with my 100-spirit continent." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Senior, do you agree? If you can agree to a few of my conditions." "Senior, please go ahead," Yang Kai said seriously. "Treat all the living beings of the 100-spirit continent kindly. Do not send them to their deaths for no reason." "Ooh." Yang Kai laughed. "That's not a problem. Even if Senior didn't say so, I wouldn't have done that. Secondly, I want a territory 10 times the size of the 100-spirit continent." Chang Tian continued. "That's not a problem." Yang Kai agreed without hesitation. The 100-spirit continent was just a single continent, and 10 times the territory was equivalent to 10 continents. Bei Li Mo already controlled several dozen continents, so when the time came, all she had to do was to share some of the profits with him to satisfy this condition. What's more, the newly expanded territory in the small sealed world was a combination of dozens of continents. It was many times larger than the 100-spirit continent. This condition was not a problem for Yang Kai. He could easily fulfill it. The third condition, Chang Tian paused for a moment and smiled. "The third condition is not a condition. It's just that your plan is too big. If you only rely on this Senior and Madam Bei, I'm afraid it won't be enough. You will need other help to succeed." Yang Kai said, "Ru Meng should be fine." Chang Tian obviously thought of this too. He nodded slightly and said, "If you Ru Meng is also included, well, this king agrees." "Thank you, Senior." Yang Kai was overjoyed. The stone in his heart was finally lifted. He secretly planned to go to the 100-spirit continent and devour it. When the time came, there would be no turning back. It would be impossible for Chang Tian to go back on his word. "I also have a condition," Bei Li Mo shouted. Yang Kai was in a good mood and was too lazy to argue with her. He said, "What are your conditions? Let's hear them." Bei Li Mo gritted her teeth and said, "You should know what my condition is." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he replied, "Good. I will fulfill your wish after the matter is settled." Although Bei Li Mo did not say it explicitly, for her, the most important thing now was to regain her freedom and remove the soul brand that Yang Kai had planted in her knowledge sea. Bei Limo's eyelashes trembled, but she did not say anything more. After everything was agreed, a crack suddenly appeared in front of the two. Yang Kai's voice came, "Please move." Chang Tian and Bei Liemo looked at each other and rushed into the crack. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Huoluan standing alone on the mountain peak. The wind blew, and his whole body was cold. After the crack in front of him disappeared, Huoluan fell to the ground and gasped for breath. The reason why he was so frightened was not because he saw two great devil saints, but because the two great devil saints were discussing something with the voice that came from the sky. After hearing something that he should not have heard, the only result was to be silenced. In that short period of time, he felt like he was on the brink of death countless times. Fortunately, the end result was not bad. Those Master Realm Masters did not seem to be interested in him, so he saved his life. Outside the sealed world bead, Chang Tian and Bei Liemo appeared together and cast their gazes towards the bead in Yang Kai's hand. The two of them knew that this should be the sealed world bead with its own independent world inside. Bai cupped her fists. "Greetings, Holy Senior." "Greetings, Master Chang Tian." Bei Liemo nodded lightly, while Chang Tian smiled at Yang Kai. "Don't forget what you promised me. I will be waiting for you and Holy Senior Dream in the 100 Spirit Continent." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Senior, please take care." Chang Tian nodded. With a flash of his body, he vanished from the spot. After he left, Bei Liemo looked at Yang Kai with gritted teeth and sneered, "Are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "Holy Senior, you don't have to be so bitter. If this matter succeeds, it will be good for both of us." Bei Liemo wanted to say something, but Yang Kai did not give her the chance. After saying goodbye, he also left through the world gate. Bai Yi looked in the direction Yang Kai left and whispered, "Holy Senior, the Sky Martial Continent is destroyed. Are we just going to let this matter go? What else do you want?" Bei Liemo looked at him sideways. Bai Yi said, "Do you want me to gather some people?" As she spoke, she made a throat-slitting gesture with her hand. "Go where?" Bei Liemo was furious. She could not vent her anger in front of Yang Kai, so she vented all her anger on Bai Yi. "Can you beat him? Don't embarrass me. Inform all the half-step sages that are still in my territory to go to Proud Snow Ice Palace. I have something to tell them." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Boya. He turned around and walked towards the realm gate, leaving her with his back facing her. Bai Yi was embarrassed and touched her nose helplessly. She did not dare to stay there for long, and hurriedly left. The Sky Martial Continent was swallowed up, and the space where the continent was originally located was now empty. Under the turbulence of the void, even the World Gate had become unstable. It would not be long before the World Gate disappeared. If he waited until the World Gate collapsed, he would not be able to leave Phantom Continent, Holy City. As the center of Uru Meng's territory, Holy City did not seem to be affected by the war between the two worlds. It was still bustling with people coming and going like a tide. Demon commanders and demon kings could be found everywhere in Holy City. 200 miles outside Holy City was Uru Meng's palace. At this moment, in a secret room under the palace, Uru Meng was sitting cross-legged. She was forming hand seals with one hand and holding a purple fruit under her nose with the other. As she breathed in and out, wisps of purple aura floated from the purple fruit and was absorbed into her body. In the battle of eternal heaven, almost all the demon saint had been injured, and Uru Meng was no exception. One of her soul fragments had been cut off, and her soul consciousness was damaged. This kind of injury could not be healed in a day or two. For the past year or so, she had been healing her injuries. Presumably, the other demon saint whose soul fragments were cut off were the same. Today, the injury to her soul consciousness was finally about to be healed. Suddenly, Yu Meng seemed to have sensed something and opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, and there seemed to be stars flowing inside them. They were as dazzling as a star field. Gently biting her red lips, Yu Meng snorted coldly and continued to absorb the aura from the purple fruit with her eyes closed. But this time, she could not calm down no matter what. The purple aura that floated under her nose was like a lost lamb. It no longer flowed into her body, but instead coiled around her for a while before disappearing. Inside the palace, Yang Kai walked like a dragon on the ground and a tiger on the ground, rampaging all the way. He kept shouting like he was in a dream. A group of guards who tried to stop him were knocked all over the place. A charming maid followed him step by step and blocked his way. She said anxiously, "Prince, this is the palace of the Holy Sage. Don't make so much noise. If the Holy Sage finds out, she will be angry." Yang Kai walked forward and stared at her. "Get out of my way. Don't block the way." As he spoke, he reached out and pushed the maid aside, almost causing her to fall to the ground. After walking around in a big circle, he did not find any trace of Yu Meng. However, this ruckus alarmed many of the palace's guards. They surrounded him and stared at him covetously. Yang Kai stood in the same place and scratched his head. He turned to look at the maid who spoke just now and asked, "Where is the Holy Sage? Why is there no trace of her?" The maid shook her head. "I don't know." Yang Kai asked the guards again, "Do you know where the Holy Sage is now?" Not only did the guards ignore him, but they also looked at him with a dignified face, as if they were facing a great enemy. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and simply closed his eyes, silently perceiving his surroundings. Although the heart seal secret technique had been transferred to the soul warming lotus by some means, this secret technique had not lost its effect. If he used this secret technique to sense with his heart, he would be able to determine Yu Meng's position. Of course, the premise was that they were not too far away, otherwise it would be useless. After a while, Yang Kai's expression changed. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Chuckling, the space principles fluctuated, and he disappeared. Chapter 3581. Soon, someone knocked on the door of the secret chamber, accompanied by Yang Kai's voice. "Rumeng, Madam Meng, I'm back," sitting cross-legged in the secret chamber. Yu Meng was both amused and annoyed when she heard this. What did this dead man think of her palace as? That he could come and go as he pleased? More than a year ago, Yang Kai left this place, and not long after, news of Yin Si's death came. Yang Kai was also seriously injured that day, and his whereabouts were unknown. She immediately ordered people to find Yang Kai and bring him back to the holy city. Unfortunately, the people she sent were a step too late. By the time they found where Yang Kai was staying, Yang Kai had already left. After that, she learned that Yang Kai went to various continents in the demon territory to repair and maintain the realm gates. She also heard that Bai Ye and 500,000 proud snow ice guards were traveling with him. After confirming that he could protect himself, Yu Meng didn't pay much attention to him. She was also injured and urgently needed to recover, so she came to this secret chamber and healed until today. This dead man actually has the face to come back. Gently gritting her teeth, Yu Meng simply ignored him. The knocking on the door continued for a long time, and Yang Kai kept calling her name, but he didn't get any response at all. Knowing that this woman must still be angry, Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling somewhat helpless. In terms of strength, he was not as good as Yu Meng. If he really couldn't win against her by force, it would only make him look bad. He didn't know when she would calm down. However, in Yang Kai's plan, Yu Meng was the most important and indispensable part. Whether Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo were willing or forced, even if they agreed to cooperate with him, there were many variables. However, Yu Meng was different. As long as he could convince her, She would definitely become his most powerful support. At that time, he would have 3 demon saint level powerhouses on his side. Although he would not have any advantage against the other 10 demon saint level powerhouses, it would be enough to cause trouble. Half an hour later, the knocking on the door gradually subsided, and there was not even the slightest movement outside. Yu Rumeng was not in the mood to continue absorbing the energy of the purple fruit. With her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai was actually sitting cross-legged outside the secret chamber with his eyes closed, meditating. Yu Rumeng sneered in her heart, intending to teach Yang Kai a lesson. She was prepared to give him the cold shoulder, so naturally she would not pay attention to him. For a figure like her, going into closed-door cultivation for a few decades, or even 100 years, was nothing out of the ordinary. Although the current war of the 2 worlds didn't allow her to go into closed-door cultivation for such a long period of time, 3 to 5 years wasn't a problem. She didn't believe that Yang Kai could wait outside for 3 to 5 years. When the time came, as long as this fellow felt bored, he would naturally leave. Thinking of this, Yu Rumeng steeled her heart, calmed down, and continued to heal her wounds. Outside, Yang Kai really did not make any more noise, as if he had made up his mind to wait for Yu Rumeng to come out on her own initiative. So he just sat outside the door and meditated. As the days passed, Yu Rumeng's mood gradually calmed down, and she began to absorb the energy of the purple fruit again to repair her wounded soul. One day, half a month later, Yu Rumeng was suddenly awakened by a sudden burst of power. Opening her eyes, her divine sense surged, and her expression changed. Yang Kai, who was 1 door away from her, had his demonic qi violently surging within his body at this moment. His face was filled with pain, and his forehead was covered with sweat, as if he had encountered some kind of setback in his cultivation. Yu Rumeng quickly got up, but just as she was about to rush out, she suddenly stopped. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as hers, if he deliberately made this appearance, it would not be difficult to make her feel distressed. What's more, he was now a high-ranked demon king. After cultivating for so many years, how could it be so easy for something to go wrong during his cultivation? This was definitely a plot to trick her into going out. Gritting her teeth, Yu Rumeng coldly snorted and sat down again. Just as she was about to see what Yang Kai was up to, she suddenly heard a cry. Outside the door, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. His body trembled, tottered, and fell straight back. With a bang, a gust of wind rolled up in the secret room, and Yu Rumeng disappeared. The closed door opened with a bang, and Yang Kai's falling body fell into Yu Rumeng's soft embrace. Yu Rumeng's beautiful face turned pale at this moment, and her heart was in a mess. She anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" While speaking, her demon chi surged and entered Yang Kai's body to investigate the situation. But before she could figure it out, she suddenly found Yang Kai lying in her arms, winking at her. Yu Rumeng was startled for a moment, and then became furious. How could she not know that she had fallen into a trap? She loosened her hand and was about to throw Yang Kai away, but who would have thought that a strong and powerful hand had already wrapped around her waist and pulled her into his arms. Yang Kai exerted force on his feet and stood up with Yu Rumeng at the same time. He picked her up by the waist and laughed as he walked into the secret room and closed the door behind him. "Let go of me, you bastard. You lied to me again?" Yu Rumeng's face was livid. She had been deceived by him once before, and her anger had not yet subsided. She was actually deceived again. As a dignified demon saint, it was really shameful. As she spoke, Yu Rumeng raised her hand and slapped Yang Kai's shoulder and chest in anger, causing a series of loud bangs. Yang Kai was beaten until blood spurted out. This was not an act. Just now, in order to lure Yu Rumeng out, he had used the reverse secret art and forcibly injured himself. At this time, Even if Yu Rumeng did not use her full strength, the anger of a demon saint was not so easy to bear. After a few slaps, Yang Kai felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. Fortunately, he had a half-dragon body. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary high-ranked demon king, he would have been slapped to the ground by Yu Rumeng and wouldn't be able to get up. Okay, don't be angry. If killing me can make you feel better, then it doesn't matter if I die here, but can you feel better? Yang Kai looked at Yu Rumeng in his arms with a smile. The golden blood at the corner of his mouth was extremely dazzling. Yu Rumeng stopped struggling, but just looked at him with an icy expression. Her voice was colder than the cold wind of the proud snow continent. Let go of me. Yang Kai didn't move. Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and said word by word, I told you to let go of me. I won't let go. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. It was not easy to deceive her to open the door of the secret room. If he let go, all his previous efforts would be wasted immediately. Don't force me to get angry. It won't do you any good. Yu Rumeng's chest heaved up and down. It seemed that she was extremely angry. Thinking about it, the matter last time had not been solved, and this time she was deceived by Yang Kai. She really doubted whether there was a problem with her eyesight. Yang Kai still didn't let go. Not only did he not let go, but he also leaned down and kissed Yu Rumeng's red lips, feeling the breath in her face, and the face that was getting closer and closer. Yu Rumeng sneered. She tilted her head back slightly, and then fiercely hit Yang Kai. With a bang, Yang Kai felt as if his head had hit a mountain. He couldn't help but stagger a few steps back. For a while, he felt dizzy. He shook his head with all his strength and looked at Yu Rumeng in disbelief. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, You, a demon saint, actually used your head to deal with me? Yu Rumeng sneered. You asked for it. Although her forehead was also red, and she was in so much pain that she wanted to die, she couldn't show any weakness in her aura. Yang Kai laughed sinisterly. You have guts. Yu Rumeng's fierce resistance and the pain on her forehead aroused his ferocious and evil nature. While speaking, he walked to the corner of the wall and put Yu Rumeng down. However, he used his body to firmly press against her. Not only that, he even used one of his big hands to grab both of her wrists, making her unable to move. Yang Kai's strength was extremely strong. Even though Yu Rumeng was a demon saint, she couldn't resist at all when he was so close to her. A succubus demon was not known for its strength. After struggling a few times, she couldn't break free. Yang Kai kissed her again. The head came again, but Yang Kai nimbly dodged it. Before Yu Rumeng had time to gather her strength, he had already grabbed her red lips and unscrupulously took them. An intense pain came from his tongue. It was bitten by Yu Rumeng. His mouth was full of the taste of blood. It was obvious that she had bitten him. Yang Kai didn't care. He was like a wild beast that had been released from its cage. His other hand had already reached into the gap of her dress, groping up and down. Yu Rumeng made a whining sound as she struggled and squirmed. Even her demon chi went berserk. At such a close distance, the two looked at each other. Neither of them flinched. The atmosphere in the secret room was extremely strange, full of blood and ambiguity. Slowly, the demon chi in Yu Rumeng's body calmed down. A complicated look flashed in her beautiful eyes. She slowly closed her eyes and her struggling movements gradually stopped. 2 blushes appeared on her cold cheeks, and her white neck was also covered with a trace of pink. Yang Kai let go of her wrists. Her 2 arms that had been bound stiffened slightly. Then she wrapped them around Yang Kai's neck. It was as if she was hanging on Yang Kai's body. Their bodies were so close together that they could feel each other's heat. Her clothes were disheveled, and the air gradually filled with a charming atmosphere. 1 day later, Yu Rumeng was lying on the ground. Her perfect white porcelain body was pink. Her hair was messy, and her beautiful eyes were blurred as she looked at the ceiling. She gasped for breath. Rest, I can't. Before she could finish, Yang Kai had already turned over and blocked her red lips. 3 days later, Yu Meng kept shaking her head. Her hair fluttered, and her voice carried a trace of sobbing. No, I really don't want. Kai Yang turned a deaf ear to him, like an angry bull rampaging through the crowd. 5 days later, Yu Meng lay on the ground and said weakly, "Let me go." She looked pitifully at the dress that was only 3 feet away from her. Then, she watched as her dress was smashed into powder by Yang Kai's palm. Yu Meng's heart was dead, and she slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 3582. After a full 10 days, the movements in the secret chamber gradually stopped. Yu Meng lay on Yang Kai's chest like a kitten, their skin touching, feeling each other's heartbeat. Yang Kai grabbed a strand of her hair and put it on the tip of his nose to smell it. The demon saint had a very nice smell, not sweet but not greasy, making people feel relaxed. A numb feeling came from his chest. It was because Yu Meng had woken up from her deep sleep, and her eyelashes were trembling. Sure enough, after a while, Yu Meng opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai with a lazy smile. "Have you rested well?" Yang Kai's lips curled up, revealing a wicked smile. Yu Meng seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help shivering. She looked at Yang Kai with fear in her eyes. In these 10 days, every time Yang Kai showed this smile, she would be devastated. If she wasn't a demon saint, she wouldn't have been able to withstand such a storm. She had long heard that a dragon's nature was lustful, but when she saw it for herself, she understood that the rumors were true. Yang Kai laughed and stroked her smooth back. "Don't worry, there's no more." Only then did Yu Meng breathe a sigh of relief. She glared at him and then lay down again, quietly listening to the thumping sounds coming from Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai suddenly sat up straight, straightening her body. Her long hair draped over her chest, covering the boundless spring scenery. When their eyes met, Yu Meng found that Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious, as if he had made an important decision. Tilting her head to look at him, Yu Meng was full of suspicion. "I have something to tell you." Yang Kai looked serious and added, "A secret." "A secret?" Yu Meng raised her eyebrows and then smiled. "Everyone has their own secrets and things that they don't want others to know. Since it's a secret, it's not a secret to tell others. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." Yang Kai shook his head. "You are my woman now. I have nothing to hide from you." Yu Meng pursed her lips and said, "Now? Wasn't it before?" Yang Kai scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "It was before, but it's different." Yu Meng naturally knew what he meant. Between a man and a woman, breaking through the last layer of their relationship was completely different from not breaking through. Although the two of them had already had intimate relations more than a year ago, she had driven him away out of annoyance at that time. It was not until this time that they were able to bury the hatchet. Smiling faintly, Yu Meng straightened her body, nodded, and said, "All right, then I'll listen to what secrets you've been hiding from me." SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS pause. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai said, "Enter my knowledge sea." Hearing this, Ru Meng didn't hesitate and stretched out a finger to touch Yang Kai's forehead. The next moment, the two closed their eyes at the same time. Ru Meng's divine sense surged, and her soul left her body. Above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a graceful figure gradually appeared. It was Ru Meng's soul avatar. If a person wanted to enter another's knowledge sea, they either had to break through the knowledge sea's defenses with their powerful cultivation, or the other person voluntarily opened their knowledge sea. The latter was undoubtedly the embodiment of extreme trust. Yang Kai needed Ru Meng's help, and after the relationship between the two of them had taken a step further, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to have an open and honest conversation with her. As soon as she entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yu Meng cried out in surprise. That was because this knowledge sea was much wider than she had imagined. The seawater below, which represented the strength of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, was incomparably vigorous and thick. The pitch-black seawater was filled with demonic qi, a sign that Yang Kai had completely entered the devil path. Although such a knowledge sea was inferior to hers, it was much stronger than an ordinary half-saint's. Yang Kai's figure appeared beside her and held her hand. Yu Meng turned her head and glanced at him. Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction and said, "Do you recognize that thing?" Yu Meng turned her head and looked in the direction he pointed, her expression becoming solemn. In the center of the dark sea, there was a treasure island exuding a seven-colored light. No matter how fiercely the seawater slammed into it, the seven-colored treasure island remained unmoved. Yu Meng could clearly feel a strange power emanating from the seven-colored treasure island. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she immediately saw through the true face of this treasure island. "The soul-warming lotus," Yu Meng exclaimed, her soul avatar trembling slightly due to the violent fluctuations in her heart. "Is this the soul-warming lotus?" Madame's eyes are sharp. Yang Kai squeezed her palm. "This is the soul-warming lotus." In the end, she was a demon saint, so her eyesight was still quite good. Back then, profound ice and Bei Li Mo could recognize the soul-warming lotus, so there was no reason for Yu Meng not to recognize it. "You actually have the soul-warming lotus." Yu Meng was really shocked. If it was an ordinary treasure, she would have ignored it. As a demon saint, she really didn't care about ordinary treasures, but the soul-warming lotus was different. She had only heard of such a precious treasure and had never seen it with her own eyes. Staring at the soul-warming lotus, Yu Meng muttered, "I heard that the soul-warming lotus has the effect of nourishing the soul. Even if the master of the soul-warming lotus dies, their soul force will not dissipate. No wonder I always felt that your soul force was higher than your cultivation realm. So, this is the reason." After speaking, she fiercely pinched Yang Kai. The perception of a soul avatar was countless times stronger than that of a physical body, so being suddenly pinched like this, Yang Kai suddenly felt a kind of pain that made him want to die. He grimaced and said, "Why did Madame pinch me?" Yu Meng gritted her teeth and said, "Good. You knew that my divine soul was injured, but you still watched me suffer day and night for a year. You didn't want to use this treasure to help me heal. Husband, you are so cruel." As she spoke, she looked at Yang Kai with an accusing expression mixed with blood and tears, full of resentment. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Didn't you drive me away last time?" Yu Meng coldly snorted and said, "If you really had the heart, how could you have been driven away by me?" As she spoke, she shook off his hand and turned away in a fit of pique. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and had to coax her to calm down. "Why did you bring me here to see this? Are you trying to heal me?" Yu Meng glared at him. "If you have such thoughts, then this senior will forgive you. Although it's a little late, it's better than nothing. If Madame wants to heal you, naturally, there is no problem. But before that, I need to confess something to you." Yang Kai coughed lightly and scratched his cheek, looking uncomfortable. "What is it?" Yu Meng squinted at him. Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, but was too embarrassed to say it. Yu Meng gritted her teeth and said, "Even now, you still want to hide it from me?" Yang Kai lowered his head and whispered, "Madam, the heart seal's secret technique you used was transferred to the soul-warming lotus." Yu Meng blinked as if she didn't understand. "What did you say?" Yang Kai explained, "I didn't mean to transfer it, but this thing seems to have this ability. At that time, I just casually tried it, but who knew that the heart seal's secret technique would run from my knowledge sea to there?" As he spoke, Yang Kai pointed to the seven-colored island and then carefully observed Yu Rumeng's expression. Yu Rumeng was stunned for a while before gently nodding and saying, "So that's how it is. I was wondering how you could fool me with the heart seal secret technique." After she finished speaking, she started punching and kicking Yang Kai. "You smelly man, you've been playing around with me all this time, haven't you?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured the storm, grimacing in pain. But after a while, Yu Rumeng stopped and glared at him angrily. Yang Kai said shyly, "Madam, are you appeased? What do you think?" Yu Rumeng sneered. Yang Kai immediately acted like a troublemaker and waved his hand. "If Madam is still angry, just hit me again. I won't complain even if you beat me to death." "Don't give me that." Yang Kai grinned and said, "So Madam is appeased?" Yu Rumeng ignored him and was silent for a moment before suddenly sighing and saying, "Actually, I also have a secret that I haven't told you. Can you break the heart seal secret technique?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Yu Rumeng looked up at him with her mouth slightly open, but after a while, she couldn't help looking a little flustered. "How did you know?" Yang Kai laughed. "Bei Li Mo and Master Ming Yu both reminded me of this. But Bei Li Mo was trying to sow discord, while Master Ming Yu kindly reminded me. Of the two of them, one is the great emperors of Star Boundary, and the other is a demon saint in demon territory. Yet they both said such words, so of course I have my guesses." "That bitch." Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth, obviously scolding Bei Li Mo. But after scolding her, she said with some apprehension, "They are right, the heart seal secret technique can indeed be broken. I told you before that once the heart seal secret technique is used, two people will live and die together, never leaving each other. But that was a lie." Yang Kai said, "Even if Madam doesn't admit it today, I won't know why you told me this." Yu Rumeng said, "You and I are already like this now. What's the point of hiding it from you? If one day you confirm this from others, it will only create a gap between you and me. So it's better for me to tell you personally." Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and held her hand, tenderly saying, "Thank you for telling me this." Yu Rumeng looked up. "You're not angry? If you are, you can just hit me back. Just now, I hit you." Yang Kai laughed. "How could I bear to hit you? You and I both hid something from each other before, so let's call it even." Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes filled with emotion. Yang Kai put his arm around her shoulder and looked at the soul-warming lotus with her, saying, "Since Madam can break the heart seal secret technique, then do it. The current situation is unfair to you." Hearing this, Yu Rumeng's tender body trembled, and she turned to look at Yang Kai. "You want me to break it?" "Of course. This is also the reason I brought you here today." Yang Kai nodded with a calm expression. Chapter 3583. Ever since the heart seal secret technique was transferred to the soul-warming lotus, it no longer had any effect on Yang Kai. Instead, it restricted Yu Rumeng. It was undeniable that this secret technique was extremely powerful. It bound a man and a woman who met for the first time tightly together, allowing them to live and die together without abandoning each other. But no matter how powerful it was still a secret technique and not true feelings. In the past, Yang Kai didn't care, and even used this point to set up a trap for Yu Rumeng, but now was different. There was no need for this unfair secret technique to exist. Yu Rumeng looked at him with her beautiful eyes. "Husband, are you not afraid that after the secret technique is undone, my temperament will change and then harm you?" If she hadn't seen the soul-warming lotus, it would have been fine. The key was that the soul-warming lotus in Yang Kai's knowledge, was coveted by even the demon saint. Once the heart seal secret technique was undone, if Yu Rumeng had any evil thoughts, Yang Kai would have no way to resist. This was the Phantom Continent, Yu Rumeng's territory. Even if Yang Kai had the space divine technique, he wouldn't be able to do anything under her nose. Hearing her question, Yang Kai smiled gently. I said, "You are my woman now. You are now, and you will still be after the secret technique is undone. If your temperament really changes, I will accept it." Yu Ru Meng pursed her red lips and said, "Then does husband want me to undo it?" "It's up to madam," Yang Kai said with a smile. Yu Ru Meng also smiled and looked straight at him with her beautiful eyes. "I can make my own decision, right?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, then I won't undo it." Yu Ru Meng let out a long breath. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask anything, she said, "Although I can undo the heart seal secret technique, I will have to pay a price. Moreover, I can only use this technique once in my life. Since I have already used it on you, I will follow it to the end." Yang Kai said, "Madam, are you not afraid that your current feelings for me are due to the secret technique and not your own will?" Yu Ru Meng smiled and said, "Whether it's because of the secret technique or my own desire, I know in my heart, perhaps at the beginning it was really because of the secret technique that caused her to suddenly develop deep feelings for Yang Kai. But today, these feelings were no longer just because of the secret technique, so it didn't matter whether or not she unraveled the heart seal secret technique. If it wasn't for this, she wouldn't have put up so much resistance more than a year ago. If she really didn't intend to, how could Yang Kai have taken her body?" "That's up to you." Yang Kai nodded. After he finished speaking, he suddenly laughed, looking extremely relaxed. Yang Kai had been very careful in front of Yu Ru Meng ever since the heart seal secret technique had been transferred to her. He was afraid that she would see through his flaws. But everything was fine now, so he didn't need to pretend anymore. He felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart, and he felt much less pressure now. Immediately, Yang Kai said in a light tone, "Madam, there's something I need your help with." Yu Ru Meng asked, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai deliberated over his words and said, "Since Madam is a demon saint, you must have felt that something is wrong with the demon territory. The entire demon territory is collapsing, and countless continents are gradually disappearing. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the demon territory is completely destroyed. I'm afraid this is also the reason why you launched the war between the two worlds, right?" Yu Ru Meng nodded and said, "Yes, before the demon territory completely collapses, we need to find a way out. The star boundary is the only world that can be connected to the demon territory. This matter has been planned for a long time. I haven't been promoted to Demon Saint for a long time. Before my promotion, this matter was already being prepared. We were just waiting for the passage between the two worlds to open." Yang Kai nodded. He had experienced the great war of the ancient era in the Thousand Illusions dream world, so he naturally understood this point. "If there is a new demon territory, can we end this war?" "A new demon territory?" Yu Ru Meng frowned and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Don't tell me you found a new world." Yang Kai smiled. "I can't find a new world, but I can create one." "Create?" Yu Ru Meng was shocked when she heard this. If it weren't for the fact that she had a closer relationship with Yang Kai, and the fact that he had been honest with her before, she really wouldn't have believed him. Creating a new world. Just how ridiculous was that? Even as a demon saint, she didn't have the ability to do so. "I have a space artifact that can store living things. Madam should know this." Yu Ru Meng nodded. She naturally knew about the existence of the sealed world bead because many times when Yang Kai summoned his avatar, she was always next to him. However, she didn't know much about the sealed world bead. When she was in the star boundary, no one told her about it. Not only can that artifact store living things, but it can also form a world of its own. A small world? Yu Ru Meng's beautiful eyes lit up. A small world wasn't a rare existence, but it was incredible that it could be refined into a space artifact and carried around. You can say that, but my sealed world bead is different from ordinary small worlds. It can devour the continents of the demon territory and strengthen itself after melting them. It can also accommodate the world laws and energy of the continents in the demon territory. Before Yong Kai finished speaking, Yu Rumeng's expression froze. Your small world confused with the continents of the demon territory. In the end, she was a demon saint and reacted quickly. With just a few words from Yong Kai, she understood what Yong Kai's plan was. Yes, it can be fused, and the more continents it fuses, the stronger the world laws inside will be. Yu Rumeng said with a solemn expression, "You want to devour the entire demon territory and then turn the demon territory into a whole." Yes, Yong Kai nodded heavily. When I was repairing the world gates protecting the continents in the demon territory, I found the missing continents and devoured them all. Moreover, I also devoured a place called the Sky Marshal Continent in Bay Limo's territory. Facts have proven that this method is feasible. Hearing that Yong Kai had found and devoured the missing continents, Yu Rumeng let out a soft cry. Hearing that even the Sky Marshal Continent had been devoured, Yu Rumeng asked with a strange expression, "You devoured the Sky Marshal Continent? When did that happen?" Yong Kai grinned. "Before I returned." Bei Li Mo didn't go all out against you. Yu Rumeng was surprised. As far as she knew, Bei Li Mo wasn't a good person. Yong Kai had committed such atrocities in her territory. It was a miracle that he could return alive. If Yu Rumeng were in Bei Li Mo's shoes, she would definitely tear Yong Kai to pieces. Ha ha! Yong Kai laughed loudly. "I'll tell you about Bei Li Mo later. First, I'll tell you my plan." Yu Rumeng smiled bitterly. "I understand your plan, but it won't work." "Why?" Yong Kai was startled. "On my side, I'll naturally help you. However, the other demon saint won't easily trust you and let you devour their territories." Yu Rumeng looked at him and said, "Furthermore, you're the master of the sealed world bead. Even if the sealed world bead devours all the continents and becomes a new demon territory, doesn't that mean that the survival of all the demon saint and even the demon race is in your hands? How would they be willing to hand their future over to you?" Hearing this, Yong Kai smiled and said, "I naturally thought of this point, so I don't expect them to agree so easily. I just want you to promise to help me. As for the other demon saint, it won't be too late to deal with them slowly." Yu Rumeng still shook her head and said, "With my strength alone, I can't protect you at all. If your plan is exposed, it'll be bad." At this point, her expression changed. "You're making such a big fuss in that bitch Bei Li Mo's territory. I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden." Ahem. Yong Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Madam, I still have a secret to tell you." Yu Rumeng was stunned, and then glared at him. "Speak. What other secret do you have?" "It's about Bei Li Mo." As soon as Yong Kai's voice fell, Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and said, "I heard that after you left me a year ago, you went to the Proud Snow Continent and borrowed 500,000 Proud Snow Ice Guards from Bei Li Mo. She also sent by you to follow and protect you?" Madam's news is really fast. Yong Kai hurriedly flattered. Yu Rumeng's voice grew louder. "Don't tell me you have something to do with that bitch." "Yes, I do have something to do with her, but it's definitely not what you think." Yong Kai hurriedly explained. "Do you still remember after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, I fled to the edge of the world and was blocked by Bei Li Mo in the Cloud Shadow Continent? When you came over at that time, I was confronting her." "Of course I remember. What about it?" Yu Rumeng's face was cold. "It happened before you came." Yong Kai knew that if this misunderstanding was not solved, there would be a fire in his backyard. So he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly recounted what happened at that time. "This matter started from the first time I went to the Proud Snow Continent. At that time, I followed Bei Li Mo to the Proud Snow Continent and accidentally offended her. She threw me into the 18th layer of ice prison, and in that 18th layer of ice prison, there was a woman called Miss Bing. that Miss Bing deceived me, saying that she was Bei Li Mo's disciple and was imprisoned here because she made a mistake. She gave me something called the profound underworld needle and sealed a secret technique of hers. She told me that after activating the secret technique in the profound underworld needle, I would be able to block Bei Li Mo for 3 to 10 breaths of time. After the battle of eternal heaven, I fled to the cloud shadow continent. When I was breaking through, there was a commotion that was detected by Bei Li Mo. During the fierce battle with that woman, I activated the profound nether needle. Who would have thought that not only was the needle sealed with a secret technique, it also contained Miss Bing's soul. After that, both our souls rushed into Bei Li Mo's sea of consciousness. As soon as the two women met, they quarreled fiercely. After listening to their conversation, I found out that Miss Bing was not Bei Li Mo's disciple, but Bei Li Mo's master. I don't know if Bei Li Mo had gone crazy, or if Profound Bing had done something that made the master and disciple turn against each other. Chapter 3584. Profound Ice wanted to possess a body, but in the end, she didn't succeed. Instead, her soul was swallowed by Bei Li Mo. But before that, Profound Ice took the initiative to let me plant a brand in her soul. So this brand was transferred to Bei Li Mo. Wait. Yu Rumeng suddenly raised her hand to stop Yang Kai, looking at him with a strange expression, and said, "You said that Bei Li Mo's knowledge C has your soul brand." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Yu Rumeng blinked, then covered her mouth and laughed, rocking back and forth for a while. She naturally knew what the soul brand was and what its effects were. As a demon saint, and a demon saint who was born as a succubus demon, she was a top figure in the divine spirit territory. This kind of cultivator with a little bit of cultivation was proficient in controlling others, and she had long been tired of it. Now, she disdained to use such inferior means to control others. But what if the target was a demon saint listening to Yang Kai's words just now? She also knew that there were many elements of luck and coincidence. If Profound Ice hadn't taken the initiative to let Yang Kai plant the soul brand, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to achieve this. But because Profound Ice took the initiative, even Bei Li Mo, who swallowed her soul, was unlucky. A dignified demon saint was actually controlled by a high-grade demon king. She immediately understood that this should be what Yang Kai was referring to when he mentioned Bei Li Mo. That bitch also has a day like this. After laughing, Yu Rumeng softly snorted. Because the two demon saint territories were adjacent to each other, the relationship between them had always been bad. Before the war of the two realms happened, the half-saint and demon king under each other had many conflicts and constant battles. Suddenly hearing this exciting news, how could Yu Rumeng hide the joy in her heart? I want to see what kind of expression she will have when she sees me again. As if imagining the scene of seeing Bei Li Mo again in the future, Yu Rumeng couldn't hide the smile on her face. This was an extremely great thing. Since ancient times, who could control a demon saint-level master? Retracting her smile, Yu Rumeng said, "But the gap between your cultivation and hers is too big. If she wants to crack the brand, it's not impossible. You need to pay more attention to the brand." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know that. So when I left your place a year ago, I went directly to Proud Snow Continent and reinforced my soul brand. In addition, I also received a soul imprint from her that day. So with this double insurance, Bei Li Mo has nothing to fear." More than a year ago, Yang Kai's soul cultivation soared, and although it didn't reach the level of a demon saint, it surpassed that of a half-saint by a lot, reinforcing the soul brand. Yu Rumeng estimated that if Bei Li Mo wanted to crack the brand, it would take at least several years without rest or sleep. In that case, can that bitch also help you? Yu Rumeng thought of another layer. She has no choice but to agree. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There is also Senior Chang Tian. I have already discussed it with him. Chang Tian, Yu Meng gently nodded. It wasn't surprising that Chang Tian would agree. This guy had a special impression of Yang Kai and had even planned to let him take over his position. Once Yang Kai's plan succeeded, it would be tantamount to breaking the current situation in the demon territory, which would be of great benefit to him. It was reasonable for him to agree. Thinking of this, Yu Meng's expression turned solemn. In this way, including herself, there would be 3 demon saint-level characters standing on Yang Kai's side. Although the number was still less than other demon saint-level characters, they already had the qualifications to start this plan. After all, behind Yang Kai stood the entire star boundary, as well as many great emperors. Looking at Yang Kai helplessly, Yu Meng said, "Since you've already done things this far, then I can only follow you as you marry a chicken or a dog." Agreeing to him was not just because of the relationship between the two, but because the future of the demon territory was really uncertain. Even if the demon territory could obtain the final victory in the war between the 2 realms, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. Moreover, the star boundary was the star boundary, while the demon territory was the demon territory. So what if they seized the star boundary? The laws of heaven and earth were different, so the demon race would not be able to live freely there. It would be better to live in a new demon territory. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Madam also agreed. Yu Meng said, "I have a condition." How could there be a condition? Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo also said the same thing before, but Yu Meng was different from them. So Yang Kai nodded readily. "Madam, what condition do you have?" "Not to mention one. Even if it is 1,000 or 100, I will comply." "Don't be so full of yourself." Yu Meng glared at him. "There is no medicine for regret in this world." Yang Kai grinned and said, "What condition can Madam put forward that will embarrass me? If I don't embarrass you, how can it be called a condition?" Yu Meng snorted, and then said, "I want to be the first Madam of the Yang family." Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth wide. No matter how smart he was, he did not expect that Yu Meng's condition would actually be this. Without waiting for him to speak, Yu Meng gently gritted her teeth and said, "I know how many women you have, and those women have known you before me, and have gone through many trials and tribulations with you, so I have no reason to ask you to drive them out. Logically speaking, we are all sisters, so there is no need to distinguish between seniority and seniority, but there must be rules in everything. In the future, your Yang family will need to have a person in charge. In terms of cultivation, strength, knowledge, and experience, I am afraid no one is more qualified than me, right? But you can rest assured I don't need you to intervene in this matter. When we meet, I have the ability to make them willingly call me Big Sister." Yu Meng's words were spoken lightly and did not sound very serious, but even though Yang Kai was here as a soul avatar, he could not help breaking out in cold sweat. The women in his family were getting along well, and they all followed Su Yan's lead, but Su Yan had never had a temper, so if Yu Meng met with them, it would not be difficult to make them acknowledge her as the first madam. The key was that there was Zhu Qing on Dragon Island, and Zhu Qing was a fire attribute dragon. If they met in the future, would they fight? Seeing Yang Kai lowering his head and not speaking, Yu Meng snorted and said, "Of course, if husband finds this difficult, then just pretend that this mistress did not say anything. It seems that this mistress and husband have not known each other for long enough and cannot compare to the position of these sisters in husband's heart." As she spoke, her eyes turned red, and she turned her head away. It was unknown how her soul avatar made her eyes turn red. "It's not difficult. It's not difficult." Yang Kai hurriedly waved his hand. "Just now, husband just thought that in the future, with you in charge of the family and the respect of my sisters, my heart was comforted and a little absent-minded. How could it be difficult?" "Husband, don't force yourself." Yu Meng pursed her red lips, looking very distressed. "How could I force myself?" Yang Kai stepped forward and grabbed Yu Rumeng's hand and said with a smile, to be able to gain Madam's favor and help is simply the blessing of 10 lifetimes, not to mention being the first Madam. Even if I worship you like an ancestor, it would not matter. Originally, he just wanted to flatter her, but who knew that this guy would hit the wrong spot? Yu Rumeng's face turned pale, and she said, "Husband, do you think I am too old?" After speaking, her eyes turned red again, and she lowered her head and said, "That's right. This mistress is indeed not young. It is natural that husband would dislike me." As she spoke, she gently pulled her hand, as if she wanted to pull her hand out of Yang Kai's grasp. This was unreasonable pestering. Yang Kai was anxious and angry. Too lazy to say anything more, he reached out and directly pulled Yu Rumeng into his arms, raised his hand, and slapped her round buttocks. With a cry of surprise, Yu Rumeng's face turned red. One had to know that this was a soul avatar, so any feeling was countless times stronger than that of a physical body. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a wicked smile and whispered, "Madam's soul has not yet healed, so don't think too much about it. It is more important for husband to help you heal." After saying this, he leaned over and kissed her red lips. A moment later, Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled, and on the island, the two soul avatars were entangled, almost merging into one. Decadent sounds came from the island, and the entire world seemed to be flowing with a strange pink color. 3 days later, in the secret room, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at Yu Rumeng sitting in front of him with a smile. At this moment, Yu Rumeng's face was flushed red, and she was gasping for breath, her body involuntarily convulsing. The fusion of the soul was countless times more intense than the fusion of the physical body. Anyone who tried this kind of feeling that penetrated deep into their bones would be unable to stop themselves from indulging in it for the rest of their lives. What's more, Yang Kai and Su Yen had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art and were familiar with it, so over the past 3 days they had even used it. There were countless methods to cultivate secret techniques, so even though Yu Rumeng was a demon saint, how could she withstand Yang Kai's teasing? All day long, she was in a daze, not knowing the passage of time. If Yang Kai had not taken the initiative to withdraw, she would have been immersed in it for a long time before waking up. During these 3 days, not only did the two souls fuse, but Yang Kai also used the power of the soul-warming lotus to heal the wounds on Yu Rumeng's soul. She had been recuperating for more than a year before, but her soul had still not fully recovered. According to her original estimate, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for her soul to fully recover. However, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, she had completely recovered in 3 days. Not only that, but her soul also seemed to have gained some other benefits. Yu Rumeng was not the only one who had gained something. Yang Kai's soul had also increased a little. Although it was somewhat inferior to the surge he had experienced a year ago, it had indeed increased. The fusion of yin and yang was a heavenly Tao, so the two of them who had used the soul-warming lotus to fuse their souls naturally did not waste their time. Supporting his cheek with his hand, Yang Kai showed a smile as he quietly looked at the succubus demon in front of him. When he first met her, how could he have ever thought that she was actually a demon saint? How could he have ever thought that this demon saint would one day become his woman? The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Chapter 3585. After a long time, the flush on Yu Rumeng's face slowly faded away, but the air in this secret room was filled with a strange scent, making one unable to stop themselves from smelling it. He didn't know what other succubus demon were like, but after spending some time with her recently, Yang Kai discovered that every time Yu Rumeng was aroused, a strange fragrance would overflow from her body. This fragrance was harmless to others, but it could help them enjoy themselves in the bedroom. After waiting for a while, Yu Rumeng opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai tenderly. Her eyes were so charming that it was as if water could drip from them. If any man in the world saw her like this, they would be captivated. Even young Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this moment. However, he had something to do now, so he could only suppress the excitement in his heart, and said, "Madam, come with me to the 100-spirit continent. If you don't show your attitude in front of Senior Chang Tian, I'm afraid he won't feel at ease." Yu Rumeng nodded. "Okay." She then smiled, "But don't call him senior in the future. Even this mistress will have to lower herself in front of him. As you wish." Yang Kai laughed, got up, pulled her up, and left the secret room together. After finding the palace guard leader and giving him a few instructions, the two flew straight into the sky. After they were far away from the palace, Yang Kai used his demonic qi to wrap Yu Rumeng up and said, "Madam, don't resist." Yu Rumeng relaxed her body and let him do what he wanted. In the next moment, as the space laws fluctuated, the two of them had already crossed the entire continent and directly appeared somewhere on the Phantom Continent. Yu Rumeng turned her head to look and immediately saw the realm gate 100 miles away. She couldn't help but say in surprise, "Husband's attainments in the space laws have become even deeper." It had to be known that this place was millions of kilometers away from the palace, so Yang Kai could actually teleport so far away. It was really incredible. With such ability, as long as he could use the space principles in time, who could take him down? Even facing the demon saint, Yang Kai was in an invincible position. Hearing this, Yang Kai smiled. "Madam, you're mistaken. I came here with the help of this thing." As he spoke, he took out a space spirit bead. Yu Rumeng took it and let Yang Kai take her to the realm gate. While she was playing with it, she asked, "What's the use of this?" Yang Kai explained, "I learned it from Li Wui." After explaining the wonders of the space spirit bead to Yu Rumeng nodded repeatedly as she listened. In the end, she directly put away the space spirit bead, then found a snow-white thread from her space ring and made a bracelet on her wrist. After passing through the realm gate, Yang Kai once again activated the space spirit bead and led Yu Rumeng to the other side of the continent. As a result, the speed of their journey increased exponentially. They only needed to teleport 2 or 3 times to cross a continent, which was much faster than flying. On the way, Yang Kai asked about the situation in the 2-realm battlefield. He learned that after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen brazenly took action and single-handedly killed hundreds of millions of the demon race. He directly drove the demon race's army back to the passage between the 2 realms. At that time, there were as many as 3 half-saints who died at his hands. It had to be known that, at that time, basically all the half-saint of the demon race had been summoned back to the demon territory to participate in snatching the opportunities of the great emperors. There were only a total of 3 half-saints left in the star realm. In the end, those 3 were completely slaughtered by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Not a single one survived. Zhan Wuhen's actions undoubtedly broke the previous agreement between the great emperors and the demon saint. However, the demon saint also pinched their noses and admitted to this matter and did not pursue it further. Everyone knew that Zhan Wuhen's actions had a reason. If they really made an issue out of this matter, it was possible that it would trigger the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint ahead of time. Although the demon territory had a great advantage, the demon saint did not want the war to escalate too quickly. Therefore, they had to endure this matter, even if they could not bear it. Thanks to Zhan Wuhen massacring thousands of miles in anger, the Star Realm had recovered a lot of the territories occupied by the demon race. Now, the battle between the 2 realms had returned to its initial stage. After learning this information, Yang Kai felt slightly relieved. He was really afraid that the Star Realm would not be able to hold on. Now that he had a plan, what he lacked was time. Originally, it would take Yu Ru Meng several days to travel from the Phantom Continent to the 100-Spirit Continent even if she rushed at full speed. After all, they had to pass through one continent after another and pass through one realm gate after another. But now, with the space spirit beads methods, Yang Kai only spent half a day to bring her to the 100-Spirit Continent. They entered through the only realm gate with ease and soon arrived at Chang Tian's cultivation ground. Landing in front of the main hall, before Yang Kai could ask for an audience, Ru Meng suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned her head to look in a certain direction. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was suspicious and followed her gaze. A moment later, he saw a flowing light shooting over from the horizon. He immediately sensed something and chuckled. "She's here too, that makes things easier." The person who came was very fast. Just a few breaths after Yang Kai finished speaking, the flowing light landed in front of them and revealed Bei Li Mo's figure. She had obviously arrived a long time ago, but she did not wait here. She must have sensed Ru Meng's aura and hurried over. The two women who had always been at odds with each other, especially when these two women were demon saint, naturally had to fight both openly and secretly. One was as beautiful as fire, the other as cold as frost, and when their eyes met, there was a faint flicker of fire. Ru Meng spoke first, pursing her lips and smiling. "I haven't seen elder sister for more than a year, and you look even more elegant than before. Did something good happen to you? Why don't you tell younger sister and let younger sister have some fun?" Bei Li Mo's face was cold as she glared at Yang Kai when she heard this. She knew that this matter could not be hidden from Ru Meng. If not, how could this cheap maid speak with such sarcastic words? A dignified demon saint was being controlled by a high-ranked demon king using a soul brand. How could this be called a good thing? Lightly snorting, Bei Li Mo said, "There is no need for younger sister to worry about good things or bad things. Younger sister should take care of yourself first. What is elder sister talking about?" Ru Meng smiled sweetly. Bei Li Mo glanced sideways at Yang Kai and sneered. "You know very well what it is. Younger sister is a demon saint. If you really want to choose a man, you should be more careful. My demon territory has countless good men, so if younger sister is so reckless, wouldn't you lose face as a demon saint and be ridiculed by others?" Ru Meng smiled when she heard this and moved closer to Yang Kai, taking the initiative to hold his arm and leaning on his shoulder with a sweet look. "Is elder sister envious? Me envious?" Bei Li Mo couldn't help rolling her eyes. "You are willing to degrade yourself, so don't make others laugh here." Ru Meng said, "Why is elder sister so stubborn? Although we are demon saint, we are still women. Sooner or later we need to find a home. Younger sister has now found a home, but elder sister is still alone. You and I have been neighbors for so many years. I really can't bear to see elder sister so lonely." "Ooh," Bei Li Mo sneered. "Why don't elder sister also follow younger sister? In the future, everyone will share the joy of the bedroom. Younger sister won't mind." Saying this, Ru Meng looked at Yang Kai and said with a shy tone, not to mention his other skills, but his skills in bed are amazing. Younger sister can't handle him alone. Bei Li Mo's eyes widened, and she was surprised. "You have the nerve to say this? Human relations are perfectly justified. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Ru Meng blinked and looked at her with clear eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment, then suddenly cursed at the same time. "Whore, slut." But after cursing, Ru Meng stomped her feet and said, "Husband, she's cursing." Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he lowered his eyes and nodded slightly, and "I heard it." Saying so, he looked up at Bei Li Mo and his mind moved. Bei Li Mo's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she let out a muffled groan as her tender body trembled. But she was also quite strong. Although she was in great pain, she still gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound, only staring fiercely at Yang Kai, her eyes full of complaints. Yu Rumeng clapped her hands and said, "Retribution." At the same time, she quietly winked at Yang Kai, telling him to stop before going too far. Although she wanted to use Yang Kai to teach Bei Li Mo a lesson and vent her anger, she couldn't go too far. After all, Bei Li Mo was a demon saint, so it wasn't good to go too far. At this moment, with a creaking sound, the heavy door of the hall slowly opened a gap, and Chang Tian's voice came out. "Saint Rumeng has come from afar. This Chang Tian has failed to welcome you. Please come in for a chat." Yu Rumeng smiled when she heard this and stepped into the hall with her head held high, as if she had just won a great battle. After she walked in, the gap in the door slowly began to close again. Bei Li Mo didn't have time to be angry with Yang Kai and glared at him fiercely. "Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll make you pay." Saying so, she rushed to the door and slapped it. The closing door immediately stopped, and Bei Li Mo said angrily, "Why can't I go in? I want to go in too." Oh, this matter was related to her future. So, of course, she had to participate lest Chang Tian and Yu Rumeng reached an agreement inside without her knowing. How could the door stop her angry attack? After a slight pause, Bei Li Mo had already flashed inside. Yang Kai sniffed and wanted to go in as well, but before he could get close to the door, he felt a soft force in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Yang Kai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. However, Chang Tian's meaning was clear. Obviously, he didn't want him to enter the hall. Helplessly, Yang Kai could only retreat and wait quietly outside. After thinking about it, he released Jue Feng from the small sealed world bead. After returning to the 100-spirit continent, Jue Feng was undoubtedly a little happy. After running around Yang Kai for a while, he rushed in a certain direction and soon disappeared. Yang Kai guessed that he was going to find his concubines. Not long after, the two sisters, Black Lotus and White Lotus, flew over with a gust of wind. After landing, Black Lotus asked, "Where is Saint Senior Bei Li Mo? Have you been here before?" The two of them were ordered by Chang Tian to accompany Bei Li Mo on a tour of the 100-spirit continent. Just now, Bei Li Mo suddenly rushed back, so the two of them were a little slower and didn't arrive until now. Yang Kai pointed at the hall with his hand behind his back and looked into the distance with deep eyes, whispering softly, "It's a good place." Black Lotus and White Lotus looked at each other, not knowing why Yang Kai was sighing. Chapter 3586. The three demon saint level experts entered the hall and discussed for a long time. Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he asked Lien and Lien about the 100-spirit continent. Although he had been to this place several times and stayed here for some time, he still didn't know much about the 100-spirit continent. If Chang Tian really agreed to devour the 100-spirit continent, all the forces on this continent would become Yang Kai's support. Yang Kai had eaten a lot, so he had to be aware of the consequences. This was not a secret. Lien and Lien knew that Chang Tian favored Yang Kai very much, so they did not hide it. In the entire 100-spirit continent, apart from Chang Tian, who was a supreme master, there were as many as 9 half-saints left. Among them were the Lotus sisters, Lion, Jue Feng, and Diu, whom Yang Kai had met once. However, these half-saint experts usually cultivated in the 100-spirit continent and did not come out often. Therefore, even though Yang Kai had been here several times, he had not seen many half-saint experts. Lien and Lion worked for Chang Tian, so they met more often. In addition to these half-saint experts, the rest were the demon kings. There were many demon kings on the 100-spirit continent, at least 1,000 of them. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this number. In any case, this number was huge. There were only 100 demon kings on the Cloud Shadow continent. Although many demon kings had been conscripted to the two-realm battlefield at that time, there were no more than 300 demon kings on the Cloud Shadow continent, even at its peak. There were more than 1,000 demon kings on a continent, which was unique in the entire territory of the demon realm. Generally speaking, Chang Tian's subordinates were weaker than the other demon saint experts. However, he only had the 100-spirit continent, so his forces were very concentrated. As they chatted, Black Lotus suddenly asked, "Is something going to happen?" "Why do you ask?" Yang Kai asked her. Black Lotus glanced at the hall and said, "Two holy sages coming together is something that has never happened before. The demon saint would not come to the 100-spirit continent. The last time Yu Rumeng came, the Lotus sisters were a little surprised. They did not expect that even Bei Li Mo would come this time. They were not stupid. They were both half-saint-level masters. Naturally, they sensed something different." Yang Kai smiled and said, "There is indeed something. However, you can ask Master Longevity Sky about the details later. It's not convenient for me to say." He didn't know what the three of them would discuss. If they didn't discuss properly, and Yang Kai spoke first, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Bai Lian glared at Yang Kai. She hated people who tried to be mysterious. Her gaze was like a knife, as if it could dig a few holes in Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai threw the back of her head. As they were talking, the heavy door suddenly opened slowly. The three of them looked back together. Bei Li Mo was the first to come out. Her clothes were fluttering, and her face was expressionless. Then Yu Rumeng came out as well. She nodded at Yang Kai imperceptibly. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that the discussion had been settled. After that, it was Longevity Sky. However, when Longevity Sky came out, he stood in the crack of the door. Then he stretched out his hands and slowly pushed the half-open door to both sides. The door was very heavy. It was unknown what material it was made of. As it opened, there was a deep sound. Longevity Sky's hands did not seem to be pushing the door. Instead, it seemed to be pushing the eyelids of the Lotus sisters. As the door opened, the Lotus sisters' eyes widened, as if they had seen something extremely incredible. Finally, the door was completely opened. The Lotus sisters covered their red lips, and their beautiful eyes trembled. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at them with a strange expression. He did not know why they were so excited. It was just opening the door. Was there a need to be like this? Yu Rumeng's voice came into his ears. In the early years, Longevity Sky fought with many holy spirits in the territory of the demon realm. He was rampant, but in the end, he was defeated by the demon saint at that time. He had no choice but to retreat to the 100-spirit continent. From then on, this door has never been fully opened. For Longevity Sky, the half-open door is a kind of encouragement, but also a shame. Longevity Sky once said that when he can fight his way out of the 100-spirit continent, this door will officially open. That is why they are so surprised. Yang Kai understood. Longevity Sky's action meant that the 100-spirit continent would see the light of day again. It was no wonder that the Lotus sisters were so surprised. With two swishing sounds, the Lotus sisters came in front of Longevity Sky. They half knelt on the ground and lowered their heads. Black Lotus said in a trembling voice, "Master, please give the order. Hundreds of millions of people in the 100-spirit continent will follow the Master. We will not hesitate to do anything. Master, please give the order." White Lotus also said in a low voice. She raised her head and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Longevity Sky smiled slightly. "Summon them here. I have something to tell them." He did not say who he was going to summon, but only the half-saint were qualified to see him. "Yes," the Lotus sisters replied. Then they turned around and disappeared without a trace. It would definitely take some time to summon people, but they were all people with high cultivation, so they did not mind wasting some time. Perhaps because he had made up his mind, Longevity Sky was particularly relaxed at this time. He waved his hand and set up a table in front of him. He then took out a teapot and spring water and personally brewed tea for them. Yang Kai and Yu Meng huddled together and whispered to each other. Bei Li Mo looked on coldly from the side. Her red lips moved from time to time, and she scolded them silently. She came here mainly to see if Yang Kai was going to swallow the 100-spirit continent. If he was, it meant that Longevity Sky had no way out. When the time came, she would not be able to go back on her promise. Not long after, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Longevity Sky invited them to sit down and waited while drinking tea. Half a day later, the first half-saint arrived. After seeing Yu Meng and Bei Li Mo, he could not help but be startled. However, he quickly concealed the surprise in his eyes and went forward to greet them. Chang Tian whispered to the sage-to-be cultivator. The sage-to-be cultivator was surprised, but he didn't ask anything. He turned around and left. One after another, the half-saint who received the news rushed over. After seeing Longevity Sky, they quickly left. At this time, Yang Kai also understood Longevity Sky's intention. When he went back to swallow the 100-spirit continent, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. If he did not inform the half-saint in advance, there would be some trouble. If he informed them in advance, the half-saint could prepare in advance, and it would save a lot of trouble. It was not until 2 days later that the last half-saint arrived. After receiving the order, he quickly left. Everyone waited for another 2 days. Then Longevity Sky stood up and looked at Yang Kai. Let's begin. Yang Kai gently nodded. He had waited for a long time. Naturally, he was a little impatient. The sooner he tied Longevity Sky to his ship, the sooner he would be at ease. If Longevity Sky did not need to inform the half-saint, he would have already taken action. His figure flickered and flew directly into the sky. With a flip of his hand, he summoned the sealed world bead. With a slight movement of his mind, accompanied by a bang, the sealed world bead suddenly turned into a rolling behemoth. In an instant, the void of the 100-spirit continent shook, and space cracks appeared in the sky. The Lotus Sisters exclaimed in unison. Even though the two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, they did not know what this behemoth was. How could it shake the space of the 100-spirit continent as soon as it appeared? Yang Kai pointed his finger, and the rolling behemoth immediately bent down, opened its huge mouth, and bit a huge hole in the 100-spirit continent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever the rolling behemoth passed, the void was chaotic. Whether it was living or dead, everything was swallowed up. The Lien sisters had already turned pale. Such a horrifying scene was simply unheard of. They had never seen or heard of anything like this. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the sky, their faces full of inquiry. Longevity Sky was also a little shocked. Last time, when Yang Kai swallowed the heaven-devouring great emperor, the martial continent, Longevity Sky witnessed the whole process from the small sealed world. Now, looking at it from the outside, it was even more shocking. Not only him, but Yu Meng also had a dignified expression. It was also the first time she had seen such a thing. On the contrary, Bei Li Mo, who had experienced it once, looked calm, but the shock in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. In a short while, the 100-spirit continent had been gnawed into a huge hole. The land within a radius of millions of miles had become a void. Turbulence was rampant in the void, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. You two, go in and calm them down. Longevity Sky suddenly turned to the Lotus Sisters and said. Hearing this, the Lotus Sisters nodded without hesitation and were about to rush in. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Yang Kai suddenly stopped them and stretched out his hands. I'll send you in. The Lien sisters glanced at each other and tacitly placed their hands on Yang Kai's palm. Don't resist, Yang Kai ordered, and with a thought, the Lien sisters disappeared from where they stood. I'll go in and have a look too. Yu Rumeng said. Although she had heard a lot about the sealed world bead from Yang Kai, including how it swallowed continents, strengthened its own world principles, and created a new demon territory, she had never seen it with her own eyes, so she was naturally curious. Since his madam wanted to go in, Yang Kai naturally did not say anything, and immediately sent her in. Inside the small sealed world, it was still the same mountain peak. Huo Luan stood in front of his wooden house, looked at the crack in the sky, and slowly shook his head. After seeing such a scene, he was no longer shocked at the beginning, and had become numb to it. He knew that it must be another continent that was swallowed. Last time, a continent was swallowed, and Huoluan went to talk to the demon race, learning that they were actually from the heavenly Martial continent, but he did not know which continent was swallowed this time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Huoluan, who was paying attention to the movement in the sky, was shocked and quickly jumped a few steps back and shouted, "Who is it?" Yu Rumeng turned her head and glanced at him, but found that he was just a low-ranked demon king, so she did not pay any more attention. Looking around, she did not see the Lotus Sisters, so she knew that Yang Kai must have separated her from them. The Lotus Sisters had to calm the people, but she did not need to. Chapter 3587. Behind her, Huoluan opened his mouth wide in shock. It wasn't that he recognized Yu Rumeng, but that he had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Especially since Yu Rumeng had been nourished recently, she had become more and more beautiful. Just now, Huoluan's soul had almost been taken away by her beauty. However, Huoluan wasn't an idiot. He was a low-ranked demon king after all, so he had some knowledge. He knew that this beautiful woman must have an extraordinary identity, otherwise it would be impossible for her to have such a graceful and noble temperament. In addition, the Snow Demon King had been here before, so although Huoluan was shocked by Yu Rumeng's beauty, he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he lowered his head and cupped his hands. "This lowly one," Huoluan greets Master. "How should I address you, Master?" He couldn't see through Yu Rumeng's cultivation, so he naturally knew that she was stronger than him. Calling her Master wasn't wrong. Yu Rumeng didn't answer, but she released a little bit of the demon saint's aura. Huoluan knelt on the ground with a plop. "This lowly one greets Saint Rumeng. May Saint Rumeng's face never grow old and stay young forever." He wailed in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly, otherwise he wouldn't be alive right now. Last time, the Snow Demon King had come, and this time, the Succubus Demon King had also come. What kind of place was this? Why did it attract so many masters? Yu Rumeng was a little surprised. She turned around and glanced at him, not because this guy's words were interesting, but because he actually recognized her identity. She tilted her head and asked, "You've seen this sovereign before?" "I haven't," Huoluan obediently replied. "Then how do you know who this sovereign is?" Yu Rumeng was even more curious. Huoluan honestly said, "Among the 12 saint sovereigns in the demon territory, only 3 are women. This lowly one has seen the Snow Demon King before, but this lowly one hasn't seen the Feather Demon. But the Feather Demon clan's characteristics are very obvious. Saint Sovereign is definitely not a Feather Demon. So, this lowly one naturally knows Saint Sovereign's identity." Yu Rumeng suddenly realized that this person had seen Yu Rumeng before. No wonder he could recognize her. She smiled slightly and said, "You're quite clever. Saint Sovereign is too kind. Get up and talk." Yu Rumeng raised her hand. Huoluan hesitated for a moment. Then he obediently stood up. However, he didn't dare to look at Yu Rumeng. Instead, he stared at his toes. The Lord of the Succubus Demon was not someone that could be casually looked at. It was no wonder that his soul had almost been taken away. If he had looked at it a few more times, he was afraid that his soul would have left his body. "You said you've seen Bei Liemo? When did it happen?" Yu Rumeng asked casually as she watched the grand occasion in the distance. Not long ago, Huluan answered honestly. About half a month ago, counting the days, it should have been before Yong Kai returned to the Phantom Continent, which coincided with the time when he devoured the heaven-devouring great emperor Wu Dalu. Yu Rumeng immediately understood that when Yong Kai devoured the heaven-devouring great emperor Wu Dalu, he must have taken Bei Liemo in. He secretly gritted his teeth. He actually found out about Yong Kai's secret later than Bei Liemo. When he returned, he would definitely settle the score with Yong Kai. How long have you been here? Yu Rumeng asked. More than a year. Yu Rumeng was startled. More than a year, didn't that mean before? And after the Battle of Eternal Heaven? Thinking of what Yong Kai said to her before, she asked curiously, when you first came here, what was this place like? What she asked was similar to what Chang Tian and Bei Liemo had asked that day. Huluan naturally told her everything he knew. Yu Rumeng nodded repeatedly. As time passed, she did feel the changes in this world as the 100-spirit continent was devoured. The 100-spirit continent took more than 10 days to devour. The entire continent, like the Heaven Martial continent, had completely turned into a chaotic void. Yong Kai took back the sealed world bead and released Yu Rumeng from the small sealed world bead. He then looked at Bei Liemo with a smile, his meaning obvious. Chang Tian was also looking at her. Since the 100-spirit continent was devoured, Chang Tian had no way out now. Naturally, he would not let Bei Liemo live alone. Bei Liemo obviously knew this too. Without any nonsense, she turned around and said, "Let's go." The group of 4 exited the world gate and rushed towards the proud snow continent. Halfway there, Yu Rumeng left and returned to the Phantom Continent to make preparations. What Yong Kai was going to do next would definitely set off a storm in the entire demon territory. If she did not make arrangements early, it was very likely to cause some unpredictable changes. At the very least, she had to make proper arrangements for her half-saint subordinates. She also had to recall all the half-saint in the 2-realm battlefield. Bei Liemo was no exception to this. A few days later, Yong Kai, Chang Tian, and Bei Liemo arrived at the proud snow continent. After arranging accommodation for the two, Bei Liemo began to summon her half-saint subordinates to make preparations. Chang Tian had bet the future of the 100-spirit continent on Yong Kai. He hoped that after the birth of the new demon territory, he would be able to obtain a better future and a wider world for the people of the 100-spirit continent. Therefore, he was more concerned about Yong Kai's safety than anyone else. In the proud snow ice palace, he was almost always with Yong Kai. A dignified demon saint-level master had practically become Yong Kai's guard. Yong Kai had advised him several times, but he would not listen, so he just let him be. While Bei Liemo was making preparations, Yong Kai was also checking the map and inquiring information from Chang Tian. He learned that Bei Liemo had 43 continents under her control. Yu Rumeng was slightly inferior to her, controlling 38 continents. She originally had 11 half-saint subordinates, but Yu Sang was killed by Mingyu and In Si was killed by Yong Kai. Coupled with the losses she suffered in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, she only had 8 half-saint subordinates. Similarly, Bei Liemo originally had 13 half-saint subordinates, but one died in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, so she only had 12 left. Yong Kai silently counted Chang Tian, Bei Liemo, and Yu Rumeng had a total of 29 half-saint subordinates. Such a terrifying force, after he devoured all the continents, would be able to help him. Although he was still inferior to the other demon saint subordinates, he could at least put up a fight. During this period, Yong Kai also asked Chang Tian if he could rope in more demon saint subordinates. He did not need many, just 1 or 2 would greatly increase his chances of winning. But Chang Tian made him give up. Whether it was him, Bei Li Mo, or Yu Rumeng, their situations were special. He was unwilling to be left alone and wanted to find a way out for the 100-spirit continent. So he boarded Yong Kai's ship. Bei Li Mo was forced, and Yu Rumeng was forced to do so because of the love between a man and a woman. The other demon saint were not so easy to talk to. If this matter were to spread to them, it would definitely be a storm of attacks with absolutely no room for negotiation. Because of this, Yong Kai could only give up. Before his wings were fully grown, he did not want to make this matter known to everyone. Bei Li Mo did not delay and came to inform Yong Kai 3 days later that everything was ready. Then there was nothing to say. He directly began to devour the proud snow continent. During this period, Bei Li Mo had been standing beside Yong Kai, looking indifferently at the gradually disappearing proud snow continent, not saying anything, but her mood was definitely not as calm as she looked on the surface. After all, this was the place where she became a demon saint. It was also the place where she was born and raised. If it were not for Yong Kai, how could she be willing to let the proud snow continent be devoured? After the proud snow continent, Yong Kai rushed to the next continent without stopping. Time passed, and as the continents were devoured one by one, the territory under Bei Li Mo's command shrank little by little. Devouring continents required time. Yong Kai remembered that rolling took about 10 days to devour a broken continent at the beginning. Depending on the size of the continent, the time it took to devour varied. However, as the space in the sealed world bead expanded, rolling's size also rapidly grew, and its devouring efficiency seemed to gradually increase. It only took half a month to devour the 100-spirit continent. It must be known that the 100-spirit continent was one of the largest territories in the entire demon territory. It was almost twice the size of the proud snow continent. It only took about 7 days to devour the proud snow continent, and as time went on, its efficiency gradually increased. Originally, Yong Kai was worried that the preparation time of his plan would be too long. After all, Bei Li Mo had 43 continents under her command. According to the calculation of 78 days per continent, it would take about a year to devour 43 continents. There were too many variables in this 1 year's time. But now that the efficiency was increasing, it was exciting news. As time passed, the continents were devoured one by one, and the rumbling grew larger and larger. Gradually, it took 56 days to devour a continent, then 34 days, and then 12 days to devour a continent. If it encountered a smaller continent, it would only take half a day to devour it completely. As the continents disappeared from the map of the demon territory, the places where each continent was originally located turned into a void filled with turbulent space flow. With Bei Li Mo's arrangements in advance, there were not many accidents during the devouring process. Although the demon race on the continents were frightened, they could only close their eyes and endure this world-destroying disaster. When they opened their eyes again, they had already entered another world. The territory of the small sealed world was rapidly expanding. In less than 3 months, the 43 continents under Bei Li Mo's control had been completely devoured. Not a single one remained. When the last continent was devoured, Yong Kai clearly heard Bei Li Mo sigh faintly. At this time, she was completely tied to Yong Kai, and there was no turning back. Afterwards, Yong Kai took her into the sealed world bead and asked her to settle down her people. During this time, Bei Li Mo had entered and exited the sealed world bead many times, so she was no stranger to the small sealed world. She could also feel the changes in the small sealed world. Now, this world was undoubtedly much stronger than when she first entered. The 43 intact continents, plus the 100-spirit continent, were a huge source of nourishment for the small sealed world. With the enrichment of these continents, the world principles of the small sealed world were rich enough to give birth to an origin king realm cultivator, almost the same as the territory of the lower star field. And this was just the territory of a single demon saint. There were still 11 demon saint territories that had yet to be devoured. If he could devour the territories of the 11 demon saint territories, Yang Kai was certain that the small sealed world would grow into a great world not inferior to the star boundary or the demon territory. At that time, a demon saint could be born in this world. Chapter 3588. Devouring an entire demon territory was a massive and lengthy project, not to mention the time required to devour those continents. The remaining demon saint would not be easy to deal with, so if he wanted to devour their territories, it was naturally impossible to do so without interference. However, the recent changes in the sealed world bead made Yang Kai wonder if one day Rolling Stone would be able to swallow an entire continent in a single gulp. If that was really the case, who would care if those great devil saints agreed or not? He would bring Raleigh to their territory and release and retract, and a continent would be gone. Another release and retract, and another continent would be gone. Once all of Bei Li Mo's territories had been swallowed up, the next would naturally be Yu Meng's territory. Inside the mysterious small world, atop a nameless mountain, inside a wooden hut, Huoluan was silently circulating his secret art as his demonic chi surged and his stomach rumbled incessantly. This was because he had swallowed a 10,000 demon pill and was in the process of refining it. The energy stored in that 10,000 demon pill was incredibly massive, and as a low-rank demon king, it would take him several months to fully refine it. Originally, Huoluan was not in the mood to cultivate, as this world was very strange. From time to time, cracks would appear and fragments of continents would rumble out, making Huoluan extremely nervous. On top of that, there was an invisible binding force in this world, as if invisible shackles were binding him, making him feel very uncomfortable and unable to use too much of his strength. At best, he could only display a level of strength that this world's world principles could bear. What was the point of cultivating in such a world? Even if he cultivated to the mid-rank or high-rank demon king, he would still only be able to treat himself as an origin-returning realm cultivator, origin king, realm cultivator. However, ever since he sensed that the world was slowly changing, Huoluan's silent mood had once again brightened up. Although the laws of this world were still not that great, at least it had been developing in a good direction. In addition, after listening to the conversation between Yang Kai, Chang Tian, and Bei Li Mo, he knew about Yang Kai's plans and intentions. Thus, his thoughts of cultivating once again became active. Right now, his cultivation as a low-ranked demon king had yet to reach the peak. Naturally, he planned to continue cultivating until he felt a bottleneck. This way, as long as the laws of this world were able to give birth to a mid-ranked demon king, he would be able to immediately break through. Cultivators naturally yearned for more profound martial arts. This had nothing to do with the origins of the human race or the demon race. Powerful strength had always been the goal of a cultivator to climb to the peak. Just as Huoluan was eagerly refining the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demons pill, he suddenly frowned and revealed a helpless expression. There was no other reason. Someone had come. He could be considered the first resident of the newly expanded territory of the mysterious small world. Originally, he had been quite lonely, but since Yang Kai began to devour the various continents, this world had begun to become lively. Although the territory of the mysterious small world was constantly expanding, the demon race was also very curious about this new world. Many people, after confirming that they were safe, began walking around to investigate this new world. Over the past few months, many visitors had come to this nameless mountain, but most of them only took a quick glance before leaving. Occasionally, there would be a few people who saw Huoluan settle down here, so naturally they were curious and chatted with him for a while. At first, Huoluan was still in high spirits. Taking advantage of the fact that he was the first resident of this world, he interacted with the visitors. However, as time passed, this kind of thing became somewhat annoying, especially after he decided to continue to cultivate and break through to the middle-grade Devil King realm. He set up a restriction around his wooden house to prevent others from approaching. Now that someone had come and touched the barrier, he naturally felt it. However, Huoluan didn't intend to pay attention to it. The Myriad Demon's pill was extremely precious, and although he had obtained thousands of them, he never had the habit of wasting them. If he were to interrupt at this time, although the medicinal efficacies of the Myriad Demon's pill wouldn't be completely wasted, it would definitely be reduced. Although he didn't pay attention to it, the newcomer seemed to be quite interested in this place and walked around the wooden house for a while before stopping. Then the barrier was suddenly broken. Huoluan's eyelids twitched as he immediately flew into a rage, got up, and pushed open the door, cursing loudly. Which bastard? At this point, he fell silent and stared straight ahead, because in front of him there was a woman with a slightly pale complexion who looked weak and delicate, standing in the same place at a loss. Beside her was a pattern of a ferocious head that was slowly disappearing, but it was the sign of the restriction being broken. Too embarrassed to continue cursing, this woman was too beautiful. The moment the two sides met, Huoluan's anger was extinguished, especially when he saw the expression on the other side's face at this moment. It was like a child who had done something wrong, so Huoluan really couldn't bring himself to curse. But even if he didn't curse, he was still quite angry. He had clearly set up a barrier nearby, and anyone with a discerning eye should be able to see through the master's intention to reject guests. So, what was wrong with this woman? Not only did she not leave, but she also broke his barrier in such a short time. From this, it could be seen that the other side's eyesight and cultivation were definitely higher than his, but Huoluan wasn't afraid of anything. He was someone who had seen several demon saints. Those several demon saints were very polite to him. So who in this demon territory could make him afraid? Moreover, in this strange world, because of the restrictions of the world's laws, everyone's strength had a limit. Basically, everyone was pulled to the same starting line, so if they really fought, it was hard to say who was stronger. A look of boredom appeared on Huoluan's face as he said, "What's wrong with you? Why did you break this king's barrier?" A trace of red appeared on the woman's pale face, and she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see what this barrier was. Who knew that I would accidentally break it?" The word accidentally made the veins on Huoluan's forehead bulge. If it weren't for the sincere look on the woman's face when she spoke, he would definitely think that she was deliberately provoking him and mocking him for his inferior means, staring straight at her and making sure that she really didn't mean to mock him. Huoluan's face relaxed a little, and he softened his voice and said, "Are you new here?" "What?" The woman tilted her head and looked confused. Huoluan impatiently said, "I asked if you just came in from outside." It was so tiring to talk to this woman. If it weren't for her beauty, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to her. If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to refine the effects of the Myriad Demon Pill? "I've been here for half a month." The woman suddenly realized. Ha. Huoluan hurriedly put on the posture of a senior. "This world is different from the places you stayed in outside. I'm afraid you haven't adapted in half a month, right? Let me tell you, the first time I came here, it took me more than half a year to slowly adapt to this place." The woman didn't show the slightest bit of impatience after hearing his long-winded speech. She even asked him a few questions after hearing his interesting words. This made Huoluan have a good impression of her, and he felt that this beautiful woman was fine, except for being a little dazed and absent-minded. Perhaps he also felt that he was a little long-winded. So, after imparting his experience of living in this world, Huoluan stopped talking and asked, "Which continent are you from?" The beautiful woman was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I'm from the Cloud Shadow continent." Cloud Shadow Continent. I know. It's the continent of Saint Senior Yu Rumeng. Hua Luan nodded repeatedly, showing that he was very knowledgeable. The main reason was that he had just met Yu Rumeng last time, so when he heard the words Cloud Shadow Mainland, he immediately remembered. He then asked, "Which race are you from?" This time, the beautiful woman didn't answer, and just slowly shook her head. Huluan didn't care. If the other party didn't want to say, he couldn't force her. This was just a small matter. "Excuse me, does this mountain belong to you?" the beautiful woman suddenly asked. Huluan laughed when he heard this. "This place has a master." "But that's not me. I'm just a guest. The real master of this place is someone else." "That master," the woman stretched out her hand and pointed, cutting him off. "I want to settle down over there. Is that okay?" Originally, Huluan was a little unhappy about being interrupted, but looking in the direction she was pointing, his eyes lit up. "You want to be my neighbor?" The nameless mountain he occupied was originally not very big, but as the mysterious small world continued to devour, the mountain range had gradually expanded. At this moment, within 100 kilometers of this mountain range, there were 3 peaks arranged in a triangular shape with a valley in the middle. There were already some flowers and plants growing in this valley, as well as a clear lake. The scenery was quite decent. At this moment, the beautiful woman was pointing at one of the 3 peaks. Seeing Hua Lun act like this, the beautiful woman lowered her head and said, "If it's inconvenient, then forget it. I'll look around again." Although the territory of the mysterious small world was large because of the reconstruction and fusion during the mysterious small world, there weren't many suitable places to live at this stage. She had walked for half a month before finally finding this place. If not for this, she wouldn't have broken Hua Luan's barrier. Hua Luan laughed and said, "What's so inconvenient about that? I can't ask for anything more than a beautiful girl like you as my neighbor. Go ahead and live with them. You can choose whichever one you like, or even both of them." The woman smiled shyly. "I only want one, sorry to disturb you." Saying so, she turned around and left. Huluan called out after her, "This king is Huluan. What's your name?" The woman paused for a moment before lightly replying, "Li Shiqing," looking at her departing back. Huluan rubbed his chin and frowned. Li Shiqing. This name sounded good, but why did it feel a little strange, as if she had come from a foreign territory? Shaking his head, Huluan walked back to his room and began meditating to refine the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demon pills. Suddenly, having a beautiful woman as a neighbor put Huluan in a good mood. He didn't even care that his cultivation had been disturbed. In any case, he had thousands of myriad demon pills, so wasting some of their medicinal efficacies wasn't a big deal. Chapter 3589. Now that there was another person on the nameless mountain, it naturally became livelier. While Hua Luan was cultivating, he would occasionally see Li Shiqing's busy figure on the mountain to his left. Since they were going to settle down, they had to find a place to stay. Fortunately, there were trees on the mountain, so building a tree house shouldn't be too difficult. In just a few days of work, a small building with a foot on the ground had already taken shape. The 2 mountains were only a few dozen kilometers apart, so Hua Luan's eyesight was quite good, so he could naturally see everything clearly. Looking at the exquisite little house, then looking at his own wooden house, Hua Luan had the urge to tear down his wooden house and build a new one. But this was just a thought. It was just a place to stay, so it didn't matter if it was ugly, as long as it was habitable. It was fine. This could be considered a housewarming celebration. So Hua Luan wanted to pay a visit to congratulate her, but on second thought, she was a woman, so it wouldn't be right for him to go over. If he didn't do it well, it might cause some misunderstandings. After all, they were neighbors, and they would be familiar with each other in the future. So he gave up on the idea. However, Li Shiqing seemed to have sensed his gaze, and when she looked up, she nodded slightly at him. ever since a beautiful neighbor appeared on the mountain next to it. The nameless mountain changed its appearance every few days. When he came out of seclusion for the second time, Hualuen habitually glanced at the neighboring mountain, then rubbed his eyes, almost unable to recognize it. He saw that the mountain over there was a field of red flowers, green willows, and fragrant birds. The scenery was beautiful. After a few days, the valley between the three mountains also changed its appearance. There were some flowers and plants in the valley that even Hualuen didn't know the names of, and standing in front of his wooden house, he could even smell the fragrance of the flowers carried by the breeze. This was a woman who loved flowers. Hualuen thought to himself. However, this was her interest, so he wasn't in a position to say anything. Not to mention, the scenery of the nameless mountain had become quite extraordinary, and it was even more suitable for living. After a few more days, Hualuen was stunned again when he came out of seclusion because there were some flowers and plants on his mountain, adding a touch of liveliness to it. He raised his head and looked into the distance. On another uninhabited mountain peak, there was a lithe figure bustling about. Hualuen couldn't help laughing one day. Half a month later, Hualuen was meditating in his room when he was suddenly alarmed by the sound of fighting. The sound of fighting was not far from where he was. It should be in the valley below the mountain peak. Hualuen also felt a sense of familiarity when he heard the sound of someone yelling. It was his neighbor. He immediately got up, opened the door, and looked towards the valley. He saw two figures moving back and forth in the valley, fighting fiercely. The originally colorful valley was now in a mess, and the unknown flowers had all withered. Just as he expected, one of the combatants was his neighbor, and the other was a burly man with bulging muscles. He looked like a forest demon. Whether it was his neighbor or this Li Mo, their cultivation should be quite good, at least higher than Hualuen's, but because of the limitations of this world's world principles, even if they were strong, it was difficult for them to display much of their strength. The strength they displayed was only at the Origin King realm. However, even if their strengths were on the same starting line, Hualuen's beautiful neighbor was not Li Mo's opponent. This could not be helped, as Li Mo's body was extremely tough and his strength was infinite. In the Origin King realm, the stronger one's physique was the more advantage they had. The fight should not have lasted long, but Hualuen found that his neighbor was completely at a disadvantage. Relying on her dexterity, Hualuen was constantly dodging Li Mo's attacks, while Li Mo's eyes flashed a lustful light as he grinned wickedly. Every punch and kick he sent out seemed simple and clumsy, but each of his strikes was powerful enough to make one pale. The corner of Hualuen's eyes twitched, not knowing whether he should just stand by and watch or rush over to help his neighbor. Speaking of which, Hualuen and his neighbor had many interactions, let alone a friendship, so even if he stood by and did nothing, no one would blame him. However, seeing the lewd grin on Li Mo's face, Hualuen knew that if his neighbor was defeated, his fate would not be any better. It was definitely not something that could be resolved with just death. Out of the corner of his eye, Hualuen caught a glimpse of red. Turning his head, he saw the flowers and plants his neighbor had planted a few days ago, blooming bright red flowers that swayed in the wind. The floral fragrance wafted into his nose, making him feel refreshed. Fuck! Hualuen grit his teeth and cursed, no longer hesitating. Pushing his demonic chi, he rushed down the mountain valley. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly saw a blood cloud charging out from the side and approaching the battlefield at an even faster speed. It was aggressive and overflowing with blood flames. Another helper? Hualuen was shocked and pushed his demonic chi even harder. At the same time, he took out 2 axes and shouted, "Be careful!" These words were meant to warn Li Shiqing. Inside the mountain valley, Li Shiqing, who was fighting Li Mo, was at a disadvantage, but when she saw the blood-red cloud rushing over, she couldn't help showing a bitter look on her face. She had been planting flowers in the mountain valley today, but Who would have thought that Li Mo would suddenly descend from the sky and attack her after a few flirting words? His intentions were obvious. Thinking about it, she was the disciple of the great emperor's flower shadow. Although her temperament was weak and gentle, since her enemy had taken action, how could she just sit there and wait for death? This Li Mo was definitely a high-ranked demon king, and even though he was limited by the world principles of this world and could not display too much strength, only being able to display the strength of an origin king, his combat experience was still there. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, it wasn't long before Li Shiqing fell into a disadvantage. At this time, another blood demon had suddenly appeared, so the bitterness in Li Shiqing's heart could be imagined. She secretly made up her mind that if she was really cornered today, she would immediately use her flower burial secret technique. Even if she had to die, she couldn't tarnish the reputation of her sect. In a flash, the blood-red cloud had already rushed into the battlefield, while Huoluan was still 10 kilometers away. The two axes in his hands glowed with demonic chi as he continued to shout and run as fast as he could. At this time, he wished he could grow a pair of wings on his back. This beautiful woman was a good neighbor, actually planting so many flowers in front of his house. No one had ever been so kind to him before. When he saw those flowers that had just sprouted a few days ago, Huoluan was truly moved. How could Huoluan bear to see such a good neighbor suffer an accident? Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the blood-red cloud suddenly rushed into the battle. Huoluan called out in surprise as his eyes bulged and he stared forward. This was because the blood-red cloud didn't do anything to his neighbor, and instead directly crashed into Power Demon. When the blood-red cloud rushed over, Power Demon was obviously vigilant, but the blood-red cloud was simply too fast. The Blood Demon Clan's movement technique was second to none in the entire demon territory, so before Power Demon could react, he was hit head-on. Immediately after, the blood-red cloud wrapped around the blood-red cloud, and a fierce battle broke out. In the next moment, the blood-red cloud retracted and landed in front of Li Shiqing, revealing a heroic figure, like a mountain that could block a storm. As for Power Demon, he took a few steps back and stared forward with a cold expression. Behind the Blood Demon, Li Shiqing was startled. This figure gave her a very familiar feeling. If she hadn't confirmed that it was a blood demon, Li Shiqing would have thought that it was Yang Kai. However, only the Blood Demon Clan could use blood secret techniques, so the person in front of her was definitely not Yang Kai. What's more, Yang Kai should have been in the devouring demon territory recently, so how could he have the time to pay attention to this place? "Are you okay?" A slightly deep voice called out from the front, one that was quite magnetic. Li Shiqing knew that he was asking her, so she nodded and replied softly, "I'm fine." At this moment, Huoluan finally arrived. He was holding two giant axes that were half the height of a man. He looked quite majestic. He landed on the side and glanced at the blood demon, then at Li Shiqing, and asked, "How is it?" Li Shiqing shook her head, her voice still soft. "I'm fine." Huoluan nodded. "That's good." Huoluan glanced at the blood demon again. Although they didn't know each other, Huoluan still nodded at the blood demon kindly as a form of greeting. There were very few chivalrous people in the demon race, but beautiful women always had some advantages. Huoluan felt that this blood demon should have helped them because of this. But in any case, this guy was one of them. 3 against 1. The situation was quite clear. With only the strength of an origin king, even if Li Mo had extraordinary means, he wouldn't be able to use them. Continuing to stay here would only be inviting humiliation. So after sweeping his eyes over Huoluan and the blood demon, Li Mo coldly snorted and suddenly retreated quickly. "You want to leave after coming here?" The blood demon sneered. "What do you think this place is?" Saying so, his body shook and a sea of blood suddenly burst open, turning the originally lush and colorful mountain valley into a boundless blood-red color. All of this happened so suddenly that Huilun thought that there was some kind of deep hatred between Li Mo and this blood demon. Otherwise, why would Li Mo stop him from leaving? At a glance, it was obvious that this blood demon wasn't someone to be trifled with. Being able to repel him was one thing, but to actually fight him to the death was a bit too much. Just as Huilun was thinking so, the blood demon suddenly turned to look at him and asked, "Where is this place?" He himself didn't know where he was. How could Huilun know that this place didn't have a name? But a timid voice suddenly called out, 10,000 Flower Valley. How come I didn't know this place was called 10,000 Flower Valley? Huilun was a little dumbfounded. He never thought that his neighbor would even have a name for this place, but 10,000 Flower Valley it was. It didn't sound too bad. Nodding, Huilun said, "Yes, this is 10,000 Flower Valley." The blood demon sneered again, releasing an evil aura inside 10,000 Flower Valley. "You can only enter but not leave. Stay here obediently." Damn. Since when was there such a rule here? I was the first one to live here. Okay? Huilun blinked. Chapter 3590. Half an hour later, in 10,000 Flower Valley, the sea of blood suddenly receded, revealing three figures: Li Shiqing, Huilun, and the blood demon. As for the burly man from before, he had long since disappeared without a trace. With 3 against 1, the outcome was already set in stone. On the path of martial Tao, there was no shortage of bloodshed, and life and death could be decided with a single thought. It had to be said that the man who came here today was truly amazing. His strength was formidable, and his methods were extraordinary. In a one-on-one fight, none of the 3 would be his opponent. After this battle, whether it was the blood demon or Huilun, both of them had some wounds on their bodies. Only Li Shiqing remained unscathed, but her face was slightly pale, obviously having consumed a great deal of energy. After this life and death battle, the 3 of them felt a sense of appreciation for each other. Li Shiqing immediately expressed her thanks. Today's matter was caused by her, and since Huilun and the blood demon had both come to help, she naturally had to thank them. Hearing her call him Big Brother Huilun felt a little strange, but he was even happier and gladly accepted it. The blood demon, on the other hand, was very forthright, waving his hand and saying, "There's no need to thank us. A man bullying a woman is just a sore sight. If you really want to thank us, give us some wine. Do you have any?" Yes, Li Shiqing nodded quickly. She didn't drink much herself, but there was some flower, wine she brewed herself in her space ring. The fragrance of the wine was rich and mellow, and since the 2 of them had saved her life today, she immediately invited the blood demon and Huilun to sit on her peak to express her gratitude. Huilun was still hesitating, but the blood demon immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. Compared to the other party's forthrightness, Huilun was a little narrow-minded, but there was nothing else to say, and he simply followed. On the peak of the mountain, there was a full set of tables and chairs. Li Shiqing cooked a few dishes herself and took out a few jars of flower wine to entertain her 2 saviors. The banquet was a vegetarian one. There was no meat, and the dishes seemed to be made of some strange flowers. However, Li Shiqing was very clever, and these flowers made the dishes very enjoyable for Bloodseeker and Huilun. Huilun was full of praises for her. After 3 rounds of wine, Huilun and Blood Demon were a little tipsy. Li Shiqing also drank a few mouthfuls. Her pure, white face had a layer of red, which was very beautiful. They had fought side by side before, and now that they were exchanging toasts, they naturally became more familiar with each other. Li Shiqing and Huilun both reported their names and looked at Bloodseeker. Blood Demon drank a mouthful of wine and said casually, "Mo Sheng," With a crash, Huoluan stood up in shock and said with wide eyes, "Demon Saint?" The blood demon laughed, as if he had expected this. He told Huoluan his name in detail. Huoluan let out a sigh of relief and sat down with a bitter smile. He was still a little scared. This Mo Sheng came from a continent under Bei Li Mo's control. Yang Kai had already swallowed up Bei Li Mo's territory, so the demon race had naturally entered the small sealed world as well. His name was really a coincidence. Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng. Those who didn't know him would think he was a demon saint. Huoluan really didn't know how this guy had lived until now. If he had this name, Huoluan estimated that he would be beaten to death sooner or later. "Girl, you're not from the demon race, are you?" Mo Sheng took a sip of wine and suddenly asked. Huoluan raised the glass of wine to his mouth slightly and turned to look at Li Shiqing. Previously, he didn't notice anything strange about this beautiful neighbor of his, only thinking that her name was a bit strange. But when they started fighting just now, Huoluan discovered that Li Shiqing didn't have any demonic qi and wasn't using her demonic qi. Instead, it was similar to the power displayed by those from the star boundary. However, he had never been to the star boundary, nor had he participated in the War of Two Worlds, so he wasn't too sure. On the other hand, Mo Sheng was straightforward and asked this question without hesitation. Li Shiqing pursed her red lips and glanced over at Mo Sheng, but found that the other party seemed to be asking casually with a calm expression, not intending to get to the bottom of it. However, there was no need to hide this matter, so she nodded and said, "I'm from the human race." Human race? Huoluan was shocked. This beautiful neighbor was really from the star boundary. Only there would be humans in the star boundary. However, Mo Sheng seemed to have expected this, and wasn't surprised. "I heard that Saint Venerable Yu Rumeng has a human called Yang Kai, who is highly regarded by the Saint Venerable. Do you know him?" Li Shiqing said indifferently. Yes. Mo Sheng was obviously interested in Yang Kai, so he immediately became spirited and said, "I heard that he participated in the Battle of Eternal Heaven and stole the opportunity of the great emperors. Is it true?" "What Battle of Eternal Heaven?" Huoluan was confused. After the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Yang Kai fled to the Cloud Shadow continent and caught Huoluan midway, borrowing his power to pass through the realm gate. So Huoluan didn't know about this at all. Brother who doesn't know. Mo Sheng looked at him strangely. Huoluan shook his head. Mo Sheng immediately told him the whole story of the Battle of Eternal Heaven. In fact, he only heard about it from hearsay and didn't participate in it himself. However, this matter had caused a stir in the entire territory of the devil race and was very popular. There were very few people who didn't know about it. Huoluan listened with his mouth wide open, continuously swallowing saliva. The opportunity of the great emperors. What kind of incredible thing was this? The master who created this world actually had such great fortune? No wonder he picked up the remains of a half-saint. It turned out that the Eternal Heaven continent had swallowed that half-saint, and that great emperors had obviously been killed by the Bright Moon continent. In other words, he had obtained the legacy of a great emperor from the star boundary. After he finished speaking, Mo Sheng turned to look at Li Shiqing and said, "You and he are both humans, so you should be familiar with each other, right?" Li Shiqing was silent for a moment. Then she stroked her hair behind her ear, picked up a wine jar, and poured a cup of wine for the two of them. She shook her head and said, "Not really," seeing that she was a little repulsed by this topic. Mo Sheng and Huoluan stopped talking about it. After the banquet, Mo Sheng stood up and pointed at another mountain peak, asking, "Does that mountain have a master?" Huoluan shook his head. "No." Mo Sheng laughed loudly. "Then from now on it has a master." As he spoke, he grabbed an unfinished jar of flower wine from the table, put it on his shoulder, and swaggered toward the ownerless mountain peak. Huoluan laughed. Brother Mo's personality is really free and easy. Now, all 3 peaks of 10,000 Flower Valley had a master. However, this was a good thing. It wouldn't have mattered if they were strangers, but the key was that the 3 of them had fought side by side today. If they encountered any trouble in the future, they could help each other. The current world wasn't peaceful. At the beginning of the world's creation, people's hearts were unstable, and all kinds of monsters appeared. Today, there was a power demon, and the day after tomorrow, there might be a corpse demon or bone demon or something. After Emotion left, Huoluan didn't stay any longer. After thanking Li Shiqing for her hospitality, he quickly left. In the void of nothingness, Yang Kai and Chang Tian stood side by side. In the distant void, a huge, rolling figure covered the sky and the earth, continuously devouring the continent. Behind the two, Boya stared at the rolling figure in a daze. She couldn't be more shocked. This was the first time she saw a rolling figure, and the first time she saw a continent being slowly devoured like a pancake. How could she not be shocked? Continue. Yang Kai's voice rang out, and Boya slowly came back to her senses. She organized her words and continued. After that battle, Li Shiqing, Huoluan, and Emotion lived in the 3 peaks of 10,000 Flower Valley. The 3 of them often visited each other and got along quite well. Yang Kai nodded. Did you find out where that power demon came from? Regarding Li Shiqing, Yang Kai was having a headache. Ever since she saw him kill the great emperors Mingyu in the Eternal Heaven continent, Li Shiqing's attitude towards him had taken a huge turn. It was as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between them. Last time, she even tried to assassinate him in Cloud Shadow Mainland's city-guarding palace. A month ago, when Yang Kai returned to Cloud Shadow Mainland. Although Li Shiqing didn't do anything unwise, her attitude towards him was extremely cold. After Cloud Shadow Mainland was devoured, Li Shiqing stayed in the small sealed world bead. Later, Yang Kai learned that Li Shiqing had left alone, and no one knew where she had gone. It was not easy for an ordinary person to find someone in the vast, small sealed world bead. They might not even be able to find her for the rest of their lives. However, the small sealed world bead was Yang Kai's territory, so after sweeping it with his divine sense, he was able to find Li Shiqing. He then used some means to send Bo, not far from Li Shiqing, and ordered her to secretly pay attention to Li Shiqing's safety and report to him if anything happened. For this reason, Yang Kai also left a space secret technique sealed in the space spirit jade for Boya. In a moment of crisis, Boya only needed to crush the space spirit jade, and Yang Kai would be able to sense it. Boya clearly saw what happened in 10,000 Flower Valley a few days ago, but at that time, even without Emotion and Huoluan's help, she would have secretly helped Li Shiqing deal with that power demon, so there was no need to inform Yang Kai. Later, Huoluan took action, and Emotion appeared out of nowhere, so there was no need for her to expose herself. Today, when Yang Kai summoned her from the small sealed world bead to ask about Li Shiqing's situation, Boya naturally had to report what happened at that time. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Boya replied, I did, but the demon race in the small sealed world is a mix of crooks and dragons, so I couldn't find any clues. What about that blood demon? That guy called Emotion? Yang Kai asked again. This Emotion is indeed the demon king of one of the continents under Bei Li Mo's command. There is no mistake about it. They couldn't find out the origin of the power demon because there was no trace of it, but Emotion had mentioned his origin before, so it was easy to find out. Emotion. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Do you think it was a coincidence, or does he have ulterior motives? Boya pondered for a moment before replying. It should be a coincidence, right? Also, that Emotion's temperament isn't bad. He's very straightforward and generous. He doesn't seem like a scheming person. Yang Kai nodded. It's best if he doesn't have ulterior motives. Pay close attention to that side, especially that Mo Sheng. Report to me if anything happens. Although Li Shiqing didn't give him any face, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore her. If something happened to Li Shiqing in the small sealed world, he really wouldn't be able to explain it to the great emperors. Yes, Boya nodded seriously. Chapter 3591. Anyway, I'll be leaving on the 17th to participate in Yuewin's Salon. I'm going to Japan this time, so I have to save up some manuscripts in the next few days. Otherwise, I won't be able to write much when I get there. Ooh. Yang Kai was about to put her into the sealed world bead and send her to the 10,000 Flower Valley when Boya suddenly said, By the way, that Mo Sheng's back looks very similar to yours. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything. Under the surge of his space principles, you disappeared. Trouble has come. Chang Tian, who was standing next to him, suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on the void in front of him, as if he could see through the barrier of space. I'll have to trouble, Senior. Yang Kai nodded gently. Trouble should have come a long time ago, so he wasn't surprised. It took him 3 months to devour Bei Li Mo's territory, and another month to devour Yu Rumeng's territory. After such a long time, it was impossible for the other demon saint to not notice such a big change in the demon territory. Since they noticed, they would definitely track him down and investigate. So Yang Kai already knew that as long as he made a move, it wouldn't be long before he clashed with the other demon saint. However, he was already satisfied with the 4-month buffer period. There was still half of Yu Rumeng's territory left to be devoured, and he only needed 1 more month to complete the task. At that time, he could set his sights on the territories of the other demon saint. As for how much he could devour, it would depend on how the other demon saint dealt with it. Be careful. Don't die. As Chang Tian's voice fell, he had already taken a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already 100 kilometers away, and with another step, he disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. As soon as he left, Yang Kai immediately pushed his demon chi to protect himself. At the same time, he opened the demon eye of annihilation in his right eye to monitor the surroundings. He didn't know how many demon saint had come, but he was sure that there weren't many demon saint, maybe only one. After all, demon saints' time was precious, and most of their souls were injured in the last battle of eternal heaven. They must be healing now, so who would run around for no reason? Those who could trace this place must be the demon saint bordering Bei Li Mo or Yu Rumeng's territory. Only those few could be the first to discover the abnormality of these many continents. In the void, Chang Tian suddenly stopped and stared ahead with an indifferent expression. After a long time, he said, Brother Zhu's escape technique is extraordinary, but even this chaotic void can't block your aura. I can smell it from thousands of miles away. So what's the point of hiding? Ooh. A figure suddenly appeared a few dozen kilometers away from where Chang Tian was. This figure was thin like a shriveled corpse. His skin was as white as paper, and he looked ferocious. He was one of the 12 demon saints in the demon territory, the Lord of Corpse Demon Su Chia. Chang Tian Zhu and stared at Chang Tian with his eyes that looked like a dead fish. His eyes were white, and his pupils were the size of a needle. He looked horrible, and his voice was dry as if he hadn't spoken for hundreds of years. Why are you here? Chang Tian didn't answer, but asked, Why can't this king be here? Zhu Chia didn't want to be entangled with him and turned to look around. What happened here? And what happened to the other continents under Yu Rumeng? What does this have to do with the human race? The demon saints were not stupid. Only a great divine technique could make the continents disappear. In all of demon, no one had such an ability. However, as he continued investigating, he discovered that the continents showed signs of being devoured. It wasn't until he came here and saw Raleigh that Zhu and realized the truth behind the continents being devoured. Rolling's body was full of strong spatial fluctuations, and the space around him was cracked. It was not difficult for him to associate it with Yang Kai. Chang Tian didn't answer. The corners of Zhu Qia's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. His dry voice sounded again. It seems that you are with that human. Chang Tian, this king advises you not to seek your own death. You should know the consequences of being my enemy. Chang Tian said coldly. This king has learned about it tens of thousands of years ago. Zhu Qia's needle-like eyes widened slightly. He pointed forward and said, This king is going to deal with that boy. Get out of my way. Chang Tian didn't say anything. He reached out and grabbed at the air, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Dragon Fang sword, refined from Chang Tian's own Dragon Fang. It was incomparably sharp and could cut through anything. Chang Tian's attitude was obvious. There was no need to say anything. Zhu Qia roared, and the corpse qi on his body rolled. He raised his hand, and 3 black coffins appeared in front of him. As soon as the coffins appeared, there was a series of banging sounds from inside, and a monstrous evil qi rolled out. It seemed that some peerless monster was about to break out of the coffins. Before he could cast another spell, Chang Tian had already slashed at him with the sword. The demonic qi rolled and turned into a huge black dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It shook its head and swung its tail, destroying the void. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Zhu Qia's expression didn't change. He made a hand seal, and the demonic qi in the coffins filled the air. With 3 muffled sounds, the monsters in the coffins came out. All of them looked terrifying with green faces and fangs. The 3 monsters looked up to the sky and howled. Shock waves visible to the naked eye spread out crazily and then met the black dragon. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The master of the 100-spirit continent and the master of the corpse devil fought fiercely. Except for the strong rise of Chang Tian tens of thousands of years ago, the demon saint rarely had a chance to fight in the demon territory. The most recent time was the Battle of Eternal Heaven, but at that time, the demon saint teamed up to fight against the great emperors of the Bright Moon. So it didn't count. But at this moment, Zhu Qia and Chang Tian were fighting alone. It was not that they hadn't fought before. Tens of thousands of years ago, they had fought several times, but there was no clear winner. Tens of thousands of years later, the situation was still the same. No one could do anything to the other. Suddenly, Zhu Qia sneered, "That boy is dead." Chang Tian thrust out his sword and responded indifferently. "Is it Qi Yan or Mo Kan? Or perhaps both of them are here?" Zhu Qia Qi Yan and Mo Kan were the neighbors of Yu Ru Meng and Bei Liemo. If there was anyone who noticed the abnormalities of the continents first, it would be them. Now that Zhu Qia had appeared, at least one of the remaining 2 had come here. It was just that he hadn't shown up yet. He must have taken advantage of the time when Chang Tian was delayed to find trouble with Yang Kai. Zhu Qia was startled. "Aren't you worried at all?" Chang Tian said. "What's there to be worried about?" Zhu Qia's pupils were only as big as needles, and he couldn't shrink any further. He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. Yu Ru Meng isn't with that boy. I've seen this clearly before. Without the demon saint's protection, he will die." Chang Tian said coldly, "He won't die." While the 2 were talking and fighting, Yang Kai's face suddenly became serious. He looked at the void in front of him and said, "Which saint has come? Why don't you show yourself?" As the void distorted and the raging flames roiled, a fiery light suddenly appeared 10 kilometers away. Inside this fiery light was a figure, and even from 10 kilometers away, the scorching heat caused the demonic qi protecting Yang Kai's body to evaporate. the master of flame devils Qi Yan. Yang Kai had seen all the demon saint in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, and Qi Yan's characteristics were so obvious, he naturally recognized him. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "So it's Senior Qi Yan. Excuse my lack of manners." Qi Yan looked at Yang Kai, then turned to look at the huge figure in the distance who was devouring the continents. His eyes were like fire as he shouted, "Boy, what the hell are you doing? Do you think you have lived too long?" Yang Kai showed a puzzled expression. "Why do you say that, Senior Qi Yan?" Qi Yan sneered. "Don't tell me this isn't your doing." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior Qi Yan is right. This is my doing. You have guts. You actually dare to devour the continents in the demon territory." Qi Yan immediately shouted angrily. His shout was mixed with scorching divine soul power, which pierced Yang Kai's knowledge sea like fire and burned his divine soul. Senior Qi Yan is wise. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. It was also for the sake of the demon territory. Yang Kai cupped his hands again in a polite manner. The flames in Qi Yan's eyes jumped twice, and he couldn't hide his surprise. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, that angry shout wasn't something a high-ranked demon king could bear. In his estimation, Yang Kai would at least be injured, but this boy was completely fine. This was really surprising. A high-ranked demon king had such a powerful divine soul cultivation, or did he have some kind of protective treasure on him? Suppressing his doubts, Qi Yan laughed wildly. "For the sake of the demon territory? What a big tone. Are you from a demon race? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" Yang Kai said seriously, "This has nothing to do with whether I am from the demon race or not." Qi Yan snorted coldly. "You Rumeng fought for you in vain. I didn't expect you to seek your own death. It's really a waste of her painstaking efforts." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Senior Qi Yan is wrong. Senior Qi Yan has treated me well. Naturally, I have to give her a peach and return the favor. This is just a bright road for the demon territory and a future." Without giving him a chance to speak again, Yang Kai continued, "The demon territory is falling apart, the realm gate is unstable, and the continents are gradually disappearing. Sooner or later, it will be destroyed. This boy now has the ability to reshape the demon race territory. Naturally, I can't hide it. Reshape the laws of the demon territory, turn the pieces into the whole." The flames on Qi Yan's body suddenly surged, showing his mood was unstable. He looked back at the rolling stone and said, "That's the method?" "Exactly," Yang Kai nodded. "If not, how could this boy have the ability to behave atrociously in Senior Qi Yan's territory? I have to get her approval." "Where is Yu Rumeng?" Qi Yan turned his head and looked around. "Not here." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at Qi Yan eagerly. "This boy here has to ask Senior Qi Yan to help me. This boy is willing to swear that after the matter is done, I will repay Senior Qi Yan twice." "Help you? How can I help you?" Qi Yan asked. "Let this boy swallow the continent under Senior Qi Yan. That is to help me." Qi Yan didn't speak, just looked at him coldly. His body leaned forward slightly, and the oppressive momentum came to him. He said faintly, "Say it again." Sure enough, Kai Yang repeated himself, his face full of sincerity. Chapter 3592. Suddenly, Qi Yan laughed loudly, his laughter like thunder, the flames on his body rolling. After a while, Qi Yan stopped laughing, his eyes as cold as ice. "Your courage is not small." Yang Kai sighed. "It seems that Holy Senior does not agree. What a pity." Qi Yan said, "If it is, as you say, this senior can capture you and succeed. So, Holy Senior wants to kill me?" Yang Kai looked at him calmly. Qi Yan looked around. Yang Kai said, "Holy Senior Rumeng is not here." When his words fell, Qi Yan had already raised his hand, and a flame turned into a rope, rolling towards Yang Kai. A graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Feeling the scorching power, her pretty face couldn't help but change. Pushing her demonic qi, an icy aura suddenly rose and turned into an ice barrier, blocking in front of her. The flames collided, melting each other, and the void exploded. Bastard! Two angry shouts came out at the same time. It was Bei Li Mo and Qi Yan. Bei Li Mo was annoyed in her heart. Originally, she was fine in the small sealed world bead, but suddenly she felt a force pulling her here, and before she could react, she was facing Qi Yan. Cold and hot were incompatible among the many demon saints, although Bei Li Mo and Yu Rumeng did not get along. That was only because they were next to each other. However, if there was one demon saint that she disliked the most, it was definitely not Yu Rumeng, but Qi Yan. The two demon saints were proficient in completely opposite principles, so they were each other's nemesis. In the territories of other demon saint, there were many different races of demon race, but only Bei Li Mo's territory did not have a single flame demon, and Qi Yan's territory did not have a single snow demon. For Yang Kai to bring her out to face Qi Yan at this time was a perfect match for him. Qi Yan scolded because he felt that he had been deceived by Yang Kai and was a little angry. He had clearly checked carefully and found that there was no one else around except for Yang Kai. He did not expect Bei Li Mo to suddenly appear. Yang Kai shrugged. Saint Senior Rumeng really isn't here. Yu Rumeng was still in the sealed world bead. Bei Li Mo. Qi Yan roared. At this time, he couldn't care less about being angry with Yang Kai. Compared to him, Bei Li Mo was actually helping Yang Kai. His voice was full of disbelief as he asked, "Are you crazy?" Bei Li Mo didn't answer. Her delicate body trembled as icicles suddenly appeared behind her. Each icicle emitted a cold light and was several meters long. She pointed forward and shouted, "Go!" The sound of something tearing through the air was incessant, and the countless ice-cold attacks covered the sky and covered the earth as they blasted towards Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame raised his hands and sent out countless fireballs, each of which corresponded to an icicle. A moment later, the fireball and the icicle covered each other and burst out clouds of mist in the void, causing a series of explosions. Before the first move had even ended, another one followed. Bei Li Mo formed a series of seals with her hands, separating them, then bringing them together, shouting in a low voice, "Seal!" A huge block of ice suddenly appeared in the void, directly freezing the place where Qi Yan was standing. The vast expanse of space was completely frozen, and even Qi Yan was sealed inside. However, in the next moment, flames burst out from Qi Yan's body, and a scorching power burst out, melting the ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths of time, Qi Yan had already broken free. Bei Li Mo's decisive action completely enraged Qi Yan, and as he roared, he opened his mouth and sent out an 800-kilometer sea of flames. Yang Kai had already disappeared from where he stood, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on Rolling's back, waiting with rapt attention. The continent in front of him had not been completely swallowed, so even if there was a strong enemy in front of him, Yang Kai could not give up halfway, and had Rolling completely swallow this continent. As expected, Qi Yan and the other demon saint had already arrived. But what about the last one? Yang Kai did not know if the last nearby demon saint had arrived, but just in case, he had to protect Rolling, standing on Rolling's back. Yang Kai had already established a connection with Yu Rumeng in the mysterious small world, so he could summon her at any time to catch the enemy off guard. However, Yang Kai was not worried. He still had Yu Rumeng. Even if another demon saint appeared, Yu Rumeng would be able to hold on for some time. Unless more than 3 demon saint appeared, no one would be able to interrupt Rolling's swallowing. But now, 2 demon saint had already appeared, so it was impossible for 3 more to come. The demon saint were all busy healing, so who would gather together when they had nothing better to do? Only the nearby demon saint would come when they sensed something was wrong. On both sides, in the void, dazzling lights constantly flashed, and from time to time, violent fluctuations of power would appear. These were the aftermath of the battle between the 2 demon saint-level masters. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai did not see another demon saint, so it seemed that only Qi Yan and the other demon saint who was fighting with Chang Tian had come to investigate the situation. However, he did not relax his vigilance. It was not until a day later that the rolling completely swallowed the continent that Yang Kai put away the rolling, and under the fluctuation of the space law, he began to move in the void. Not far away was the realm gate, so it did not take long for Yang Kai to arrive at the realm gate. With a wave of his hand, he released Yu Rumeng. For eyes met, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Act according to the plan." "How many came?" Yu Rumeng asked. "2. Qian, and I don't know who the other one is." Yu Rumeng chuckled. "It should be Zhu Qian or Mo. Can you go? Be careful." "I know, you too." Yang Kai squeezed her hand, turned around, and disappeared into the realm gate. Yu Rumeng looked back at the void. Her beautiful eyes turned, her pupils shrank, and soon saw the situation of the 2 battlefields. Although the battle between Chang Tian and Zhu Qian was fierce, it was not dangerous. Both sides had reserved their strength, and they knew that they could not defeat the other side alone, so there was no need to kill. On the contrary, Bei Li Mo and Qi Yan, when the cold and the hot met, it was like sprinkling salt in a pot of oil. They fought so fiercely that both of them had suffered some injuries. Standing in the distance and watching the bustle, Yu Rumeng was content and even hummed a song happily. Counting silently in her heart when it reached 100, Yu Rumeng's red lips squirmed, and she silently spat out a word, condensing it into a bundle and sending it directly to Bei Li Mo's ears. After hearing this voice, the demon Qi in Bei Li Mo's body suddenly soared, and when her silver hair fluttered, her voice was cold. 10,000 miles ice seal. In the void, there was suddenly a small frost, and the frost quickly gathered in the middle, completely freezing the surrounding 10,000 miles in an instant, living up to the name of the 10,000 miles ice seal technique. Qi Yan's expression was cold, and the flames on his body burned fiercely, resisting the extreme cold with extreme heat, not showing the slightest fear. However, what surprised him was that after Bei Li Mo displayed this divine technique, she coldly snorted and fled like lightning. After a dozen breaths, Qi Yan broke the divine technique and stared at Bei Li Mo's disappearing back, frowning, and a feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Turning his head to look at the distant place, there was no trace of the previous behemoth. Not only was the monster that swallowed the continent gone, but even the entire continent was gone. Not good. Qi Yan seemed to think of something, and immediately urged his demon Qi, turning into a flame and chasing after Bei Li Mo. At the same time, Chang Tian, who was fighting fiercely with Zhu Qian, let out a long laugh. And after one move, he stopped and stood still. "Zhu Qian, you can't do anything to this king." Zhu Qian coldly snorted, and the 3 monsters in front of him also bared their teeth, as if cheering for their master. "What can you do to this king?" Chang Tian said, "Yes, the difference in strength between you and me is not much. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid it will take a few months or even a few years. It's better to stop now." Zhu Qian's expression was vigilant. Although he did not know what Chang Tian wanted to do, his actions were obviously a bit abnormal. Just as he was puzzled, Zhu Qian's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to the side and shouted, "Bei Li Mo." In the distance, a white light shot over, exuding Bei Li Mo's aura. So Zhu Qian was naturally not unfamiliar with it. But why was Bei Li Mo here? And according to the previous investigation, all the continents of Bei Li Mo had disappeared and should have been swallowed by that behemoth. She appeared here. Was she an enemy or a friend? Unable to determine, Zhu Qian retreated a little, opening up a distance between him and Chang Tian. Not long after, Bei Li Mo had rushed in front of Chang Tian and landed in front of him, nodding slightly. Zhu Hua's pupil shrank because Bei Li Mo was injured, and it was obvious that her injuries were caused by Qi Yan. It seemed that when he and Chang Tian were fighting here, Bei Li Mo and Qi Yan were also fighting. In this way, Bei Li Mo's position was obvious. Before he could finish thinking, Chang Tian shouted in a low voice, "Let's go together." Zhu Qian was shocked, and without thinking, he immediately fled desperately. 1 against 2, of course, there was no danger to his life, but he would definitely suffer a little. He was not a fool. How could he give Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo a chance to attack him together? With this retreat, he retreated 1,000 miles. But what stunned Zhu Qian was that after Chang Tian shouted that sentence, he did not show any signs of attacking and instead immediately fled with Bei Li Mo. It was a fake attack. How bad? Zhu Qian gritted his teeth in hatred, but he did not dare to pursue rashly. Who knew what the other side was up to? A flame shot close, and a moment later, Qi Yan appeared. Seeing each other face to face, Qi Yan asked, "They didn't attack you?" When he saw Bei Li Mo retreat, he thought that she was going to join forces with Chang Tian to deal with Zhu Qian, so he hurriedly came to help, but who would have thought that there was no fight at all, and instead Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo fled first. Zhu Qian shook his head. Strange. Qi Yan frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to think of something, and immediately looked in the direction Chang Tian, and Bei Li Mo fled, shouting, "Not good." Chapter 3593. Every one of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory was an old monster who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Their hearts were tough, and they could remain calm even if a continent collapsed in front of them. But today, the master of flame devils, Scarlet Flame Sage, had said "not good" twice in a very short time. The first time was a mistake, but the second time was really bad. He saw the realm gate not far away. After the battle of eternal heaven, the scene of Yang Kai escaping immediately appeared in his mind. At that time, Yang Kai had obtained the opportunity of the great emperors and fled in panic. Many demon saints followed closely behind. If the realm gate hadn't suddenly disappeared without a trace, how could that human, who was only comparable to a middle-ranked demon king at the time, escape the demon saint's pursuit? The realm gate couldn't disappear for no reason. Even if it did, it would take a long time. That human could repair and maintain the realm gate, so he had probably studied the method to seal it. This was the consensus of many demon saint after seeing the realm gate disappear that day. This continent had already become a void. If even the realm gate was sealed, then wouldn't it become a land of death? What Scarlet Flame could think of, Zhu Kai naturally could as well. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly rushed toward the realm gate with Scarlet Flame, secretly praying that things wouldn't go as he imagined. But what he feared would happen. When the two demon saint ran side by side and saw the realm gate in the distance, Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian had already disappeared. Only Yuru Meng stood in front of the realm gate, looking in their direction with a smile and a mocking expression. Then her red lips moved, and a sentence was clearly sent to the two demon saints' ears. "You guys have fun." Scarlet Flame and Zhu Kai's expressions changed again. Different colored lights burst out of their bodies, and their speed suddenly increased, hurriedly rushing toward the realm gate. They were really anxious to death. After saying that, Yuru Meng turned around, walked into the realm gate, and disappeared. As they got closer and closer to the portal, Zhu Qian and Qi Yan both looked excited. In just 3 breaths, they could pass through the portal and leave this place. 3 breaths later, the 2 demon saints indeed passed through the realm gate. However, the instant they reached it, the realm gate suddenly disappeared. The 2 of them plunged into the air and ran for thousands of kilometers before they could stabilize themselves. Looking back, the entire world was empty and chaotic. Qi Yan and Zhu Qian's faces were grimaced. At this moment, how could they not know that they had fallen into the little thief's trap? They were afraid that he had calculated everything. Otherwise, how could he have made such a comprehensive plan in such a short time? Now that the 2 demon saints had come together, they were both trapped in the void. It would take a lot of effort for them to leave this place and return to the demon territory. If it were an ordinary person in this situation, they would have given up hope. However, Qi Yan and Zhu Qian were not ordinary people. As demon saint, they had confidence. At this point, it was useless to regret and complain. It was more important to find a way to return to the demon territory as soon as possible. They looked at each other and didn't need to communicate. The 2 of them flew back side by side and rushed into the distance. There was definitely more than 1 realm gate on this continent. Since one was sealed, they naturally had to find another way out. However, 3 days later, the 2 of them flew back and stopped in front of a void. After 3 days of searching, they were sure that all the realm gates on this continent had been sealed. They couldn't find any exit at all. They weren't sure where the other realm gates were, so they could only come back. After staring for a while, Qi Yan pointed ahead and said, "Is it here?" Zhu Qian shook his head. "It should be 300 feet to the left." "Are you sure?" Qi Yan looked back at him. Zhu Qian was silent for a moment and said decisively, "I'm not sure." Qi Yan didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, he said, "Then let's do it together." "Okay." Zhu Qian nodded. The 2 demon saints immediately stood 300 feet apart and looked at the void in front of them solemnly, as if there was a lifelong enemy standing there. His demon chi suddenly surged, and a scorching aura filled the air. Qi Yan had already punched the void. His fist was surrounded by white flames that seemed to be able to melt even the void. On the other side, Zhu Qian's movements were undoubtedly much gentler. He flicked his 10 fingers, and small threads visible to the naked eye probed forward. Strangely, the void seemed to turn into a lake, and the threads disappeared as soon as they entered it. Then Zhu Qian urged his demon chi, and then there was no then. Zhu Qian stopped and came to Qi Yan's side. He said, "You were right." Qi Yan ignored him and just punched the void in front of him again and again. That punch was so powerful that even a continent would be torn apart. The void in front of him also began to break, and cracks appeared one after another. After a dozen or so punches, the void really did shatter, revealing a huge hole. The chaotic void chi inside was even stronger than where the 2 of them were now. If they really rushed in, they might get lost in the void crevice forever, unable to find their way back. But at this point, what choice did the 2 demon saints have? They could only fight to live. What's more, the 2 of them were not helpless. They just had to take some risks. Long breath after a while. Qi Yan said, "Let's go." Then he was about to take a step forward. "Wait a minute." Zhu Qian raised his hand to stop him and pointed at Zhu Qian. From the tip of his finger, a white thread swam out and came to Zhu Qian. The white thread was like a living thing, wriggling. Qi Yan saw it and immediately showed a look of disgust. Zhu Qian smiled. "You, and I don't know how dangerous it is inside, but the aura is not good. With this soul-guiding silk, you and I will not be separated." Qi Yan did not answer, but he slightly withdrew the flames on his body, revealing a gap. The soul-guiding silk immediately went into Qi Yan's body through the gap and disappeared. The two of them then stepped into the void. What greeted them was a mass of void turbulence which almost engulfed Crimson Flame, who was in the lead. Fortunately, Crimson Flame's skills were profound, and he managed to escape after sensing that something was wrong. If it was a demon king, he would have died immediately. There was no light, only endless void turbulence and wild void storms. With the soul-guiding silk, the two demon saints would not be separated. But since they stepped into the void, the two of them could no longer feel the passage of time. Not only that, they could not tell the direction and could only move forward step by step. After a long time, Qi Yen suddenly stopped and asked, "Can you feel the aura of the ancestral land?" There were hundreds of races in the territory of the demon race, but there was only one ancestral land. The ancestral land was invisible, and no one knew where it was. But it was the origin of all the demon race. Ordinary demon race did not know this at all. But when the demon saint level powerhouses were promoted, they received the blessings of the ancestral land. This was the biggest reason why the two demon saint dared to enter the void. Here they could not tell the direction and could not find the exit. But as long as they could feel the aura of the ancestral land and follow it, they would be able to get out of here one day. The words came out, but no sound came out. Qi Yen suddenly understood and urged his demon Qi to send a message to Zhu Qiao. Zhu Qiao replied, "No, what about you?" Qi Yen said, "No." "Then let's keep going." They could only keep going. The void was not a sealed jar. Since they could enter, they could get out. They just needed to find the right way. They could not feel it here, but it did not mean that they could not feel it anywhere else. As long as they could feel the aura of the ancestral land, the two demon saint could find the exit. Maybe it would take 3 to 5 years, maybe 100 years, but they could not be trapped here for real. While Qi Yen and Zhu Qiao were trapped in the void, Yang Kai was busy devouring the remaining continents under Yu Rumeng's command. The arrival of Qi Yen and Zhu Qiao was expected. Since they could not stop them, they could only go with the flow. Trapping them in the void was the result of Yang Kai's discussion with Yu Rumeng and the others. Although the three of them had the upper hand against Zhu Qiao and Qi Yen, it was very difficult to kill a demon saint. Back then, the Eternal Heaven Continent had made such a big scene just to kill the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent. Where could Yang Kai make such a scene? Since they could not kill them, they could only trap them. In this way, they would have more buffer time, at least enough for them to devour all the continents under Yu Rumeng's command. The ancestral land is ethereal and impossible to find, but it is everywhere. As long as they can feel the aura of the ancestral land, it will not be difficult to escape. If it were me, this is the only way. Yu Rumeng stood beside Yang Kai. When Yang Kai asked how long it would take for Zhu Qiao and Qi Yen to escape, she answered like this: "Ancestral land." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. Chang Tian also glanced at her. He had achieved the power of a demon saint through his bloodline inheritance. When he was promoted, he did not feel the aura of the ancestral land. So Yu Rumeng's statement was very novel. Yu Rumeng said, "Only by obtaining the blessing of the ancestral land can a demon saint be a demon saint." Hearing this, Yang Kai understood a little. It's like the recognition of the star boundary. More or less, Yang Kai secretly lamented that it was a pity. After all, the place where Zhu Qiao and Qi Yen were trapped was still in the demon territory, which gave them the opportunity to feel the ancestral land. If they were trapped in the star boundary, they would never be able to leave the void crevice unless they were extremely lucky and found the exit. But then again, this time, they were taking advantage of the uniqueness of the continents in the demon territory. The star boundary did not have such convenient conditions. At the very least, the continents and realm gates were not available in the star boundary. Then how long do you think it will take for them to escape? Yang Kai asked again. Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "That's hard to say. After all, I have never entered the void crevice, so I don't know what is inside. But in general, this kind of thing depends on their luck. If they are lucky, they may be able to escape in a few days. If they are unlucky, they may be trapped for decades or even centuries." Bei Li Mo did not like her and coldly snorted, "It's the same as not saying anything." Chapter 3594. Time passed quickly, and another month passed by. Yu Rumeng's continent had been completely devoured. Without stopping, Yang Kai headed straight for Qi Yan's territory. Qi Yan and Zhu Ho were still trapped in the void. So how could Yang Kai remain indifferent when such a big piece of meat was placed in front of his mouth? In any case, in his plan, the entire demon territory was to be devoured. After devouring Yu Rumeng's territory, Raleigh changed again. Its body had expanded to 10,000 miles. It was a true colossus. Once it was released, it could completely devour a continent in just over a day. Earth-shaking changes were also taking place in the small sealed world. Its territory was constantly expanding, and the world principles and world energy that filled the small sealed world were gradually becoming richer. Although the world principles had not yet reached the level where a Tao Source Realm Master could be born in the small sealed world, it was close. Yang Kai estimated that as long as he devoured Qi Yan's territory, it would be enough to meet this condition. Days passed by, and the Rolling Stone almost kept the speed of devouring a continent a day. Although there were still some half-saints stationed in Qi Yan's territory, Yang Kai now had so many powerful helpers around him that a half-saint could not make any waves. Every time he arrived at a continent, Yang Kai would seal the world gate in advance, completely cutting off the connection between that continent and the outside world, and then release the Rolling Stone. If a half-saint came to stop him, Yu Rumeng, Bei Li Mo, or Chang Tian would deal with them. Often, they would be captured and thrown into the small sealed world to be imprisoned. Qi Yan also had more than a dozen half-saint subordinates, excluding those who were killed at the hands of the great emperors Mingyu and sent to the star boundary. There were still 6 half-saint in the demon territory. These 6 half-saints, without exception, all stayed on their own continents and were then wiped out by Yang Kai. Being trapped in the void, not only did he lose his territory, but he also lost so many half-saint subordinates. Yang Kai wondered what Qi Yan's expression would be if he had a chance to escape and learned about this. Yang Kai understood that the more he struggled here, the less pressure there would be on the astral plane. Naturally, he would spare no effort. However, he also knew that he wouldn't be able to cause a ruckus for much longer. It had already been half a year since the plan to devour the demon territory began. Even if those demon saints were still recovering, they should have reacted by now. In the demon territory, excluding Yu Rumeng, Bei Li Mo, and the 2 trapped by him, there were still 8 demon saints. With such a huge force, even if they didn't gather all of them, they would be able to force him to stop. However, Yang Kai didn't want to eat too much in one go. Devouring the demon territory was a huge and long-term project, and this was just an appetizer. Another month later, Crimson Flame's territory was completely devoured. Not a single piece of land was left. Yang Kai didn't stop. Under the accompaniment of Chang Tian, he directly went to Zhu Chang's territory and committed another round of outrages. However, just as he had expected, the great demon saints of the demon domain finally reacted to his actions. Half a month ago, Chang Tian had sensed the aura of a great demon saint from afar, but he couldn't tell who it was because the other party didn't seem to have any intention of approaching and only watched from afar. Unfortunately, by the time Yang Kai completely sealed the realm gate of that continent, the demon saint had already disappeared. So Yang Kai couldn't use the same method to plot against the other party. On this day, Another continent was completely devoured. Yang Kai and Chang Tian stood on Rolling Stone's back. Compared with the huge and majestic body of Rolling Stone, the two were like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Just as they were about to set off for the next continent, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He put away Rolling Stone and frowned. "Senior, please wait a moment." Chang Tian stopped and turned his head to look at Yang Kai, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to directly throw the sealed world bead over. Chang Tian caught it, but Yang Kai's figure had already flashed and disappeared. Chang Tian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Yang Kai had entered the small sealed world bead. Chang Tian couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't know what had happened to make him enter the small sealed world bead in such a hurry, but it should be related to the things inside. Holding the sealed world bead, Chang Tian showed a look of interest and kept stroking it. Although he knew that Rolling Stone was transformed from this sealed world bead and knew about its magic, this was the first time he had come into direct contact with it. So naturally, he couldn't help but investigate it. However, although his cultivation was profound, he didn't cultivate the Tao of space. So how could he pry into the mysteries of the sealed world bead? At the same time, in the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai directly appeared in the medicine garden, looked at the embodiment, and asked what happened. Just now, Yang Kai came here because he heard the call of the embodiment. Since devouring Cloud Shadow Continent, the embodiment had been in the medicine garden. The two wood spirits were also sitting on the embodiment's shoulders at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai, Mulu anxiously said, "Master, this is bad. This world is about to be assimilated." Muzhu also nodded fiercely with an anxious look on her face. In fact, there was no need for her to say anything. After Yang Kai asked, he had already felt it. Strictly speaking, the small sealed world bead could be divided into 3 territory areas. The first territory area was the territory of the small sealed world bead itself, needless to say. The second territory area was the territory expanded after devouring 3 cultivation stars in the lower plane star. It was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star that Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration and used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to stimulate the sealed world bead, resulting in the birth of the rolling star. The third territory area was the territory formed after devouring the various continents in the territory of the demon-devouring Great Emperor. For a long time, Yang Kai had strictly divided these 3 territory areas, and they were not connected to each other in terms of world principles and the richness of energy. The first territory area was undoubtedly the strongest, which was the territory where the medicine garden was located. The world principles here were almost the same as the star boundary. The second territory area was only equivalent to the territory of the lower plane star. The third territory area was originally the worst, but as time passed and the various continents were devoured, the latecomers caught up. Although it was far inferior to the territory of the medicine garden, it was now much stronger than the second territory. In the second territory area, the world principles had now broken through the shackles of the Tao Source realm and were enough to allow a Tao Source realm cultivator to break through. The world that Mu Lu mentioned was about to be assimilated was not the first territory of the medicine garden, but the second territory formed by the 3 cultivation stars. In terms of size, the second territory area was not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the third territory, and in terms of world principles, it was also inferior. Previously, Yang Kai had set up a barrier to separate the 2 worlds, so it was not a big problem, but with the devouring of this continent today, the world principles in the third territory area had broken through, causing a problem. The first territory area, where the medicine garden was located, was not affected. Although it was the smallest, its world principles were the strongest, so it was unaffected. However, the barrier of the second territory area had been greatly impacted. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out and noticed that the barrier he had set up was showing signs of loosening. Once this barrier was completely broken, the third territory area was very likely to completely merge with the second territory area. He was the master of the sealed world bead. So, logically speaking, he should be able to control everything here, but whether it was the second or third territory, they were all man-made and could not be considered the main body of the sealed world bead, so his control was greatly reduced. These two areas each had their own world principles, so unless one side completely annexed the other, they would never be peaceful. Once such a thing happened, the inhabitants of the 3 cultivation stars living in the second territory area would be completely demonized. Among those people, there were only a handful of origin kings. So how could they resist the world principles from the demon territory? That was the lives of hundreds of millions of people. The embodiment was aware of this, so it had contacted Yang Kai with its divine sense and asked him to come in and investigate the situation. Currently, the second territory area was showing signs of annexing the third territory area, but if this rolling continued and strengthened the world principles in the third territory area, sooner or later, the second and third territory areas would completely merge. Yang Kai also did not expect this to happen, and after understanding the situation, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. According to his plan, he was going to swallow all of Zhu Jin's territory, and then if he had the opportunity, he would go and swallow the other demon saints' territories. Anyway, he would swallow as much as he could. But now that this situation had occurred, this plan could only be put on hold. Before the problem of the small sealed world was solved, the third territory area could not grow any stronger. Otherwise, the second territory area would only last for a shorter time. With a thought, Yang Kai strengthened the barrier between the 2 territory areas, frowning, and said, "I understand. I'll find a way to solve it. You monitor the situation over there, and inform me immediately if anything happens." The embodiment nodded solemnly and asked again, "How do you plan to solve it?" Yang Kai said honestly, "I don't know, but there is always a way." A moment later, Yang Kai reappeared in the void. Chang Tian threw the sealed world bead back to him, but seeing his expression change, he could not help asking, "What happened?" Yang Kai said, "I'm afraid the matter of the small sealed world will have to be put on hold for a while. There's a situation in the small sealed world." "Is it serious?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's not too serious, but before that matter is solved, we can't swallow any more." Chang Tian nodded. Now that he and Yang Kai were grasshoppers on the same rope, as long as Yang Kai was fine, he was fine, and vice versa, he could not help but show some concern. "It's fine as long as you know what you're doing." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I've already thought of a way." In just a short while, he had already come up with an idea. "That's for the best. Let's go." Yang Kai called out and rushed towards the nearest world gate. Not long after, the 2 stepped out of the world gate together and appeared on another continent. Just as they steadied themselves, Yang Kai's expression changed. At the same time, Chang Tian grabbed Yang Kai and dragged him behind him. When he opened his mouth and roared, a dragon's roar shook the sky. The dragon's roar, visible to the naked eye, turned into layers of shockwaves that shattered everything. A blood-red light came in front of them, but it shattered inch by inch under the dragon's roar. A blood-red shadow rushed over quickly. Xue Li's red hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were also red. As he grinned, he spread out a boundless sea of blood, trying to envelop Chang Tian and Yang Kai. Chang Tian quickly retreated. His body did not move, but his figure moved like lightning. In an instant, he retreated 1,000 kilometers. Chapter 3595. However, among the 12 demon saint, Xue Li's escape technique was the best. Although Chang Tian's movements were fast, Shui Li was still unable to shake him off. As one advanced and one retreated, the two demon saint level masters were also fighting fiercely. Demonic chi vibrated and rumbled endlessly as violent energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was placed behind Chang Tian to protect him, felt a great sense of danger. Without even thinking about it, he raised his hand and summoned Yu Meng and Bei Liemo. Under the surge of ice principles, several transparent and almost imperceptible hexagonal ice shields formed around Yang Kai's body to protect him. Bei Liemo's reaction was quick. Although she didn't know what was going on, because they had discussed it beforehand, if Yang Kai summoned her without warning, he must have encountered a strong enemy. So, when she realized that she was no longer in the sealed world bead, she immediately used her divine technique to form an ice shield before looking around to investigate the enemy. While she acted, Yu Meng didn't remain idle either. Her beautiful pupils bloomed like lotus flowers, and she exclaimed in the next moment, "Wu Hua!" In addition to the few of them, there was only Shui Li's figure chasing after them, but under her eye technique, Yu Meng could see an almost non-existent shadow sticking close to her. The shadow demon lord, Wu Hua, an almost imperceptible pitch-black shadow, was rapidly approaching Yang Kai, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through several of the ice shields surrounding him. It wasn't that Bei Liemo wasn't as strong as Wu Hua. It was just that Wu Hua had charged up his attack, while Bei Liemo had reacted hastily. She didn't even know who the enemy was. So how could she block the Shadow Fiend Lord's attack? With a crash, the ice shields shattered into dust, but the pitch black didn't lose its momentum and directly struck towards Yang Kai's chest. When a shadow demon attacked, it was a one-hit kill. This was the specialty of this race. Even the most ordinary shadow demon was like this in battle, let alone the flowerless demon saint. Yu Meng's expression changed greatly. Although Yang Kai's current strength was not bad, he was still only a high-ranked demon king. How could he block Wu Hua's fatal attack? When she raised her hand, her arm instantly became like a snake, soft and boneless as it coiled around the source of the darkness. Demonic yuan wildly surged as she struck out with her palm. He was not affected at all. Yu Meng's face turned pale. He watched helplessly as the black broke through his defense and stabbed towards Yang Kai's chest. At this moment, another resounding dragon roar rang out, and a huge golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. In a flash, it entered his back, and Yang Kai's body was instantly covered by a layer of dragon scales. Under the dragon transformation, Yang Kai's defense greatly increased, but he didn't sit still and wait for death. While urging the dragon transformation secret art, he had already used the nihility secret technique and banished himself into the void. However, what kind of character was the flowerless demon saint? This fatal attack was locked on by his aura. Even if Yang Kai escaped into the void, he couldn't avoid it. The attack chased him into the void and hit Yang Kai's chest. The sound of metal clashing was ear-piercing. Yang Kai's figure that had just disappeared reappeared. With a muffled groan, his body shook violently. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his face became even paler than Yu Meng's. Only at this moment did Yang Kai's chest show a hint of strangeness. A dagger was inserted into his chest, 3 inches into his flesh, and the dragon scales covering his chest had been cut open. This dagger was almost transparent. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to detect it at all. The same was true for the flowerless holding the dagger. His figure was twisted and fluttering, as if he was cast in clear water. The black that just now was just the condensation of the flowerless murderous intent. Yu Meng instantly went berserk, and in the midst of a sharp howl, a tide of spiritual power turned into a monstrous killing intent that cut towards the flowerless. Bei Liemo also urged the law of ice. and her slender jade finger pointed towards the body like a stream of water. Her momentum was not as imposing as Yurumeng's, and this finger even felt a little casual, but no one would think that the power of this finger was less than the former's divine technique. Two demon saint teaming up to attack. How could the flowerless demon resist? When the two moved, the flowerless demon saint also moved, quickly retreating. Seal. Yang Kai suddenly exhaled, and the law of space surged, imprisoning the area around the flowerless demon saint. But it couldn't stop the escape of a demon saint, and the imprisoned area instantly shattered. Yurumeng's soul attack and Bei Li Mo's finger both hit empty air, and Yang Kai's moonblade also did not do anything. There was no trace of the flowerless demon saint around. The shadow demon's attack was a sure kill, and if it missed, it would escape. Yurumeng turned her head in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. At that moment, she thought that Yang Kai had died. After all, Yang Kai was only a high-ranked demon king. In her panic and anger, the terrifying power of her soul was actually drained by her attack. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was actually not dead? Although Bei Li Mo's ice shield couldn't stop the flowerless demon saint's attack, it more or less offset some of its power. Although Yurumeng's first palm strike didn't hit the flowerless demon saint, it still forced the flowerless demon saint to dodge, which offset some of its power. The defense of the dragon scales, the use of the secret art of nothingness, and the contraction of his own flesh and blood at the critical moment. Under these 5 layers of protection, even the flowerless demon saint would fail. The invisible dagger was only half an inch away from cutting through Yang Kai's heart. Although there was no danger to his life, the inexplicable murderous intent that invaded his body and wreaked havoc in his meridians and flesh made Yang Kai feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. This kind of injury was simply a serious one. He had to recuperate properly. The strength of a demon saint was obvious. Although he had interacted with several demon saint for a long time, and was even chased by a group of demon saint after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, and planted a soul brand in Bei Li Mo's mind, this was the first time he personally experienced the strength of a demon saint. Yang Kai's heart jumped. He wasn't even sure if the flowerless demon saint had used his full strength just now. If the flowerless demon saint had used 10% more power, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The flowerless demon saint didn't have the time to think. He retreated, but the danger wasn't over yet. The moment he left the devoured continent, he encountered the joint attack of 2 demon saint. It was obvious that the demon territory had sensed something and made preparations. They were only waiting for Yang Kai to walk into the trap. Xue Li's sneak attack was only a pretense. The main point was the flowerless demon saint's attack. If these 2 demon saint had already attacked, then what about the other 6? Bei Li Mo sized up Yang Kai with a trace of pity in her eyes. She seemed to feel that Yang Kai's life was a bit tough. He was actually able to turn the situation around. If Yang Kai was dead, then she would no longer be restrained and would regain her freedom. Although she would suffer a small injury, it was not unacceptable. But since Yang Kai was not dead, then she could only continue to guard the side. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Someone is coming." The person who could make her so nervous was definitely a demon saint. It seemed that there were 3 demon saint ambushing them on this continent. Xue Li and the flowerless demon saint were only 2 of them. She didn't know who the other one was, but he was somewhere else and would need some time to rush over. At this time, the other 5 demon saint who were not on this continent must have received the news. As long as Xue Li could delay them for a while, the 8 demon saint would arrive. Even if they couldn't kill Yurumeng and the others who were also demon saints, they could still kill Yang Kai. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Chang Tian's voice rang out. As he spoke, the Dragon Fong's sword shot out huge sword rays. each of them immeasurably powerful. In front of him, Shweli was hiding in the blood sea. The boundless blood sea split to the left and right, chasing after Yang Kai and the others. The sword rays slashed into the blood sea, each of them splitting the blood sea in half. But after a while, the blood sea returned to normal. Yang Kai took a deep breath and endured the pain in his body. He said in a low voice, "The flowerless demon, Saint has locked onto me. I can't break through the void." The flowerless demon Saint was nowhere to be seen, but everyone knew that he was hiding nearby. He just didn't show himself. This was why the shadow demon was so difficult to deal with. He was obviously powerful, but he would not fight you face to face. Instead, he would launch sneak attacks in the dark. He was truly despicable and shameless. "I'll do it," Yuru Meng shouted. She opened her mouth and blew gently. A ball of pink mist was blown out. The pink mist did not disperse even with the wind, and followed closely behind. As the pink mist increased, everyone was gradually wrapped in a pink world. They could not see anything else around them. After a while, Yuru Meng closed her mouth, her tender body on the verge of collapse. Although she had only used the Soul Divine technique to save Yang Kai, it was that attack that had exhausted her. At this time, she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. She forced herself to blow out the pink mist but could not hold on any longer. Her body went soft and fell onto Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took her back into the small sealed world. He placed her in the medicine garden and communicated with the embodiment, asking it and the two wood spirits to help her recover. After the pink mist took shape, the aura that had been locked onto Yang Kai was finally cut off. Wu Hua lost track of Yang Kai. The demon saint each had their own means. None of them were strong or weak. Wu Hua was strong. He knew how to use his aura to lock onto Yang Kai and prevent him from escaping. But Yuru Meng was not weak either. She just had to deal with whatever came her way. As soon as the aura was cut off, Yang Kai stretched out his hands, one on Chang Tian's shoulder, and the other grabbing Bei Li Mo's wrist. The next moment, he communicated with the space spirit bead and disappeared. In midair, the pink mist tumbled. Xue Li urged the boundless blood sea to turn into monstrous waves. The pink mist was constantly being melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. While attacking Xue Li sneered, "Huang Laoda and the others will be here soon. Yuru Meng, Bei Li Mo, if you don't want to die, come out quickly." As soon as his voice fell, Wu Hua suddenly appeared beside him. Xue Li did not care about attacking the pink mist. He immediately jumped away and stared at Wu Hua vigilantly. "What are you doing?" Wu Hua did not speak, only pointing in a direction. That direction was where Yang Kai had escaped. Chapter 3596. He actually ran away. However, when he thought about how Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space, it made sense. Although Yuru Meng's attack just now was not very destructive, it should not be a problem to cut off Wu Hua's aura lock. Once the aura was cut off, the boy could naturally shatter the void. However, the boy was naive. Did he think that he could escape by shattering the void? Xue Li sneered and immediately released his divine sense. A moment later, he revealed a surprised expression because he could not detect Yang Kai's aura. He could not help but ask with a cold expression, "How far?" "Very far." Wu Hua was a man of few words. He paused and then frowned. "He is no longer on this continent." Impossible. Xue Li was shocked and almost suspected that Wu Hua was fooling him. If one wanted to leave this continent, they had to pass through a realm gate. The closest realm gate was tens of thousands of kilometers away. In other words, that boy could appear tens of thousands of places in an instant. This kind of thing was really too inconceivable. If that brat's spatial divine ability was exquisite to such an extent, who in the world could kill him? However, he had to believe it. Wu Hua was the master of the shadow demon. Once he was targeted, no matter how far away he was, he could feel the other's aura. If he said that the other was no longer on this continent, then he was definitely no longer. Damn, this little bastard. Shui Li's face was twisted with anger. He did not expect that two demon saint would not be able to stop him. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken him down when he was wandering around a few days ago. At this time, a whirlpool appeared on the ground nearby. A figure slowly emerged from it. As the sand danced, the figure quickly solidified. The master of the sand demon, Yu Qiu, looking at Shui Li, then at Wu Hua, Yu Qiu frowned and said, "Where is he?" "He escaped," Shui Li replied. Yu Qiu was a little surprised. Shui Li and Wu Hua working together was a headache even for Desolate Infinite. He thought for a moment, and then asked, "Have you seen Zhu Qian and Qi Yin?" Shui Li shook his head. These two were also demon saint, but they had been missing for more than a month. None of the continents under Red Flame's control remained, while half of Zhu Qi's continents remained. Han Sun did not know what had happened to them. However, we can confirm that Chang Tian, Yu Rumeng, and Bei Limo have already betrayed the devil territory. Shui Li gritted his teeth. Yu Qiu's pupils constricted. Chang Tian had always been at odds with the other demon saint, but Yu Rumeng and Bei Limo had actually betrayed the demon territory. This was truly surprising. However, it was no wonder that Shui Li and Wu Hua had returned empty-handed. It was indeed troublesome to deal with the three of them working together. Will Zhu Qian and Red Flame also? Yu Qiu frowned. Who knows? Shui Li spread out his hands. There was one thing he didn't understand. What was the reason that made Yu Rumeng and Bei Limo betray the demon territory? There was no warning before this. "Let's chase," Wu Hua suddenly interjected. It was meaningless to talk about this now, but as long as those traitors were captured, everything would be clear. Above the sky, Chang Tian and Bei Limo rode Yang Kai, one on the left and one on the right, flying all the way. Wu Hua's strike had caused Kai Yang's mind to tremble. His 5 viscera and 6 organs tumbled endlessly, and his meridians and flesh were stinging. The trace of murderous intent that had invaded his body was like 1,000,000 needles, constantly tormenting him. Communicating with the space spirit bead once was his limit. Now he didn't have the energy to use the space divine technique like before, so he could only rely on Chang Tian and Bei Limo to fly. "Where are we going?" Chang Tian asked. There were pursuers behind them. Although they hadn't caught up yet, they were all demon saint. Even if they fled to the ends of the world, they couldn't get rid of them. The passage between the two worlds. Yang Kai already had a plan. As soon as Chang Tian spoke, he already had an answer. Chang Tian raised an eyebrow. "You want to return to the star boundary?" Yang Kai nodded and wanted to explain, but he was already powerless. He could only slowly close his eyes and circulate his secret art to adjust his breathing. He didn't even dare to enter the sealed world bead. If he stayed outside, he could still use the power of the space spirit bead to escape at a critical moment. If he left and Chang Tian and Bei Limo were surrounded, there would really be no way out. Bei Limo turned her head to look at Chang Tian, and it just so happened that Chang Tian was also looking at her. A trace of hesitation flashed in both of their eyes. Yang Kai himself came from the star boundary, so returning to the star boundary was naturally not a problem, but the two of them, one of them was a member of the dragon race in the demon territory, and the other was a demon saint, so it wasn't appropriate for them to follow Yang Kai to the star boundary. After all, the two worlds were like fire and water. They were willing to trust Yang Kai, but that didn't mean they could trust the great emperors in the star boundary. But at this time, other than the passage between the two worlds, they seemed to have nowhere to go. Their own territory had been swallowed by the sealed world bead, and they definitely couldn't go to the other demon saints' territories either. Chang Tian and Bailey Mo's speed was not slow at all. There were no devil saints in front of them, and no one could stop them from moving forward. After passing through one world gate after another, about half a month later, the group of three suddenly entered an extremely small continent. This place was not so much a continent, but a floating island in the void. Compared with other continents, the area of this continent was too small, with a radius of only a few 100,000 kilometers. Standing high up in the sky, one could see the entire continent at a glance. No continent under the command of a demon saint could be so small, but it was this extremely small continent that was garrisoned with hundreds of millions of demon race. These demon race came from the various demon saint subordinates in the demon territory, gathered here from all directions, ready to enter the star boundary at any time through a dark corridor nearby. This place was a transit point for the demon territory's armies to leave the star boundary. Although this continent was small, there were many world gates, more than a dozen of them. These world gates connected to various continents in the demon territory, allowing the demon race armies to gather here with the highest efficiency. Yang Kai had been to this continent before. It was the place where Yu Meng had brought him through the passage between the two worlds. When Yang Kai saw this continent that day, he had asked Yu Meng some questions. It was from here that he slowly began to understand the demon territory. However, this continent was a little different from when Yang Kai first saw it. The entire continent was fragmented, and what was originally an empty island had now become even more fragmented, as if it had been bombarded by someone using a divine technique. Although Yang Kai was healing his wounds, he had not lost his perception. As soon as he entered this place, he noticed it and opened his eyes. Seeing the scene below, he could not help showing a suspicious look. "It's the Iron Blood Great Emperor of your star boundary." Bei Li Mo seemed to know what he was suspicious of and immediately explained. Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of understanding. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the bright moon had fallen, and the star boundary had a strange phenomenon. All the great emperors had sensed it. Later on, Yang Kai heard from Yu Meng that the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen had single-handedly slaughtered his way into the passage between the two worlds in a fit of rage and slaughtered countless people of the demon race. Just the half-saint alone had died. The appearance of this continent should be the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. If the Iron Blood Great Emperor was given enough time, he would definitely be able to completely destroy this continent and make it cease to exist. However, when the great emperors Can Yi hurriedly returned, the Iron Blood Great Emperor could only temporarily retreat. It was not that they were afraid of Can Yi, but that destroying this continent was meaningless. If they could not destroy the passage between the two worlds, the star boundary and the demon territory would always be connected. He had killed enough, so he naturally stopped. Then the passage between the two worlds is up ahead, Chang Tian pointed. Yang Kai had also seen the huge pitch-black passage long ago. The demon race had passed through the void and entered the western territory of the star boundary. After that, they had run amok in the star boundary. "Are we going now?" Chang Tian asked again. Yang Kai shook his head and looked to the side. Although he had been recuperating for half a month and had taken a lot of pills, his face was still pale. Being injured by a demon saint was no small matter. If he did not treat it properly, it would definitely leave behind hidden dangers. "You want to seal the realm gate?" Bei Li Mo followed his gaze, and her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "That's a good idea." The demon territory and the star boundary were connected by the passage between the two worlds, and the entrance to the passage in the demon territory was on this continent. As long as the realm gate on this continent was sealed, it was equivalent to cutting off the demon race's reinforcements. After half a month of running away, Bei Li Mo had also thought it through. Now that she was completely tied to Yang Kai, how could she not wish for him to do something good? Cutting off the connection between the two worlds, the demon saint would not be able to catch up in a short time. Chang Tian frowned and seemed to be a little hesitant. Yang Kai knew what he was thinking and forced himself to say, "It's just a temporary measure. I need to solve the problem of the small sealed world first before I can devour the demon territory. Senior can rest assured that I will not break my promise when the time comes." Chang Tian had previously mentioned to Yang Kai that he wanted 10 times the territory of the 100 Spirit Continent. Now that he had the territory, the world principles of those territories were not satisfactory, so it was useless. He couldn't let the creatures of the 100 Spirit Continent live in a place where the world principles were not as high as the demon commanders. If Yang Kai gave up now, all his previous investments would be for naught. Hearing what he said, Chang Tian could only nod. The 100 Spirit Continent was gone, so he had no choice but to wholeheartedly support Yang Kai. "We have to be quick. They might catch up soon," Yang Kai urged. Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo no longer hesitated and flew to the nearest realm gate with Yang Kai. As soon as the three of them entered the continent, they were discovered by many members of the demon race. After all, there were many demon kings here, and even a half-saint. At this time, a half-saint hurriedly flew up from below and chased them to the realm gate. He looked at Bei Li Mo, then at Chang Tian with a puzzled look. As a half-saint, it was impossible for him not to know the Snow Demon Master and the Master of the 100 Spirit Continent. He just couldn't figure out how these two got together. And that young man, if he was not mistaken, he should be the one who seized the opportunity of the great emperors in the Eternal Heaven continent. This half-saint also participated in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, so he was naturally familiar with Yang Kai. It could be said that there was no half-saint in the demon territory who did not know him. Chapter 3597. Flying Forward. The half-saint cupped his fists. "Greetings, Saint Senior Bei Li Mo. Greetings, Master." Although Chang Tian had the power of a demon saint, he was not a demon saint, so the half-saint only called him Master. However, under normal circumstances, the half-saint in the demon territory could not see him. For tens of thousands of years, Chang Tian had not taken a single step out of the 100 Spirit Continent until the Battle of Eternal Heaven. After the greeting, the half-saint showed a suspicious look. "May I ask why Saint Senior is here?" Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo looked at each other, but neither of them answered. Chang Tian suddenly stretched out his hand and reached for the half-saint. The other party's face changed drastically, and his demonic chi surged wildly as he quickly retreated. Since he could not retreat, the demonic chi instantly stopped. In the blink of an eye, the sage-to-be was grabbed by Chang Tian by the neck and lifted in front of him. It was as easy as pinching a chick. "What is the meaning of this, Master?" The half-saint was shocked and angry, his eyes wide open. He did not know what happened in the demon territory, so he did not expect Chang Tian to attack him. Although the 100 Spirit Continent had always been inferior to the rest of the demon territory, and Chang Tian was not liked by the other demon saint, they could at least maintain a minimum of peace. Chang Tian was attacking here. Was he going to start a war with the other demon saint? What was the meaning of this? Saint Senior Bei Li Mo. Chang Tian did not pay attention to him, so he just sealed his cultivation and handed him over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and put the half-saint into the small sealed world. Anyway, there were many half-saint in the small sealed world now. Some time ago, he had also captured a few half-saint subordinates of Qian and Zhu Ke, so it did not matter whether he was captured or not. There were two other figures approaching from below. They were the other two half-saint who were overseeing this place and coordinating the army. Seeing this scene from afar, all of them turned pale with fright. Their flying figures immediately stopped, and then they flew back without looking back, drilling into the army to hide their figures. He did not know what had happened over there, but there was no mistaking the fact that one of his comrades had been captured by Longevity Sky, and then suddenly disappeared. If he went over there now, he would be courting death. Quietly looking over, he saw that Yong Kai had already stretched out a hand, his 5 fingers spread out, and was about to cover the realm gate. Ripples visible to the naked eye swept past, and the realm gate became more and more blurry and transparent at his peak condition. Yong Kai only needed a single breath to seal the world gate. But now that he was heavily injured, he had no choice but to expend some energy. The space laws fluctuated, and the world gate slowly disappeared. It took a full half a cup of tea's time before the realm gate completely disappeared. Without stopping to rest, he went to the next realm gate. Another half a cup of tea's time later, the second realm gate was sealed. Yong Kai's already pale face became even paler, and the injuries he had recovered from over the past half a month had worsened. However, he had no choice but to continue. There were over a dozen realm gates here, and as long as a single one remained unsealed, all of his efforts would be for naught. Fortunately, he had bought himself quite a bit of time when he was fleeing, which should be enough for him to seal all of the realm gates before the demon saint arrived. One realm gate after another disappeared. Around 2 hours later, over 10 of the 13 realm gates had disappeared. The demon race army below all looked up in shock. After all, apart from a few demon kings and half-saints, the lower-level demon race had never thought that someone would be able to make a realm gate disappear one day. However, at that moment, Longevity Sky and Bei Li Mo suddenly turned their heads and looked in a certain direction. That direction was the void, where the passage between the two realms was located. Yong Kai sensed something, and he didn't need to ask to know what was going on. The location of the passage between the two realms was very important, and the demon race had always been guarded by the great emperor's night shadow. With such a huge change happening here, how could the two half-saint who had just escaped not inform Kan Yi? After receiving the news, Kan Yi immediately rushed over. When Bei Li Mo and Longevity Sky's gazes landed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the huge passageway. It was wrapped in a cloud of black gas, and they couldn't see the face clearly. Even the figure couldn't be seen, let alone whether it was a man or a woman. Night Shadow Great Emperors, Kan Yi was the most mysterious of the 10 great emperors of the Star Realm. The other great emperors didn't even know whether this person was a man or a woman. In the past, everyone thought that Night Shadow's personality was due to his cultivation technique. After all, most people who were proficient in the path of assassination were like this, blending into the crowd and hiding their tracks. Later on, they found out that this guy had the bloodline of the demon race, so he didn't interact with the other great emperors, afraid that he would accidentally reveal some flaws. After so many years of habit, Night Shadow was still wrapped in black gas when he appeared, and it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. However, no matter if it was Longevity Sky or Bei Li Mo, they could clearly feel the sharp gaze from the black figure. Longevity Sky grinned at the great emperor's Night Shadow and didn't say anything. Kan Yi probably didn't know about what happened in the demon race's territory, or else he would have taken precautions. However, Yong Kai and the other two's attitudes and actions were extremely obvious, so how could he not know whether these three were enemies or not? Seeing Yong Kai seal the 11th realm gate, Kan Yi remained indifferent. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop him, but that he couldn't. Facing Bei Li Mo alone, what chance did he have of winning? What's more, Yong Kai waved his hand and released Yu Rumeng. Previously, Yu Rumeng had exhausted her divine sense and was like a lamp that had run out of oil. After half a month of recuperation, although she had not fully recovered, she was still in a much better condition than Yang Kai. 3 against 1, Kan Yi wasn't stupid, so he naturally wouldn't ask for humiliation. The 12th realm gate, the 13th realm gate, and even when all the realm gates disappeared, Kan Yi didn't make any moves. Yang Kai let out a long breath. Finally, all the realm gates were sealed before the demon saint caught up. With this, the biggest problem was eliminated. As soon as his mind relaxed, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into Yu Rumeng's arms. A light voice entered Yu Rumeng's ears, returned to the star boundaries. Using the last bit of her consciousness, she flashed into the small sealed world and fell into the medicine garden. She didn't know this, but it was because she had exhausted too much of her divine sense, and because of the worsening of her previous injuries. Yu Rumeng held the sealed world bead and carefully put it away. She turned to look at the passage between the two realms, but Kan Yi had already disappeared. He ran fast. Chang Tian coldly snorted. Just now, when the last realm gate was sealed, Kan Ye's figure slowly disappeared. He must have known that if he didn't leave now, he would definitely be besieged. How could he do such a stupid thing? Bei Liemo looked at Yu Rumeng, then looked at Chang Tian, and said, "What do we do now? Are we really going to the star boundary?" She was still a little worried. The star boundary wasn't like the demon territory. Who knew what would happen if they went there? Chang Tian was silent, but Yu Rumeng said firmly, "I don't care about you guys. If my husband wants me to go to the star boundary, then I will go to the star boundary." After he finished speaking, he actually took the lead and charged towards the void corridor. "Husband," the corner of Bei Limo's eyes twitched as she stared at Yu Rumeng's back. She couldn't figure out how a dignified demon saint could say those two words. Was that little thief really that good? Not only did he make a demon saint lose her virginity, he even made her heart fall for him? "Let's go." Chang Tian sighed. There was no place for them in the demon territory. Now, other than placing their hopes on Yang Kai, he and Bei Liemo had no other choice. The three of them quickly gathered again and rushed into the incomparably huge void corridor, moving forward. However, even in this void corridor, the three of them were in a triangle formation, guarding against Kan Yi. Although Kan Yi retreated just now, who knew if he would be lying in ambush here? That guy had the bloodline of the shadow demon, and was also the great emperors of the star boundary. It seemed that he wasn't an ordinary person to deal with. Fortunately, when the three of them saw the light in front of them, Kan Yi didn't show any signs of life. The light grew brighter and brighter, and they were getting closer and closer to the exit. Not long after, the three of them rushed out of the void corridor and arrived at the desert of the Western Territory. The demon race's camp was all around them, and there were many powerful auras. Although there was no demon saint, there were many half-saint. Sensing the three's auras, a dozen figures immediately rushed into the sky from the camp. However, when these dozen or so half-saint arrived, they found that there was no one there. They couldn't help but look at each other. In the small sealed world, in the medicine garden, Yang Kai was lying on the ground with Mu Zhu and Mu Lu on his head and feet, respectively. They were both forming hand seals, and a green light enveloped Yang Kai. This scene was very familiar. The last time Yang Kai fought with Yin Si, it was like this. Less than 2 years later, he came here again to heal his wounds. Mu Zhu's face was cold and stern, and she was full of anger. No one would be happy to meet a guy who didn't take his life seriously, even though the embodiment had already explained to them that this time Yang Kai was injured by the Lord of the Shadow Demon. Mu Zhu was still very angry. When Mu Zhu was angry, the docile Mu Lu could only follow suit. Of course, the embodiment had to put in a good word for the main body. He served the two little wood spirits like a grand aunt. And finally, the ice on the two wood spirits' faces melted. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. In fact, he had already woken up. Although he was injured by the demon saint this time, it wasn't as serious as last time. In the last battle with Yin Si, he really went all out. However, waking up was one thing, and he still had to heal his wounds. With the help of the wood spirits, he was almost healed. Slowly sitting up, he looked at Mu Zhu floating in front of him and smiled. Before he could thank her, Mu Zhu snorted and turned her little face to the side. She was ignoring him. However, her hands didn't stop moving, and the green aura still enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai sniffed and turned to look at Mu Lu. Mu Lu hesitated for a little while, but when she saw her sister looking at her coldly, she also snorted and turned her head to the side. Yang Kai blinked, a blank look on his face. He communicated with the embodiment and asked a few questions and soon understood what was going on. Clenching his hand into a hollow, Yang Kai coughed and said, "I have good news. Do you want to hear it?" Mu Lu immediately turned her head and stared at him with wide eyes, a look of curiosity on her face. "We've returned to the star boundary." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mu Lu was stunned for a moment before she was overjoyed. "Really? Really? We've returned to the star boundary?" Mu Zhu couldn't be angry anymore and turned to look at Yang Kai. "Have we really returned?" Although they had been staying in the small sealed world, Yang Kai was in the demon territory, which was equivalent to them being in the demon territory. Suddenly hearing that they had returned to the star boundary, they naturally couldn't ignore it. Chapter 3598. After confirming that Yang Kai had really returned to the star boundary, Mu Zhu's expression relaxed a little while Mu Lu cheered with joy. Yang Kai stretched out his finger and patted Mu Lu's head. "You've worked hard." Mu Lu immediately narrowed her eyes, showing a look of enjoyment. Mu Zhu sighed as she watched from the side. "Although you are the master, we sisters are much older than you. Don't treat us like children." "What are you doing?" Yang Kai rubbed her head with his other hand. "You've also worked hard." Mu Zhu suddenly fell silent after meditating for a while. Yang Kai left the small sealed world. When his figure flashed out, 6 pairs of eyes looked at him. Naturally, they were Yu Rumeng, Bei Li, Mo Chang Tian, and the others. Seeing him appear, Yu Rumeng hurriedly asked, "How are you?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I'm fine." Yu Rumeng was still worried and directly grabbed his hand, using her demonic chi, to carefully examine him. After confirming that there were no major problems, she was relieved. Bei Li Mo sneered, "You're lucky this time. Next time, you may not be so lucky. Be careful." Yang Kai nodded lightly, took a deep breath, and was in a good mood. He had finally returned to the star boundary. Since the last time he betrayed the star boundary and followed Yu Rumeng to the demon area, almost 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The war between the two realms had also lasted for 5 years, and both sides had suffered countless casualties. However, from the looks of it, this long-lasting war had only just begun. In any case, returning to the star boundary put Yang Kai in a good mood. Although he had become the demon race, he was still a human at the root. How could he like a place like the demon territory? The star boundary was his final home. Here were his relatives, friends, family, sect, and all kinds of ties. Even the barrier of the great world could not separate them. The place where Chang Tian and the others landed was a rugged land surrounded by withered yellow rocks. There was not a trace of green in sight. They could even see some traces left behind by a fierce battle, but these traces had been there for some time. It was likely that a great battle had been fought here, and the scale was not small. The dry wind swept up the sand and dust, obscuring their vision. The scorching sun was right above their heads, making it hot and stuffy. This place should still be somewhere in the Western Territory. It could even be said that it was not too far away from the demon race's camp, after Longevity Sky. And the others came to the star boundary. They did not go too deep. After leaving the demon race's camp, they came here to stay. What do you plan to do next? Longevity Sky asked Yong Kai. Yong Kai pondered for a moment before replying. Let's solve the problem of the small sealed world first, then gather the strength of the star boundary and slowly encroach on the demon race's territory. Chong Tian declined to comment. However, I still need your help in this matter. Only then did Chong Tian speak. Since it has come to this, we have no other choice, so we'll naturally lend you a hand. Yong Kai said gratefully, Thank you very much. Please come with me to meet the great emperors. When everyone is together, we can carefully discuss the rules. Chong Tian smiled and slowly shook his head. I'm afraid that won't do. Yong Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, Why? We belong to the demon race after all. Now that the two worlds are at odds with each other, if we hastily follow you to meet the great emperors, no one can say what will happen. Seeing that Yong Kai was about to speak, Chong Tian raised his hand and interrupted, This king believes you, but that doesn't mean that this king believes the great emperors. You might as well ask Saint Li Mo and Saint Ru Meng about this. Yong Kai turned his head and saw Bei Li Mo nodding seriously. Although Yu Ru Meng did not say anything, her expression was very obvious. Mingyu was trapped in eternal heaven and ended up dead. We don't want to follow in Mingyu's footsteps. Yong Kai frowned and pondered. It was normal for Chong Tian and the others to have such concerns. He hadn't thought about this problem before, and just felt that there wasn't much problem with his plan. Now that Chong Tian mentioned it, he immediately understood that he had been taking things for granted. What if the great emperors saw the three of them and fought? What if the situation was different from what he thought? Although the great emperors were reasonable and considerate people, Mingyu's hatred was too great. Yu Ru Meng and Bei Li Mo had participated in the Battle of Eternal Heaven. Although they did not directly cause any harm to Mingyu, they had participated in the 12 Great Devil Formation. Mingyu's death was more or less related to them. Then how do you think this matter should be resolved, Senior? Yong Kai asked. Chong Tian said, While you were recuperating, we discussed in detail. We have a plan. Listen to it and see if it is feasible. Please speak, Senior. Yong Kai cupped his hands. Your plan remains unchanged. Do what you want. Chong Tian stretched out his hand and drew Yu Ru Meng and Bei Li Mo into his circle. The three of us will stay here. Not only the three of us, but some of the demon race in your small sealed world will also have to stay here. What is the standard? Demon King and above. Chong Tian replied. Yong Kai nodded lightly. The small sealed world had swallowed more than 100 continents in the demon territory in the past half a year. The demon race on these continents numbered in the hundreds of millions, but if only the Demon King and above were counted, it would probably only be a few thousand. But this was still an extremely terrifying number. The Demon King was comparable to a master in the Emperor realm. A few thousand Demon Kings was a terrifying force, not to mention that there were many half-saint among them. Senior, what do you want these demon race for? Yong Kai was puzzled. Chong Tian pondered for a moment and smiled. I'll tell you the truth. Although the three of us are strong and are not afraid of the great emperors, there are only three of us. Now that the demon territory has been cut off, if something happens on your side, we have to leave some people behind. Hearing what he said, Yong Kai realized that Chong Tian wanted the demon race to guard against the star boundary. This is only one of the reasons. Chong Tian continued. Secondly, he pointed in a certain direction. The demon race's camp is over there. As a fellow demon race, we don't intend to kill them all. We can try to subdue them, but this kind of thing can't be done by the three of us. The Demon King and half-saint in the small sealed world are the best candidates for this. Hearing this, Yong Kai's eyes lit up. Before coming here, Yong Kai saw with his own eyes that there were tens of millions of demon race stationed on that very small continent. In addition to the ones that had already invaded the star boundary, the number of demon race members was likely to be in the hundreds of millions. With such a large force, if they were to rely on the people of the star boundary to kill them, who knows how long it would take. But if Chang Tian and the others could subdue the demon race, it would be tantamount to weakening the demon race's strength in this place. Among the hundreds of millions of demon race members, there was no demon saint, only the night shadow great emperors. It could be said that as long as Chang Tian and the others took action, they could immediately deal a heavy blow to the demon race's army. Moreover, it would be effortless. This was a good thing, so there was no reason to refuse. Yong Kai quickly nodded in agreement. Chang Tian's attitude was the same as Bai Liemo and Yu Meng's. Obviously, the three of them had carefully discussed this during the days when they were recuperating in Yong Kai, and felt that this was the best way to solve the current situation. You go and communicate with those great emperors. Also, pass on a message for the three of us. The demon race under us will never make things difficult for the star boundary. In fact, they will even be of help when we counterattack the demon race's territory. We only ask that they will have a place to stay after this matter is over. I will remember. I will definitely pass on this message. Yong Kai nodded solemnly. There was no need to say anything else. Yong Kai immediately connected with the small sealed world bead and swept his powerful divine sense across every inch of land, summoning all the demon race members that met the conditions of the small sealed world bead. In a short while, there was a black mass of demon kings in front of him. Just as he had estimated, there were several thousand demon kings, and these demon kings were basically all under Yu Meng and Bai Liemo. At this moment, when they saw the two saint seniors, they naturally saluted respectfully. There were also the demon kings under Qi Yan and Zhu Qian. Yong Kai also summoned them. These guys were useless in the small sealed world bead, so it was better to leave them to Chang Tian and the others to train carefully. He believed that in front of the majesty of Chang Tian and the others, these demon kings would not dare to play any tricks. There was also a group of masters from the 100-spirit continent with saint spirit bloodline. Other than the demon kings, there were also half-saint masters. This was an extremely terrifying lineup. There were 8 half-saint masters under Yu Meng. There were 12 half-saint masters under Bai Liemo, 9 under Chang Tian, 6 under Qi Yan, 2 under Zhu Qian, and 1 captured at the entrance of the passage between the two worlds more than 10 days ago. In total, there were 38 half-saint masters. It was almost a quarter of all the half-saint masters in the demon territory. Although the number was small, it was a galaxy of talents. With such strength, even if they did not dare to say that they could sweep through the star boundary, they would definitely have no problem protecting themselves. This was also the reason why Chang Tian and the others wanted these people to stay. If the great emperors wanted to harm them, they would at least have the strength to resist. The 8 half-saint masters under Qi Yan and Zhu Qian, plus the 1 captured before, these 9 half-saint masters were not considered their own people. Their cultivations were sealed, and their strength was imprisoned, but it should not be difficult for Chang Tian and the others to subdue them. After being busy for so long, Yong Kai had consumed a lot of energy, so he found a place to rest alone. A few hours later, Yong Kai opened his eyes, and Yu Meng was guarding him. Seeing that he had woken up, she smiled. 10 kilometers away, demonic qi soared into the sky. Several thousand demon kings and 38 half-saint masters gathered together. The scene was spectacular, but although there were many people, it was very quiet. Only Chang Tian's voice echoed. After the initial excitement, the demon kings and half-saint masters calmed down a lot, coupled with Chang Tian's answer. They knew what they had to do in the future. Yong Kai listened quietly for a while, then smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you on this side." Ru Meng shook her head. "This side is a small matter. You have to be careful on your side. After all, your current situation is somewhat different from ordinary people." Yong Kai knew what she was talking about. It was nothing more than the matter of him becoming the demon race. She was afraid that the great emperors would want to subdue him. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.